Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 276 Ultimate Resurrection, The Ability of Resurrection. Liu Yi set his first goal on the Xuanyan Yuanyang Immortal Scripture. He used a designated celestial scripture level to increase +3. He found that compared with the Transcending Tribulation chapter, the speed of comprehension was far slower than before after using the level up rewards. Liu Yi was not surprised. After all, he was at the level of a fairy. Liu Yi has just crossed the tribulation realm now, and it is already very rare to be able to comprehend the heavenly immortal chapter, let alone how fast it takes. It took more than a year for Liu Yi to digest this insight. His Xuanyan Yuanyang immortal scripture has also been upgraded to LV4 of the celestial immortal chapter. In Liu Yi's plan, the celestial scripture he deduced was based on the law of yin and yang, and this Xuanyan Yuanyang celestial scripture is the best core. As the Xuanyan Yuanyang Immortal Sutra comprehends the celestial immortal chapter LV4, Liu Yi has a deeper understanding of the deduced immortal sutra, and he can clearly feel that the deduction can be completed only by the last point. Liu Yi didn't stop, and continued to comprehend. The +3 rewards of the immortal scripture level were used up, and Liu Yi used the +4 rewards once. After spending a little over a year, Liu Yi completed his comprehension, comprehending the Xuanyan Yuanyang Immortal Sutra to the Heavenly Immortal Chapter LV8. But at this moment, Liu Yi didn't stop to comprehend. Around him, the air of yin and yang circulated, the Dao pattern flickered, and strands of chaotic light flickered. A series of mysterious and incomparable Dao patterns emerged around Liu Yi's body. There are the laws of yin and yang, the Dao patterns, the laws of nature, the laws of thunder, the laws of arrays, etc. A variety of Dao patterns intertwined and changed, and finally continued to be deleted, merging into a mysterious and inexplicable Dao pattern. Following the appearance of the Dao pattern, a series of mysterious lights flickered, and the entire training room was filled with visions. There are yin and yang that turn into lotus flowers, and black and white lotus flowers bloom in full bloom, covering the entire space. Black and white lotus flowers are intertwined, gradually turning into chaotic lotus flowers of the avenue, singing the sound of the Tao. This vision was like a stormy sea. If it wasn't for the extremely powerful large array arranged by Liu Yi, it was a series of large formations, enough to withstand the attacks of real immortals, and even unable to resist the vision. Even the formation patterns that can withstand the attacks of the real immortals are constantly shaking at this moment. The chaotic lotus of the great Dao gradually converged, turning into a black and white lotus imprint, reflected on Liu Yi's forehead, and finally disappeared. Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a chaotic radiance in his eyes, which gradually dissipated. He smiled in surprise. Finally, I realized my own Qi training celestial scripture. This celestial scripture perfectly met Liu Yi's original expectations. It is an extremely powerful dual cultivation immortal scripture, which can greatly speed up the speed of cultivation through dual cultivation, and can also improve the understanding of the law and the Dao in the process of dual cultivation. In addition, the immortal scripture combines the laws of the array and the Dao pattern. Practicing this celestial scripture can condense the yin and yang marks of the Dao. The main seal needs to be dominated by the energy of chaos. Liu Yi possesses the energy of chaos, so he can naturally condense the main seal. The secondary seal is attached to the main seal through the perception of the law of yin and yang and the Dao pattern. When facing the enemy, use the main seal as the eye of the formation, and the secondary seal as the formation pattern, turning it into a pair of yin and yang formation patterns of the chaotic road, which greatly increases the strength of the practitioner. This is an extremely powerful secret technique. From Liu Yi's point of view, it is not much worse than the ascending immortal Ju now. And this double cultivation method was just realized by Liu Yi, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Especially as Liu Yi continues to absorb the roots of chaos, there is even hope that the lotus of the yin-yang avenue will be condensed into a chaotic green lotus. Even now, this technique is already powerful enough. Liu Yi thought for a while, and named this exercise the Great Way of Yin and Yang Immortals. Because Liu Yi deduced the exercises based on the Xuanyin Yuan Yang Immortal Sutra as the core, his current day of Yin and Yang Immortal Sutra has already mastered the Celestial Immortal LV5 level. Liu Yi used the skill level +4 once, and it took nearly 2 years to comprehend this skill technique to the limit level of the Heavenly Immortal chapter. After the fairy tale, Liu Yi has not deduced it yet. Liu Yi is not in a hurry, the celestial chapter is enough for him now. Afterwards, he can continue to absorb the essence of other fairy scriptures, integrate them into the Day of Yin and Yang Immortal Scripture, and deduce the real fairy chapter, which is even stronger. Although it will take a lot of energy and time, especially it needs to comprehend a lot of fairy scriptures, and comprehend these fairy scriptures to an extremely profound level of the same level. But Liu Yi was not worried. He had a mission panel, and he could get rewards for increasing the level of the specified fairy scriptures, which was enough to accomplish things that other immortals could not do at all. Liu Yi spent about 3 years in seclusion, and would go out from time to time to learn about the situation. Up to now, the Golden Immortal Strongman of the Raksha clan is still outside the planetary fortress, and has not left until now. Obviously, they did not intend to give Liu Yi and others a chance at all. Liu Yi was also very helpless. On the battlefields in other regions, the situation has also changed. The Rakshasa army chooses multiple companies to operate together, and each company has at least one main ship whose teleportation array is still intact. This also restored the support line that Liu Yi and others had broken before. But the advantage is that the Rakshasa army is more concentrated, and the area they can attack becomes much more limited. And the Star Militia chose to fight guerrilla warfare with them in a vacuum instead of fighting them head-on. The main purpose is to harass the Rakshas to mine planetary resources and slow down their mining of resources. This action is also obviously very effective. Compared with the previous time, the efficiency of the Raksha tribe's mining resources has been greatly slowed down. For this reason, the top brass of the Rakshasa army were very angry, and even sent troops many times to attack Tianming's defense. However, due to Ling Luo Peak Master's reason, and the Nine Netherland appeared in Tianming, he had to protect it carefully. Otherwise, the sky would be broken and the Nine Netherlands would be opened, which would be a very troublesome thing for the entire Tianluo starfield. For this reason, Tianming's defensive formation was even stronger than the general Golden Immortal formation. This is what Peak Master Ling Luo told Liu Yi. Liu Yi was a little worried at first, after all his parents were in Tianming, and some relatives and friends were also there. If something happened to Tianming, Liu Yi couldn't even imagine how he would feel. Hearing the words of Peak Lord Ling Luo, Liu Yi was relieved. The current battle is at a stalemate. Although the Rakshasa tribe has a large number of troops, they still have a certain advantage on the surface, but this advantage is already very weak at the moment. Through guerrilla warfare, the Star Realm army hinders the Rakshasa tribe from digging resources. Their most important purpose is for resources. If they cannot bring back enough resources, this expedition will be a complete loss. After all, not to mention the powerhouses of Almighty and Celestial Immortals, more than 3 companies died just from the Blood Prison Army, and in order to come to this star area, they launched 2 planetary fortresses, the energy that the planetary magic weapon operates, the energy for space movement is not a small amount. As long as you don't get enough resources, it's a blood loss. On the contrary, the Star Realm army is fighting on the mainland. Relying on a planetary fortress, there are twice as many Star Realm army, celestial immortals and powerful cultivators as the Blood Prison army, so the Rakshasa cannot dig resources with peace of mind. No matter which way you look at it, there is an advantage. Liu Yi also calmed down and went back to practice. There is one remaining skill level +4, Liu Yi thought about it and used it on his self-created body training technique 9 turns indestructible body. The 9-turn indestructible body, Liu Yi has been deduced for a long time. During this period, every time Liu Yi learned something about body training, he would integrate it into the 9 revolutions indestructible body. Now his 9-turn indestructible body has been cultivated to the limit of the Transcending Tribulation chapter, but it has not surpassed the level of a fairy. Now I really need to improve my physical strength again. After all, one of his 2 major offensive magic spells, the Fist of the Sky, needs to be launched with physical strength. After more than a year, Lui realized the 9-turn indestructible body to the level of Tianxian chapter LV5. However, Lui was not satisfied. After all, his 9-revolution indestructible body was only deduced through a body training method 9-revolution heavenly demon body and combined with the power of some laws. Compared with De Dao Yin Yang Xian Jing, the gap is too big. Lui remembered this in his heart. If he could get more body training celestial scriptures in the future, he could deduce the 9-turn indestructible body again, and add his own understanding of the Great Way and Chaos. Perhaps it is possible to deduce a body training method that is not inferior to the Dao Yin Yang Xian Jing. After all the level up rewards for skills were exhausted, Lui began to focus on immortal skills. The celestial arts he has mastered to the limit now include Zhan Xing, Li Kong Chuan and Ascending Immortal Ju. In addition, Lui also mastered Meteor Art, Hunshan Spear, Thunder God, Yin-Yang Diagram and Resurrection Art. The first 3 are offensive fairy arts, and Lui has no shortage of attacks, while the latter Yin-Yang Diagram is defensive fairy arts, and Resurrection of all things is healing fairy arts. These 2 kinds of immortal arts are naturally the priority to improve. Lui has already comprehended the LV4 level of the Yin and Yang diagram. Lui spent 2 rewards of immortality level +3 to comprehend the Yin and Yang diagram to the limit. The law of Yin and Yang circulates, the defensibility is greatly improved, and the consumption of aura is also greatly reduced, and even the Yin and Yang can be reversed to counter the opponent's attack. It's like being born with supernatural powers. Afterwards, Lui began to comprehend the resurrection of all things. He used the reward of +3 level of immortality 3 times, and also raised the resurrection of all things to the limit level. After raising the resurrection technique to the limit, Lui found that this fairy technique gave him a great surprise. This immortal technique uses natural laws to heal monks, but after reaching the extreme level, it can really achieve resurrection. Yes, as long as Lui has enough aura, he can even resurrect the dead with this immortal technique. However, this resurrection consumes a huge amount of power, and the longer the dead, the stronger the dead person's strength, and the more difficult the resurrection will be. With Lui's current strength, according to his speculation, he would not be able to revive an immortal who died for more than a day. However, even so, it is still an unimaginable force. After all, this is the ability of resurrection. Even for immortals, it is probably an extremely rare power. Chapter 277, The Rakshasa Clan Retreats, Take Xiaoyi back when you have free time. After comprehending the resurrection of all things to the limit, Lui still has 2 rewards for the specified level of immortality +3, and 2 rewards for level +4. After much deliberation, he finally chose to keep these task rewards. After all, for Lui, the remaining immortal arts, even if he realizes the limit, the improvement will not be too great, and the cost performance is not high. It's better to wait until the next time there is a suitable fairy technique, and then use the reward. In addition to these, there is also a reward of 10% increase in the rule of 7 times. This reward is very good, it can bring a lot of improvement to Lui. He now masters many laws, including the law of the sword, the law of immortality, the law of space, the law of yin and yang, the law of strength, the law of stars, the law of water, the law of ice, and so on. It is unrealistic for Lui to upgrade all the laws. He can only choose the law that can improve him the most. After much deliberation, Lui made a choice based on his own celestial scriptures and celestial techniques. Among them, the Immortal Sutra that he is comprehending now, the Dao Yin Yang Immortal Sutra, requires the law of Yin Yang. When Lui raised the Book of Immortals to the limit of the Heavenly Immortal chapter, it had a certain feedback effect on his law of yin and yang, and his law of yin and yang now reached 50%. He used a reward to increase the law of yin and yang to 60%. And the 9-turn indestructible body comprehends the law of indestructibility and the law of power. His power law these days has been rewarded quite a lot when he has killed the Rakshas and completed the task. Now it has reached 80%, which can be said to be it's an exaggeration. He can't fully exert the power of the law of strength, and he doesn't need to improve in a short time. So Lui set his goal on the law of indestructibility. His law of indestructibility was more than 40%. Lui used 2 rewards to increase the law of indestructibility to more than 60%. For the remaining 4 rewards, Lui used the star law twice, increasing the 40% of the star law to 60%. Then, for the remaining 2 times, he used the law of nature. After all, he had just practiced the ultimate level of the resurrection of all things. The stronger the law of nature, the better the effect. Although the double cultivation with Yun Xi also has the improvement of the law of nature, but there is no other channel to improve it except this channel, and now his law of nature is only more than 30%. With 2 rewards, he increased the law of nature to more than 50%. At this point, Lui's 7 rewards have all been used up. It took a total of about 3 years to absorb these rewards. Lui got up and stretched, feeling a little tired. For the past 3 years, Lui didn't go out much. He was always learning about fairy arts and laws, and he didn't know what was going on outside. However, Lui guessed that there should not be much change. After all, if there is any urgent change, Ling Lufeng and others will definitely notify him. Leaving the room, Lui happened to see Peak Master Ling Luo coming back from outside. Seeing Lui, Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Yo, you're out of customs?" Lui smiled, "Well, these days have been a little rewarding, and the law and fairy art have improved a little bit." Peak Lord Ling Luo had black lines all over his head, and looked at Lui with distaste. This bastard must have done it on purpose. It's too much, it's only been 3 years, and you have made progress in both fairy arts and laws? My wife is so envious. Peak Master Ling Luo acted indifferent, and said calmly, "Oh." Lui was taken aback for a moment, and glanced at Ling Luo Peak Master, thinking about stimulating Master in his heart. Unexpectedly, the stimulus was not successful. Lui clicked his tongue inwardly, and then asked, "Master, how is the situation outside?" "It's almost over." Peak Master Ling Luo said indifferently. "It's almost over." Lui was taken aback, with a look of astonishment on his face. "What do you mean?" "There is no change in the current situation. The Raksha clan has no new troops coming, and our support will arrive soon. This means that the Raksha clan may withdraw their troops soon." Lui raised his eyebrows, thinking of something. "How is the star system doing now?" "The Star Boundary Army and a group of monks have been interfering with the Rakshasa army to collect resources on the planet, and the effect has been somewhat." After speaking, Ling Luo Fengjul looked at Lui and said with a smile, "Of course, the one with the most credit, it's still you boy. The formation I of the main ship of the Rakshasa clan was destroyed by you, and they don't have such a powerful formation division in their army." Said, "The loss is not too big, only 2 planets have been destroyed. However, it does not have much impact on Tianming." Hearing this, Lui was completely relieved, and he also smiled, "That's good. When will the reinforcements arrive?" "The fastest Star Realm army is still about 2 years away. If the Raksha clan doesn't leave, if they are held back, they won't be able to leave." Peak Master Ling Luo's face was cold. As a direct disciple of the Yu family, she is naturally full of murderous intent towards the actions of the Raksha clan. If given the chance, she would definitely not mind beating the dog in the water. Therefore, Peak Master Ling Luo hoped that the Rakshas could stay longer. Not only Ling Luo Peak Lord, but also Liu Yi, if this is the case, then I hope that the Rakshasa army will stay here for a while longer. Peak Master Ling Luo also nodded slightly. At this moment, a breath quickly approached. Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo looked at each other, walked out of the palace, and saw Wang Yuan landed. Seeing the two of them, Wang Yuan smiled. Second miss, Master Liu Yi, the Rakshas are starting to retreat. Hearing this, both Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo were taken aback. Liu Yi was a little complicated. At first, he hoped that the Raksha clan would retreat, but now that reinforcements are coming soon, when they didn't want them to retreat, they actually retreated. Unfortunately, they must have received news of reinforcements. Peak Master Ling Luo was also somewhat regretful. Wang Yuan nodded slightly. However, when they evacuate back now, they may be intercepted at the border, which may not please them. Hearing this, Liu Yi's expression became a little better. After that, as Wang Yuan said, all kinds of information came in, and the armies of the Raksha clan on various battlefields began to shrink, teleport through space, and return to the planetary fortress. Then, the golden immortal Raksha who had been staring at Liu Yi outside also tore through the space and disappeared outside the planetary fortress. A few days later, the scouts of the star forces sent news that the two planetary fortresses of the Rakshasa tribe passed through the space wormhole and disappeared. As soon as the two Rakshasa planetary fortresses left, it meant that Tianming's battle was over. The star army and casual cultivators in various regions have returned to the planetary fortress, and a large number of cultivators are cheering. However, there are also some monks with grief-stricken faces. In this battle, their relatives and friends died in battle, or it may be because they did not gain much military exploits. Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, and the others also left the palace. Every star army and casual cultivator who saw Liu Yi greeted Liu Yi with respect. This time, he was respected not because Liu Yi was the direct disciple of Miss Yu's second daughter, but because Liu Yi destroyed half of the main ship teleportation array of the Raksha clan on the battlefield, and also cooperated with the Star Realm army to destroy the three companies. Blood Prison Army. Such a record is naturally respected by everyone. In particular, Liu Yi is just a cultivator who has crossed the tribulation, which shocked more monks. Just crossing the realm of robbery, there is such a performance. It even surpassed many enchanting characters at the level of angels. These days, almost everyone is talking about Liu Yi. Liu Yi also met Long Yuan, Bianjian, and others. At this moment, they were all red and smiling. By following Liu Yi, their rewards are good. The most important thing is that it is safe and no one died. Looking at many casual cultivators who came with them, many cultivators died. Even if they were immortals, they might not be able to save their lives on such a battlefield, let alone powerful cultivators. One can imagine how lucky they were this time. After seeing Liu Yi, Long Yuan and others smiled at Liu Yi one by one. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi, I heard that you have retreated, and it seems that you have made a lot of progress. As expected of fellow Daoist Liu Yi. Liu Yi also greeted them with a smile. Afterwards, Liu Yi and Peak Lord Ling Luo went to meet Yu Tianfeng together. Seeing Liu Yi, Yu Tianfeng nodded with a smile. Xiao Yi, have you left the customs? How did you get it? Seeing Yu Tianfeng's charming smile, Lu Hiking and the others beside him were speechless. They had never seen Yu Tianfeng with such a good attitude. But when they thought that the other party was Liu Yi, they were relieved again. There is indeed some progress, both in terms of immortality and law. Everyone was full of question marks, and looked at Liu Yi with the expression of looking at a monster. As immortals, they naturally understand how difficult it is to comprehend fairy arts and laws. It is normal for 30 or even 300 years of retreat without any comprehension. What about Liu Yi? There has been some progress in 3 years. What kind of monster is this? Yu Tianfeng nodded more satisfied. Not bad, but cultivation is the foundation. You have only just crossed the realm of tribulation, and your cultivation is a bit low. You need to practice hard in the future to improve your cultivation. Liu Yi smiled and said, I understand, thank you Uncle Yu for your guidance. Well, by the way, Ling Luo, go back when you have time, and take Xiao Yi back with you by the way. He is your direct disciple, and he is also a member of my Yu family. It is a pity for such a genius to stay in Tianming. Yu Tianfeng said. Ling Luo Peak Master nodded, I see. Several people chatted for a while, and after that, Yu Tianfeng said that he would guard at dawn for another 2 years, and he would not leave until he was sure that the Raksha army had completely left. In case the Raksha tribe fights back, it will be a disaster for Tianming. Of course, there is another reason, a group of monks from the astral army need to repair the destroyed planet. After all, there are many planets that have been battered by the war. If they don't repair them, they will explode tens of thousands of years later, which will not be good for the entire galaxy. And Liu Yi and others are naturally fine. Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, and the others, together with Peak Master Ling Luo and the monks from the various holy places of Tianming, returned to Tianming through the teleportation platform. Chapter 278 Shock brought by the Resurrection Technique. Coming out of the hole, Liu Yi saw many acquaintances of Tianming. There is a Buddhist monk, that young and handsome Buddha's aura is much stronger than before, obviously he has gained a lot on the battlefield. After all, such a battle is like an abyss of death for a monk of the powerful level, and there may be a danger of death at any time. The strings in the brain are always tense, which greatly improves the strength. At the same time, Liu Yi also saw the monks of the Taewang Sword Sect, but unlike the Buddha sect, the atmosphere inside the Taewang Sword Sect was very silent. Liu Yi took a look. The monks of the Taewang Sword Sect were all pale and their breath was weak. Compared with the last time I saw them, the number of them was much smaller. Moreover, Liu Yi was stunned when he found that Feng Buming was not there. Not only Liu Yi, Lin Qifeng, and Feng Buming of the Excalibur School are both sword cultivators, they exchange sword skills from time to time, they can be said to be enemies and friends, and he is also a little surprised that Feng Buming is not here. Liu Yi walked towards Taewang Jian Zone. As an existence who has made great achievements on the immortal battlefield, Liu Yi's every move attracts everyone's attention. All the monks were taken aback and looked at Liu Yi. The monks of Taewang Jianzong didn't expect Liu Yi to come over, they were all stunned and a little nervous. The monk standing at the front of Taewang Sword Sect was Nan Yuking, who had helped Liu Yi several times in the Haizu battlefield and before. Liu Yi smiled, Senior Nan Yuking. Nan Yuking was taken aback, smiled wryly, and waved his hands again and again, I don't dare to call you a senior. You are already a strong person at the level of a fairy, so I should call you a senior. Liu Yi smiled, since that's the case, you and I can be called friends. Nan Yuking was silent for a while, but still nodded slightly, since fellow deist Liu Yi has said so, then I'd rather be respectful than obedient. Liu Yi nodded and asked, by the way, where is Feng Buming? These words froze Nan Yuking and several powerful figures of the Taewang Sword Sect. Nan Yuking sighed bitterly, and said, I don't know how shallow the fortune is. During the counterattack before the Luoka clan retreated, the dead gone. You must know that Feng Buming's talent is the best in the Taewang Sword Sect in the past 10,000 years, and there is even hope of becoming an immortal in the future, which is placed high hopes by the Taewang Sword Sect. Unexpectedly, he died unexpectedly, and all the monks of Taewang Jianzong were a little hard to accept. Hearing this, Liu Yi fell silent for a moment. Although many people died in the battle, and some of them were monks that Liu Yi had met several times, Feng Buming and Liu Yi had known each other a long time ago, and had discussed with each other many times. Before the battle between King Kaiuhua and Liu Yi, she also stood up to speak out for Liu Yi. They were one of the few friends of Liu Yi, who unexpectedly died. Liu Yi felt a little sad. But soon, Liu Yi suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He looked at Nan Yuking and said, "Can Feng Buming leave a personal relic? A relic with his breath will do." Hearing this, Nan Yuking was taken aback for a moment, then thought of something, and took out a broken hilt. "I was accidentally killed by Yu Bo. His magic weapon is very extraordinary, so he kept it." Liu Yi had a strange expression on his face, because he was the one who gave this magic weapon. There are too many treasures of heaven and earth in his hand, and he has also refined a lot of spiritual weapons. Knowing that Feng Buming was going to the battlefield, he specially gave Feng Unming a top-grade spiritual weapon long sword, but he did not expect that there were still some leftovers. A cut. "Fellow Daoist Liu Yi, what do you want this relic for?" Nan Yuking asked curiously. Not only he was curious, but all the Taiwang sword sect monks, as well as Ling Luo Peak Master and others were very surprised and curious. Liu Yi smiled, "It's useful." He took the half of the hilt of the long sword, and after that, Liu Yi's whole body erupted with aura, and even used the ascension to immortal art. His cultivation base was directly raised to the level of a fairy, and the terrifying aura shook the ground. The monks around him were all powerful, but they kept retreating, their faces pale. The clouds in the sky were also shaken away by Liu Yi's breath. What is this kid going to do? Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Lu Ningxuang and the others with a confused face and asked. The four looked at each other and shook their heads. They also don't know. At this moment, all the monks who came back from the planetary fortress looked at Liu Yi in bewilderment. But at this moment in Liu Yi's eyes, mysterious and incomparable Dao patterns flickered, and green brilliance erupted from Liu Yi's body, exuding a gentle and natural atmosphere. On the ground around the teleportation array, flowers and plants grew, and with Liu Yi as the center, the entire area turned into a sea of flowers. This is the power of the laws of nature. Yun Xi, as the immortal body of 10,000 flowers, naturally understood what the power of laws was. She was very surprised, it's such a powerful power of law. Liu Yi's natural law far surpasses mine. I'm afraid it's half or 6%. As a fairy body, Yun Xi has also begun to master the law, but even now, her power of the law is only just 10%. Peak Lord Ling Luo has black lines all over his head, and his whole body is confused. It's alright if this guy's law of space is strong, but why is the law of nature so strong? And I heard that he has swordsmanship and strength magic, so I'm afraid he is not weak in swordsmanship and power law. How did he cultivate his comprehension? As this kid's master, she doesn't even have such a powerful law. However, Peak Master Ling Luo saw the appearance of a series of patterns, gathered around Liu Yi, and asked with some doubts, Yun Xi, you master the laws of nature, do you know what this kid is doing? Yun Xi shook his head, I don't know. Senior brother seems to be using fairy magic? Do you still want to resurrect Feng Buming? Donggong Minjiu laughed to herself as she said. Minjiu, what are you thinking? How could someone be able to resurrect others? No matter how perverted the younger brother is, it's impossible, right? Jian Ruyu said speechlessly. Even Lu Ningxuang nodded in agreement. No, there is really a means of resurrection. Peak Master Ling Luo's voice sounded, causing Lu Ningxuang and the others to stare at Peak Master Ling Luo with wide eyes in astonishment. Peak Lord Ling Luo smiled and said, however, those who can do this are all extremely powerful beings, and even Jingxian can't do it. Only when you reach the level of a fairy king can you hope to revive others. This kid, how can it be possible to do this when you have just crossed the tribulation realm? At this moment, endless natural force emerged and turned into a green beam of light, enveloping Liu Yi. This natural force is so strong that all monks who have not recovered from serious injuries feel that their injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of them widened their eyes and exclaimed again and again. Soon, the beam of light dissipated, and everyone's eyes widened with horror. Because in front of Liu Yi, there was another figure. It is unknown. At this moment, Feng Unming was wearing clothes made of leaves, and looked around blankly. The clothes were presented by Liu Yi's resurrection. After all, he didn't wear clothes when he was resurrected. Feng Buming was very confused at the moment. Am I dead? Liu Yi's face was a little pale at the moment. He tried the method of resurrection for the first time, and found that the consumption was higher than he imagined. Feng Buming was only in the realm of fusion, and within a few days of his death, he actually consumed almost normal spiritual energy to bring him back to life. Of course, this also has something to do with the fact that the unknown body remains. It took a lot of spiritual energy to reshape his physical body with the power of nature and restrain his soul. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Don't think about it, you are alive, I saved it." Feng Buming still couldn't believe it, touched his arm and body, then looked at Liu Yi, his eyes were reddish, and he was about to kneel down for Liu Yi. Liu Yi stopped him with a wave of his hand. "If you have something to say, don't just kneel." Feng Buming took a deep breath, looked at Liu Yi seriously, and said, "Brother Liu, I died once, since you saved this life, it will be yours from now on, and from now on, you will be my master. As long as you with one order, the subordinates are willing to go through fire and water, and they will do whatever they want." Liu Yi's head was full of black lines. "My lord! What kind of secondary disease is this?" He said speechlessly, "I don't need you to go through fire and water, if you die this time, don't die next time, just practice hard." "Yes, my lord." "Don't call me my lord." "Yes, master, hey?" Feng Buming looked at Liu Yi with a confused face. "Then what should this subordinate call you?" "Whatever you called it before is fine now." "How can I do that? This is blasphemy, this is disrespect to the Lord. How can a subordinate be worthy of being called brothers and sisters with the Lord?" Feng Buming objected immediately. Liu Yi. He was a little suspicious. Did he fail to master the ability of resurrection, and resurrected his brain crookedly when the resurrection seal was unknown? Seeing Feng Buming's determined look, Liu Yi thought for a while and said, "Then you can call me young master Liu. Anyway, people from the astral army also called him that, so it's not bad." Feng Buming heaved a sigh of relief and nodded heavily, "Yes, young master Liu. You go back first." Feng Unming nodded and turned back. At this moment, all the monks froze in place, looking at the revived Feng Unming, their minds full of question marks. The same is true for all the monks of the Taiwang sword sect, who stared blankly at Feng Buming. Feng Buming clasped his fists and said, "Old ancestor, unknown is dead." Only then did Nan Yuking and the others come to their senses. Looking at the resurrected Feng Unming, the corners of his mouth trembled violently, then he took a deep breath and nodded repeatedly, "Okay. Okay. Okay." Then he looked at Liu Yi, bowed deeply to Liu Yi, made a big gift, and said seriously, "Brother Liu, I don't know that it is very important to my Taiwang sword sect. Your kindness will never be forgotten by our Taiwang sword sect. As I didn't say clearly, if you have any orders in the future, Brother Liu, just ask. Taiwang Jianzong will go through fire and water, and he will do whatever he wants." Nan Yuking's words were resounding, and his attitude was very firm. Liu Yi just smiled. Fellow Daoist Nan is serious. Although Feng Buming has been resurrected, he is still very weak. Take him back to recuperate for a while. Nan Yuking nodded, took Feng Unming, and left with a group of monks from the Taiwang sword sect. Under everyone's gaze, Liu Yi returned to Peak Master Ling Luo and the others. Liu Yi found that Ling Luo, Peak Master and others were looking at him strangely, and felt something was wrong. "Master, senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? Stinky boy, tell me honestly, are you the reincarnation of an immortal?" Peak Master Ling Luo stared at him with a fierce face. "Liu Yi? Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. I have a fever, please take a day off. I accidentally got sunburned, and I have a terrible headache, I really can't write. The author asks for a day off. Everyone, please protect your body. Chapter 279 Ascension to Immortal. Liu Yi said speechlessly, Master, what are you thinking? How could I be the reincarnation of the immortal? Ling Luo Peak Master had a look of disbelief. Then how did you master the means of resurrection just by crossing the tribulation realm? Liu Yi smiled and said, didn't I retreat for a period of time before, and I realized some natural laws and fairy arts. I realized a very deep realm of a fairy art that I got by chance before, and it will happen naturally. Ling Luo Peak Master and the others were speechless. A celestial art practiced to a very high level, can actually use the means of resurrection? How advanced is this? Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at Liu Yi like a monster, even Lu Ningxuang and the others beside him had weird faces. Even they are like this, let alone other monks, looking at Liu Yi at this moment, they all look in awe. Liu Yi's strength even surpassed their imagination. Life, old age, sickness, and death, in the face of absolute strength, do not seem to be irreversible. Even the Star Realm army in front of the stage is shocked at this moment. When he returned to Bianzong, a group of monks from Bianzong had already come out to greet him. Lao Liu, Mother, Wu Qingfeng, Ming Lao, Xian Lao and others saw that Liu Yi and the others had returned safely, all of them smiled and felt relieved. Their strength is not strong, and they did not go to the Starfield battlefield, so they could only wait at dawn. And when the Rakshasa army attacked Tianming before, even though there was a large defensive formation, the terrifying fluctuations still shook the entire surface of the planet. Standing on the ground, they could clearly see the brilliance of spiritual power like endless waves, which made them feel anxious. Now, the Raksha clan retreated, Liu Yi and others returned, and everyone returned to their previous appearance. Liu Yi went home and stayed with Lao Liu and his mother for a while, and accompanied them. Lu Ningxuang naturally followed Liu Yi. But Ling Luo Peak Master didn't join in the fun, and went back to Ling Luo Peak first. After staying at home for a few days, Liu Yi and the five returned to Ling Luo Peak together. In Liu Yi's cave, the four of Lu Ningxuang sat on the chairs exhaustedly. During this period of time on the battlefield, my mind has been tense, and my heart is very tired. Seeing the lazy four people, Liu Yi suddenly thought of something and smiled, by the way, I have a surprise to tell you. The four of Lu Ningxuang were taken aback, and looked at Liu Yi. Pervert junior brother, what surprise? Could it be that senior brother got something good again? Donggong Minjiahu chuckled, is there something like a fairy artifact? Liu Yi smiled slightly, almost, haven't I been deducing the immortal level exercises before? Now I have achieved results. Through the dual cultivation of yin and yang, I can comprehend the Dao, and I can also use the big formation to enhance your strength. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and the others all blushed. A little bit of anticipation and a little bit of embarrassment. Liu Yi's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and the gap between them and Liu Yi is getting wider and wider. The four of Lu Ningxuang are eager to improve their own strength. But Liu Yi's Kung Fu is indeed of the dual cultivation type, and they understand how beastly Liu Yi's dual cultivation is. Even if the four of them go together, they are not Liu Yi's opponents. Why does it have to be a dual cultivation method? Junior brother, you are really full of bad thoughts. Lu Ningxuang said helplessly. Liu Yi coughed earnestly, how can you say that? It's just that for us, dual cultivation exercises are the fastest way to improve our cultivation base, so I naturally choose this one. Moreover, the law of yin and yang is applied to Taoist companions. It is also very beneficial for condensing a large formation. Don't talk about it, I will teach you how to practice now. As he said that, the smile on Liu Yi's face gradually became presumptuous, and he led the four of them back into the room. 10,000 words omitted here. It has to be said that Liu Yi did not expect that the effect of the Dao Yin Yang Immortal Sutra he had comprehended was better than he imagined. Until Lu Ningshuang and the others were unable to fight anymore, Liu Yi's cultivation had improved a lot compared to before. If he came a few more times, he probably broke through directly. It's a pity that the four of Lu Ningshuang couldn't bear such a frequency. Liu Yi felt a little regretful. In the end, Liu Yi also had to think about the four of them, let them rest for a while, and go to the practice room to practice by himself. As the Rakshasa army retreated, Tianming returned to calm. Liu Yi also resumed his normal practice life. I usually practice by myself, double cultivation, and then practice various skills such as alchemy, weapon refining, spiritual food, and spiritual wine. Every day is very leisurely. Because of the Dao Yin Yang Xian Jing, Liu Yi's cultivation speed is very fast. In just 90 years, Liu Yi broke through to the 10th floor of Transcending Tribulation. After reaching the 10th floor of Transcendence Tribulation, Liu Yi was somewhat looking forward to the task that he had issued to himself. Task: I want to break through the 11th floor. Reward: 1 * Chaos Orb. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. The rewards for this mission did not disappoint Liu Yi either. The Chaos Orb looked like a good thing. Liu Yi became more motivated to practice. After spending 32 years, Liu Yi broke through to the 11th floor. Another 40 years later, Liu Yi reached the 12th floor of Transcending Tribulation. 44 years later, Liu Yi finally successfully reached the 13th floor of Transcending Tribulation. In the end, another 50 years later, Liu Yi reached the peak of the 13th floor of Transcendence Tribulation. In this way, Liu Yi only needs to break through the bottleneck to become a fairy. He sat cross-legged, arranged a complex formation in the training room, and began to retreat. The Rakshasa fruit tree next to it released extremely rich aura and strands of fairy aura. Liu Yi took out drops of star marrow, opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing all the star marrow, aura, and fairy aura into his stomach. The terrifying power turned into a torrent, and under Liu Yi's control, it turned into a sharp sword light, stabbing towards the bottleneck. Boom boom boom. The roaring sound was endless, and in the training room, the sound of the Dao sounded, the Dao Yun circulated, and the visions emerged one after another, like a fairyland. If Liu Yi hadn't arranged a very powerful defensive formation, such visions might have spread throughout the entire eastern region. Liu Yi was neither happy nor sad, and the impact did not stop at all, and it lasted for several months. Finally, a slight click sounded, waking Liu Yi awake. The bottleneck is broken. Liu Yi took a deep breath and took out the Chaos Orb. The Chaos Bead is a pigeon egg-sized bead. It is grey and white inside, and it seems to contain all the colors. The mysterious Dao patterns flicker and disappear indefinitely. Liu Yi feels a little dizzy even after looking at it. The knowledge contained in this kind of Dao pattern is too mysterious and complicated. Even if he has mastered various laws to a high level, it is still a bit overwhelming. That is to say, Liu Yi, if he was a different monk, even Jingxian, as long as he didn't understand the law enough, he might go mad and eventually become a Taoist. This is only a small part of the danger of the Chaos Orb. The Chaos Orb is only the size of a pigeon egg, but it is as heavy as a planet. Liu Yi's physical body was already extremely strong, and he still couldn't bear such a weight. Bones creaked. He took a deep breath and swallowed the Chaos Orb. Afterwards, Liu Yi's body was torn apart, blood spurted out, and even crystal-clear bones could be seen. The power contained in the Chaos Orb is too amazing. Even with a body like Liu Yi, it is difficult to bear it completely. The collapse is going on all the time. If it is not stopped, Liu Yi's physical body will eventually be completely crushed by the Chaos Orb. However, Liu Yi naturally would not allow the power of the Chaos Orb to destroy his body. He tried his best to run the laws of nature and cast the resurrection of all things. The powerful recovery ability contained in the resurrection of all things stopped Liu Yi's broken body and began to recover little by little. While the physical body was being destroyed and recast, a series of chaotic Dao patterns gradually imprinted on every part of Liu Yi's body, every inch of flesh and bone shone with the brilliance of chaotic Dao patterns. The power contained in the Chaos Orb is extremely vast, and in just an instant, the bottleneck where the cracks had originally appeared was washed away. As Liu Yi absorbed the Chaos Orb and used the powerful Chaos Qi to build a foundation, his cultivation began to rise steadily. The way of heaven seemed to be in turmoil, and the entire galaxy near Tianming flickered slightly. Waves of fairy air passed through Liu Yi's defensive formation and merged into Liu Yi's body. Liu Yi's physical body was being reshaped little by little. His physical body is changing from a mortal body to an immortal body. Not only that, the extremely rich spiritual power in Liu Yi's body is also changing to a higher level of fairy power at this moment. A powerful wave spread from the inside out, making Liu Yi very addicted. With the improvement of his cultivation base, Liu Yi's strength changed qualitatively. He also used the remaining Chaos Orbs one by one, completely stabilizing his cultivation base at the celestial level. After reaching the celestial level, Liu Yi took a step and left the training room. He didn't stop at Ling Luo Peak, but rushed directly into the sky and came into the vacuum. Ascension Thunder Tribulation is the most powerful thunder tribulation in the mortal realm, enough to wipe out most of the tribulation transcending monks in ashes. As for Liu Yi himself, his strength is extremely strong, and his Ascension Tribulation may be even more terrifying. If he stays on the surface, it may be an immeasurable loss to Tianming. Not to mention destroying a planet as big as Tianming, but destroying a large domain is probably not a joke. With the appearance of Liu Yi, the terrifying aura of the celestial immortal level dissipated. Throughout the dawn, all the monks' expressions changed drastically, and they looked up at the sky. Even monks in the realm of Qi training can feel an unimaginable power rising. Peak Lord Ling Luo, Granny Yuanling, Wang Jianyuan, Taoist Mu, and other immortals were all shocked. Lu Ningshuang and others, King Kaiuhua, Tianlong Shenzi, Lei Yinshenv, and others also looked shocked at the sky. Is it Liu Yi's breath? The boy, has he ascended? The speed is faster than my mother thought, and this breath is too outrageous, right? All the monks were shocked. A group of monks jumped into the air one after another and came to the near vacuum area. They looked at Liu Yi in the distance with different expressions. In the vacuum, Liu Yi looked up at himself with a speechless expression. Pieces of purple sea of thunder are condensing, there is no dark cloud in it, it is completely thunder calamity formed by the condensing of heavenly thunder. That terrifying power of destruction was the first time Liu Yi encountered it after breaking through so many realms. It's outrageous. Boom! The endless destructive thunder, like a stormy sea, directly turned into a frenzy, and rushed towards Liu Yi, drowning Liu Yi, without even saying hello. Thunder fell on Liu Yi's body, trying to wipe Liu Yi out completely. He is so powerful that even Tian Dao can't stand it anymore. However, even so, after Liu Yi absorbed the Chaos Orb, his physical body has improved again. Even if such a powerful thunder falls on Liu Yi's body, it will only make Liu Yi's skin a little more scorched. What harm? Liu Yi seemed to feel the wrath of heaven from above the thunder. He is also very helpless, his physical body is too strong, and he doesn't give Tian Dao any face at all. As for the monks in the distance, it was the first time they saw such a thunder disaster at this moment, and their expressions were numb and they were very stunned. This thunder disaster, what's the situation? There are no thunder clouds, and it is completely composed of sky thunder? Three-color sky thunder, red-gold sky thunder, black and yellow sky thunder, there are dozens of rare sky thunders here. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi, what kind of unreasonable thing have you done? This is the first time this old man has seen such a thunder. When Jingxian was ascending, did there be such a thunder? Where is the fairy? Both Bianjian and Long Yuan didn't leave, they were hanging out with Wang Jianyuan and Taoist Mu at the moment, and they were discussing at the moment. While they were discussing, on the other side, Peak Master Ling Luo and Granny Yuan Ling stood together, Granny Yuanling looked at the Thunder Sea in the distance with a shocked expression on her face. Miss! This thunder tribulation, isn't it too strong? Ling Luo Peak Master was also shocked, and nodded, yes, even the ancestor, when he ascended, I am afraid that there is no such powerful thunder calamity. The ancestor said in his autobiography that when he ascended, he triggered 9 kinds of rare sky thunder, which can be said to be unique in all ages. That old guy really knows how to talk big. Granny Yuanling. She has black lines all over her head. The ancestor of the Yu family is in existence at the level of a fairy, how could she speak big words? People don't bother talking big, okay? It can only be said that Master Liu Yi's thunder disaster is too exaggerated. However, Granny Yuanling naturally didn't want to say that to pique Master Ling Luo. She smiled dryly and didn't answer. Ling Luo Peak Lord's eyes flickered, and he muttered, Ascension Tribulation actually triggered dozens of rare sky thunders. This kid is probably not the reincarnation of the Immortal Venerable. How can the reincarnation of the Immortal Venerable be so strong? This kid can't be the one in the legend. Immortal King or even Immortal Emperor reincarnated. Ling Luo Peak Master couldn't believe it. After all, looking at the entire universe, the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor have not been born for billions of years. Immortal Venerable is the strongest in the entire universe. No one knows where the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor went. However, some legends reveal that the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor may have something to do with the 9 Netherlands and the restricted areas that spread in the universe. However, according to the speculation of the ancestors of the Yu family, some extremely ancient families in the universe may have immortal kings or even immortal emperors sleeping. Of course, this is just speculation. Peak Lord Ling Luo felt that he might have encountered a living immortal king or even the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. This person turned out to be my mother's direct disciple? Peak Lord Ling Luo felt that this wave of blood was boring, and how many disciples he took in, he could receive such a boss? Wonderful! At this moment, in the sky thunder, endless splendor emerged from the void. The sound of Dao sounded from the vacuum, and the Dao pattern filled the entire vacuum, covering the sky. The aura of the entire starry sky was surging towards Tianming, turning into pieces of spiritual rain, pouring down towards Tianming. It's been a difficult chapter. My head still hurts badly, but it's better than yesterday. Let's go to bed first. One update today, it should be fine tomorrow, and 2 updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 280 Tianming transforms immortal stars, eternal sages. The spiritual rain was falling, and the concentration of spiritual energy in Tianming increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the nourishment of the spiritual rain, the cultivation base of many monks has improved rapidly, and they have almost broken through the realm in just a short moment. And the sound of Dao also spread throughout Tianming, Dao Guang and Dao in flickering, containing incomprehensible mysterious truths, making all monks intoxicated in a trance, and fell into comprehension. Even a few celestial beings, looking at Dao Guang and listening to Dayan at this moment, feel a lot of insights coming to their hearts. As the saying goes, one person attains the Tao, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. The thunder calamity attracted by Liu Yi Duji was so powerful and terrifying, so he naturally got a corresponding gift. The entire Tianming cultivator benefited from Liu Yi's breakthrough, not to mention the improvement in cultivation, so did his perception. Even, the concentration of aura throughout Tianming has been greatly increased. The whole dawn is undergoing metamorphosis. Although Wang Jianyuan and other immortals didn't understand what happened, they could naturally feel such a huge change, and their faces were horrified and incomprehensible. As the monks of the Yu family, Ling Luo Peak Master and Granny Yuanling have seen a lot, so naturally they have seen more. Ling Luo Peak Master watched pieces of spiritual jade fall to the ground, turning into rich spiritual energy, nourishing the whole Tianming. The mountains and rivers of Tianming became more beautiful, the lakes were bluer, and the sea also contained endless spiritual light. Many fierce beasts raised their heads and roared. She was extremely frightened, and muttered, "This brat has been rewarded by the deist." It is rumored that only the outstanding people who have been recognized by the deist will have such a reward. Isn't it so exaggerated? This posture, it looks like it is going to raise the entire star into fairyland, right? Granny Yuanling beside her was also very shocked. "Master Lu Yi, you have the appearance of a fairy king. Maybe in the future, there is really hope to surpass the ancestor." Soon, the two were even more surprised, because they discovered that strands of fairy spirit appeared in Tianming. That is the fairy spirit that can only exist in the fairy star, and it unexpectedly appeared. This means that Tianming has really become a fairy star. With the nourishment of fairy energy, the acquired creatures will have much higher talents, and there will even be innate creatures who are just born as nascent souls, or even at the level of Hua Shen Dongxiu. And after being nourished by the spirit of the fairy, the number of immortals who have the aptitude for ascension and can ascend to immortality will also increase significantly. Often even the weakest fairy star has hundreds of fairy-level existences. And the original Tianming was considered an extremely powerful existence among the mortal stars, and there were only a few dozen immortals wandering outside. Tianming's changes continued, and soon, Peak Master Ling Luo and Granny Yuanling both discovered that the spirit energy in an area had become very strong. The two were stunned, looked over, and then noticed that it was the direction of Ling Lufeng. The rich fairy spirit soared into the sky, causing a little bit of starlight, which was extremely gorgeous. "That's the immortal tree that young Master Lu Yi planted these years. Thanks to Dao's feedback, they are all growing rapidly. The earliest batch is probably about to mature." Granny Yuanling thought of something and said in amazement. Ling Luo Peak Master next to him was full of black lines, almost forgot that kid planted so many fairy trees before. Even if there is no Dao to repay them, when these fairy trees are all mature, even if the whole Tianming cannot be turned into immortal domain, at least, Qingzhou may become an immortal domain. Peak Master Ling Luo suddenly remembered that he had said before that if that kid could find many fairy trees, he would call him father? Presumably that kid must have forgotten it, if not, then she can only use violent means to force him to forget it. That's right. Now that Daoist is feeding back, the whole Tianming is evolving. There are immortal trees mature in the direction of Bianzong. I'm afraid it will become a paradise. It won't be bad. Granny Yuanling said. Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded slightly. It is the good fortune of Biun Sect to have this kid here. I am afraid that Biun Sect will produce a few strong people at the Xianxian level in the future. If there are one or two Tianjiao like Ning Shuang, it may not be impossible to produce a golden fairy. The two stopped communicating soon, because Dayan and Dao Guang became more and more intense, and they had to enter the perception. Otherwise, it would be a loss for them to miss such an opportunity. Time passed, I don't know how long it has passed. The sea of thunder gradually dissipated, turned into a little bit of thunder, and disappeared into the vacuum. Lu Yi stood in a vacuum, and there were still lightning arcs around him that did not dissipate. His breath is very calm, like a mortal. But everyone knows, how can a mortal survive in a vacuum? He slowly opened his eyes, a grey-white stream of light flashed in his eyes, which seemed to contain endless Dao patterns. After absorbing the chaos orb and breaking through to the heavenly immortal, Lu Yi felt that his state had changed again. In Lu Yi's sight, the avenue became something that could be seen. Yes, Lu Yi discovered that he could actually see the rules of the Dao, and the mysterious and incomparable Dao patterns shown in the sky and the earth, as if the extremely precise formation patterns formed an endless formation. This is Dao's natural Dao pattern. When the universe was born, the Dao was born, and the Dao pattern spread along with the Dao, evolving the endless rules in the universe. Lu Yi looked at the endless Dao pattern, and suddenly realized something in his heart. No wonder there are rumors that the formation path was derived from the ancient sages based on the Dao pattern, and it seems to be true. Formation Dao can be regarded as a simplified form of Dao, and has the most extensive abilities, but it is also the most esoteric and unavoidable. At this moment, Liu Yi can actually directly observe the Dao pattern of the Dao, which he himself did not expect. Probably because he devoured the Chaos Orb, the Dao was born in the Chaos, and after merging the Chaos, his whole body evolved, so he could see the rules of the Dao in operation. Ordinary celestial beings shouldn't be able to see it, but I don't know if higher-level celestial beings can see this. Liu Yi blinked his eyes, the grey light in his eyes gradually subsided, and the Dao pattern of the whole world disappeared. Liu Yi exhaled slightly. Although he can see the Dao pattern is too mysterious, and he can't fully understand it in his current state, and he may even be attracted by the endless truth in it, and become addicted to it. Knowledge is also a kind of poison that people love and hate. However, Liu Yi is looking forward to it. When he can fully comprehend these Dao patterns, then he will be able to move the Dao patterns, and the whole world will move with him. Liu Yi stopped thinking about it and looked around. After his breakthrough, the immortals who had been watching flew over. Ha 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 ha, fellow Daoist Liu Yi, congratulations! Once he ascended, he broke out of the cocoon and became a butterfly. Long Yuan smiled brightly. He was saved by Liu Yi, and he was very happy for Liu Yi's rapid ascension and breakthrough. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi, you have blessed the hundreds of millions of living beings in Tianming. From today onwards, you may be a sage in Tianming. Bianjian also said with a smile. That's right, your ascension was able to attract such a vast spiritual rain, watering the entire Tianming, increasing the concentration of Tianming's spiritual energy many times, and even giving birth to fairy spirit. Our Tianming, the future will be a fairy star. Even Wang Jianyuan was excited. Others were equally excited. They are all immortals who spoke out at dawn, they have all traveled to the Sea of Stars, and they all understand how huge the gap between Fanxing and Xianxing is. It can be said that for the creatures on Fangxing, they may not be able to reach the starting point of beings on Xianxing even if they struggle for a lifetime. And Liu Yi, with his own power, turned Tianming, who was a mortal star, into a fairy star. It is conceivable what a great merit this is. All living beings in Tianming, not only the human race, but even the monster race and sea race, must sing praises. It can be said that he is a true sage, unmatched throughout the ages. That's right, we will be immortal stars after dawn, ha ha ha. In the future, our immortals who go out at dawn will be able to hold their heads high even in the entire Tianluo starfield. All the immortals smiled. At this moment, two breaths approached quickly, it was Ling Luo Peak Master and Yuan Ling Granny. Seeing the two of them, a group of immortals hurriedly greeted them respectfully, Second Miss, Senior Yuan Ling. Peak Master Ling Luo nodded slightly, looked at Liu Yi, and said with a cheerful smile, Stinky boy, it's not bad, you turned Tianming into a fairy star with your own power, you can be called a sage of all ages. Liu Yi looked embarrassed, Master, the honor is too high, I'm just a coincidence. Ling Luo Peak Master had black lines all over his head, and rolled his eyes. Who knows how many coincidences this kid has? Let's go back first. Peak Lord Ling Luo said. Liu Yi nodded. Wang Jianyuan and the others next to him seemed to be in mourning. They all knew that Liu Yi's spiritual food and spirit wine were excellent, and they wanted to celebrate Liu Yi's ascension by eating and drinking. As a result, Liu Yi was dragged back by Peak Master Ling Luo, and their wish was of course come to nothing. They would never dare to ask them to stop Peak Lord Ling Luo. When they returned to Bianzong, Liu Yiren was a little stupid. At this moment, the Biun Sect's aura turned into mist, floating among the mountains like clouds. Liu Yi could even see wisps of fairy spirit floating among the clouds. On the mountain trails and squares of the Biun Sect, there are monks sitting cross-legged, exhaling, with aura flickering all over their bodies, Dao patterns circulating, and their cultivation base is improving rapidly. Liu Yi even saw a lot of young monks realize the artistic conception. This is the artistic conception. When Liu Yi was still a young disciple, only a very small number of Tianjiao experts could realize it. Didn't expect it to be a bad street now? Surprised? Ling Luo Peak Master stood in the air, looked at the monks below, and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to you." Look in the direction of Ling Luo Peak. Liu Yi naturally also noticed Ling Lufeng's abnormality. At this moment, Ling Luo Peak is close to the peak, and there are several ancient trees shining with mysterious light standing. Some of these ancient trees contain starlight, some surround sword intent, some escape cold mist, and so on. These are the fairy trees grown from the fairy tree seeds that Liu Yi obtained through various tasks. Although these years, Liu Yi and Yun Xi have often used the laws of nature to give birth to immortal trees, but this is an immortal tree with an extremely long growth cycle. How can it fully grow so quickly? Didn't expect to seem to have matured a lot now? After these fairy trees matured, they exuded an incomparably rich fairy spirit, which made the entire Ling Luo Peak seem to be alive. Is it because of the impact of my breakthrough? In the depths of Liu Yi's eyes, there was a mysterious grey-white streamer flashing, and he could see that Ling Lufeng's innate Dao pattern was far more profound than other areas. This is where the avenues converge. Well, your kid's breakthrough has brought great rewards, and Tianming who raised you has also benefited. The biggest benefit is being obtained by Ling Lufeng, plus the fairy tree you planted before, it will become like this. The master of Ling Luo Peak had a weird expression. Even Xian Xian, seeing Ling Luo Peak's situation, would be extremely envious. Liu Yi felt a little happy when he heard this. Is this road still good? Liu Yi and Ling Luo Peak master returned to Ling Luo Peak, but Lu Ningxuang and the others did not come out. With Liu Yi's eyes, he could see that they were cultivating and enlightening through the fluctuation of the innate Dao pattern. To Liu Yi's surprise, the starlight dear little Xing Xing, at this moment the heavenly star tree has fully matured, and the little star floated at the root of the heavenly star tree, turning into a cocoon made of starlight condensed. The interior of the cocoon contains mysterious Dao patterns, exuding extremely powerful power. Liu Yi took a look through his eyes of the Dao, and found that these Dao patterns were the Dao patterns left by the starlight deer, which were somewhat similar to the innate Dao patterns. He understands that the naturally raised fairy beasts like little Xing Xing are themselves symbols of the Dao, they are equivalent to the spokesperson of the Dao, and the power they contain is naturally similar to the power of the Dao. This little thing is lucky. Being fed by the Dao, the sky star tree has also matured, prompting it to undergo a transformation. When it wakes up, I'm afraid it will become a true fairy-level existence. Ling Luo Peak Master said. To be honest, Peak Master Ling Luo was very envious. Even she hadn't broken through to the level of a true fairy so quickly back then. Unexpectedly, this little thing was faster than her. However, the feedback brought by Liu Yi's breakthrough this time has also benefited her a lot, and she is about to break through to the Xianxian level. This is much faster than her self-cultivation. My good apprentice is still pretty good. Peak Lord Ling Luo was very proud. Liu Yi glanced at Xing Guang cocoon and nodded, that little guy is really comfortable. He eats and sleeps every day. I didn't expect to break through faster than anyone else. Liu Yi is also very envious, but he also understands that such a naturally raised fairy beast is not ordinary. After all, he was born at the level of a virtual fairy, and he doesn't know how many years it will take to transform this time. Ling Luo Peak Master nodded slightly. Outside Liu Yi's cave, Peak Master Ling Luo suddenly thought of something, and said, "By the way, I have something to tell you." Liu Yi was taken aback, and looked at Ling Luo Peak Master. What's the matter? Peak Lord Ling Luo said with a serious expression, about the 9 Nether battlefield. Thank you for the 200 points rewarded by the 08A boss, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the Wang Glongshan boss. Well, the author overestimated himself. I thought I could recover today, but I still had a severe headache. I felt a little nauseous sitting in front of the computer. It was very difficult to write 4,000 words. That's all for today. It's so uncomfortable to be in the sun, I hope I can recover soon. Chapter 281 The Ultimate Acquired Spirit Treasure, Space Immortal Art. Juyu Battlefield? What's wrong? Lu Yi asked, thinking of the areas like Luyuan Battlefield that he had heard about before. Peak Master Ling Luo said, in the Tian Luo Starfield, there is a rule that any immortal who has ascended must go to the 9 Nether battlefield to resist the 9 Nether demons, even monks from the Yu family are no exception. Hearing this, Lu Yi was stunned. Are monks from the Yu family no exception? He had heard about this from Bam and others before, but he did not expect that even monks from the Yu family would have to abide by such an obligation. He also thought that the Yu family, as the ruler of the Tian Luo Starfield, would have privileges. That's natural. As the master of the Tian Luo Starfield, the Yu family naturally needs to lead by example and resist Juyu. Many ancestors of my Yu family have guarded the various Juyu battlefields in the Tian Luo Starfield all year round. So that's the case. So what master means is that I want to go too. Ling Luo Peak Master nodded slightly. Generally speaking, the fluctuation of a monk's ascension will cause a reaction from the Dao, which will attract the forces in the relevant area. The Sky Star belongs to the sphere of influence of the Three-Eyed Clan. After a while, the Three-Eyed Clan the monks of the Eye Clan will come to pick you up. However, I will tell them when the time comes, you and I will go to the Yu family first. After all, you are my direct disciple, and you are considered a member of my Yu family. Now that you have ascended, of course you have to go back with me. Hearing this, Lu Yi was not surprised. He nodded slightly, then thought of something, and asked, what about senior sister and the others? Ling Luo Peak Master thought for a while, and said, take them with you. With their cultivation base and the Dao feedback this time, ascension is not far away. Maybe on the way back, they will ascend to immortality. After that, we will go to Juyu battlefield together. Lu Yi blinked and was stunned. Master, are you going too? Peak Lord Ling Luo rolled his eyes, and said speechlessly, that's natural. The 9 Nether battlefield is no more dangerous than other areas. Even if your kid is extremely talented, you may not be able to return safely. As your master, I will naturally take you with me. You guys together. Hearing this, Lu Yi was a little moved, and said, I didn't expect you, master, to do something like master. This guy usually likes to lick his forehead, or he likes to instruct him to make spiritual food and brew spiritual wine. He usually gives him a sermon occasionally to get him a number of epiphanies. It was the first time Lu Yi had seen this guy do such a reliable thing. Hey? What did you say? Hearing this, Peak Master Ling Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lu Yi dangerously. Lu Yi was startled, and quickly shook his head, it's nothing, I think Master really considers us too much. Only then did Ling Luo Peak Master nod in satisfaction. Okay, let's go back to practice. The Three-Eyed Monks will arrive in about a month. Use this time to consolidate your realm. Ling Luo Peak Master waved his hand and returned to the peak. Lu Yi also returned to his cave. In fact, his realm has long been consolidated. After all, using chaos orbs to build a foundation, such a foundation, even if it breaks through to the realm of celestial beings, the realm will not have any vein, it can be said to be extremely solid. However, he still has mission rewards that he hasn't received yet. When he broke through to the Celestial Immortal, Lu Yi naturally issued a breakthrough mission. Task: Breakthrough to Celestial, completed. Rewards: the best Hushan Ling Bao Small World Orb, the Golden Immortal Art Escape from Space. Whether to receive task rewards, yes/no. Although there are only 2 types of rewards for this task, they are so rich that Lu Yi almost jumped up when he first got this task. What is Hushan Ling Bao? The huge planetary war fortress back then was the Hushan Ling Bao. You know, according to Master's introduction, the planetary fortress is all made of immortal gold, and the array patterns depicted on it are also inscribed by the extremely powerful array immortals with countless years of painstaking efforts. Not to mention how difficult it is to refine this planetary fortress, just such a large amount of fairy gold is of infinite value. And such an existence is the acquired spirit treasure, not even the best. And what about the mission rewards that Liu Yi got? It is also the acquired Ling Bao, and its grade has even reached the highest level. Now that Liu Yi could check the content of the mission reward, he checked it out of curiosity. Then Liu Yi's eyes widened suddenly, showing a hint of shock. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Small world beads can be fused with monks to condense a small world in their own body. What is the practice of immortals? It is to open up the danshan in the body through the spirit of the fairy, and use the danshan as the inner world to turn it into its own small world. In his own small world, he evolved his own Dao and turned it into his own Dao domain. And this small world bead can actually condense a small world in the body. This is not his own Dao domain, it is equivalent to having an extra world for himself. Not to mention anything else, it's just that if this world can provide him with enough power, his combat ability can be greatly improved. What's more, a few days ago, when listening to the Master's lecture, the Master also said that the cultivation of immortals is the most important thing for the law. In a small world, deriving one's own Tao is deriving the laws of one's perception. In the same small world, it is quite easy to derive the first law, but if you want to integrate the second law, it will conflict with the first law. This law is derived into the small world. The same is true for 2 types of laws, 3 types, 4 types, or even more types. Every fusion of one type is a leap of difficulty. If there is an additional small world, an additional area where laws can be derived is also extremely precious. This thing, not to mention heavenly immortals, true immortals, even more powerful Xianxians, Jingxians, and even big bosses at the level of Xianjun, will be jealous. Although Liu Yi knew that the best Hushan Ling Bao was a good thing, he didn't expect it to be so good. It can only be said that it is worthy of the mission reward of Ascension. The second task reward is relatively simple and clear. Golden Immortal Art is the immortal art practiced by Golden Immortal monks, and it has extremely powerful power. However, the cultivation requirements of this powerful fairy art are also very high, and the rules have not reached a certain threshold, and even cultivation cannot be done. And this space escaping art is an extremely rare space fairy art. If it is just an immortal technique of ordinary law, then this kind of golden immortal technique can only be regarded as a pretty good reward. Well, in fact, even the golden immortal art of ordinary law is equally precious, and many golden immortals cannot use the golden immortal art. But Liu Yi's vision was raised a bit by the small world orb just now. But the golden immortal art of space law is obviously different from the golden immortal art of general law. The law of space itself is extremely rare and powerful. Coupled with the golden immortal technique, the effect will naturally be super doubled. Liu Yi glanced at it and found that this escape from space is a space escape technique. Compared with Liu Yi himself, who uses the law of space to move, using the escape technique consumes less spiritual energy, moves farther, and the process of traveling through space is shorter, and even the safety will be greatly improved. It can be said that from all aspects have been greatly enhanced. Of course, as a golden immortal technique, the cultivation requirements of escape from space are also very high, and the law of space needs to reach 50%. Fortunately, Liu Yi had already met this requirement in the realm of transcending robbery, and he was also relieved for this. Liu Yi was very curious about the power of this golden immortal technique when he practiced the escape from space technique to the limit. After writing down the escaping technique, Liu Yi immediately began to refine the small world bead. The small world orb is a precious orb that contains mysterious Dao patterns. Not all magic weapons of the Ling Bao level are refined by monks, some are born from the Dao. This kind of magic weapon born from the Dao is stronger than the one refined by monks. Liu Yi, who has the eyes of the Dao, knows best that the innate Dao pattern of the Dao is more profound than the Dao pattern realized by any monk. Cultivation by monks, in fact, is nothing more than imitating the Dao of heaven and earth and comprehending the rules of heaven and earth. In the end, they are all within the Dao, unless they transcend the Dao and achieve chaos. And this small world bead is an acquired spirit treasure born of the Dao, which contains extremely rich aura. It took Lui more than half a month to completely refine this Hushan Ling Bao. This is still Lui. After breaking through to the celestial immortal, he absorbed the chaos orb, and the extremely rich aura in his body was transformed into the aura of a fairy, and his strength was extremely powerful. Ordinary celestial beings, if they want to refine this small world bead, it may take many years. Then, Lui thought that he still had several quest rewards for improving the level of immortality, and planned to use them. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden powerful wave of breath outside, which woke him up. Lui rushed out of the cave, and soon saw two auras rising rapidly into the sky, which were auras that Lui was very familiar with. It was Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu. The breath of the two surged, and wisps of fairy power escaped from the galaxy and merged into their bodies. Lui raised his eyebrows, also a little happy. Unexpectedly, they also broke through. But thinking about it, their original cultivation base was even higher than Lui's. These days, when Lui used the Dao Yin Yang immortal scripture, his cultivation speed actually surpassed them. Even so, when Lui broke through, the two were not far away from ascension, and when Lui finally broke through, the powerful Dao reciprocated, the two were at the core position, and now ascension is also reasonable. Just before Lui ascended to the front, now there are two strong men ascending, which made the whole Tianming startled again. Long Yuan, Bianjian, Wang Jianyuan, Mu Daoran, and others gathered together. After Lui's ascent, they still haven't dispersed. After all, for the immortals, these few days are just a blink of an eye. They were drinking and discussing the Tao, feeling the breath of ascension, they were numb. Everyone has some doubts about life. What's going on? 2 more ascensions? 3 cultivators ascended within a month. Are we going to rise up at dawn? One by one, the monks rose to the sky again, went to the vacuum, and watched the catastrophe. Chapter 282 The Arrival of the Guiding Group. Lui and Peak Master Ling Luo also came to the sky. Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu's power of law surged around their bodies, ice crystals appeared on the surface of one body, and the surrounding vacuum seemed to be condensed by frost. The other one is surrounded by a sharp sword light, and the whole world is like a sea of swords. The strength of both of them is very strong, and Lei Yun naturally gathers a lot of them. The two had a good understanding, and they started crossing the catastrophe after a long distance, so as not to be disturbed by each other. After Lui and Peak Master Ling Luo arrived, Long Yuan and others from a distance flew over immediately. Second miss, friend Lui. Immortals greeted the two of them one by one. Fellow Daoist Lui has broken through to the celestial level now, so he should be going to the Juyu battlefield soon, right? Long Yuan looked at Lui. The other immortals were also curious. When they heard about the 9 Nether battlefield, their faces were filled with apprehension and even a little fear. As immortals, they have naturally been there, and they have left indelible memories there. Lui smiled and nodded. When the monks from the Three-Eyed Clan come over, we will leave. Wang Jianyuan sighed, Daoist Lui, you must be careful when you go here. The land of the 9 Nethers is extremely weird. I was eroded by the 9 Nethers at the beginning, and I ended up making a big mistake. Lui understood that Wang Jianyuan was talking about the Immortal Sword Sect, so he nodded slightly, thank you for reminding me, fellow Daoist Wang, I will pay attention. Bianjian opened his mouth, then clasped his hands together and said, fellow Daoist Lui, if you are going to the Zhenan battlefield within the Three-Eyed Clan territory, can you please help take care of Wei Kong from my Excalibur sect? Hearing this, Lui was stunned, who is Wei Kong? He is the second immortal of my divine sword sect to ascend, but he entered the Zhenan battlefield decades ago, so I don't know what's going on now. Bianjian said with a wry smile. Luyi nodded slightly. If I go to the Zhenan battlefield, I will help fellow Taoists take care of it. Having received Luyi's promise, Bianjian was overjoyed, and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you fellow Taoist Luyi." Soon, the catastrophe of Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang officially began. Both of them are people with astonishing talents, and their strength is equally strong, and the Ascension Thunder tribulation they attracted is naturally not weak. Although it is far inferior to Luyi, there are also 2 alien thunders. This made all the immortals startled and envious. In the mortal realm, they might be geniuses, but after ascension, they discovered that there are many more geniuses than them. Although Tianjia is very strong, Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang are not weak. After all, they are often pulled by Luyi to compete, and naturally they also get Luyi's perception and guidance on fairy arts and laws. Coupled with the fairy artifact that Luyi gave them, it is not particularly difficult to resist. However, disgrace is inevitable. Soon, the thunder calamity dissipated, and the 2 were soaked in blood, but their aura was many times stronger than before. They officially ascended to immortality. The injuries on the 2 of them recovered extremely quickly, and they looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Then they flew towards Luyi and the others. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Sword Ruyu. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lu Ningxuang. In the past, they were only juniors, but after becoming immortals, they are equal to the status of these seniors. Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu responded one by one. Peak Master Ling Luo nodded in satisfaction, not bad, good, go back. Long Yuan and others. Their desire to eat and drink was shattered again. The group returned to Ling Luo Peak. Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu couldn't wait to go back to the cave to retreat and consolidate their realm. They are different from Luyi. When they break through to the celestial immortal, their aura is transforming into the aura of a fairy spirit. The aura fluctuates violently, and it takes a certain amount of time to consolidate their realm. Another half-month passed. Suddenly, a void appeared in the vacuum, and a spaceship carved with a statue of the three-eyed race rushed out and flew towards Tianming. On the spaceship, Bam and several three-eyed monks looked at the dawn not far away. Several three-eyed monks looked a little nervous, and one of them looked at Bam. "Fellow Bam, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to introduce me to the guide job this time. I'm afraid the breakthrough this time is that legendary figure? The genius that even Master Yu Tianfeng praised unceasingly, the personal disciple of the second lady of the Yu family? I don't know what the temperament of that fellow Taoist is. It won't be difficult to talk, right?" Bam smiled and said, "Fellow Daoists, let's talk about it. Now that you have found me, I will try my best. From my point of view, I'm afraid it's that fellow Daoist. His talent is really strong. How long has it been? And actually ascended. But don't worry, that fellow Daoist has a very gentle personality and won't embarrass you. And the second lady is also there, this is the rule set by the Yu family, and she obviously knows it best." Hearing this, several three-eyed monks were visibly relieved. Having said that, the few of us are not familiar with that person after all. There is an acquaintance here, so it's easier to talk, isn't it? A three-eyed monk said with a smile. Bam nodded slightly, yes. The spaceship soon entered dawn, and under the guidance of Bam, it flew in the direction of Bianzong. Luyi naturally felt the powerful immortal aura appearing in Tianming, and it flew towards Bianzong. He opened his eyes, and there was a stream of light in them. "Come yet?" He turned into a streamer, left the cave, and came to the peak. "Master, I ask to see you." Luyi stood in front of the bamboo house and called. Soon, the bamboo house door opened, "Come in." Ling Luo Peak Master was lying on the bamboo couch, like a salted fish, with sleepy eyes. Since the Rakshasa army retreated, this guy has returned to his original salted fish appearance. It should be the guide who came. Ling Luo Peak Master naturally also felt the breath. At this moment, the spaceship landed not far from Bianzong. Several breaths approached quickly, and when they came outside Bianzong, they consciously stopped. Comrade Bianzong, Bam, is a friend of fellow Daoist Lu Yi. I want to meet fellow Daoist Lu Yi. Hearing this, Lu Yi's face became slightly strange. Unexpectedly, it was Bam. Ling Luo Peak Master also had a strange expression on his face. I'm afraid the guide team guessed that you were the one who ascended, otherwise they wouldn't have such a good temper when dealing with ordinary monks who have just ascended. In fact, not only Ling Luo Peak Master had a strange expression, but even Long Yuan and the others, who were planning to watch a good show, also had strange expressions at the moment. They were also attracted before, and they were not less angry at the beginning. Lu Yi didn't think much. Ling Luo Peak Master took him and flew out into the sky. Bam and several immortals from the Three-Eyed Clan were there, and after seeing Peak Master Ling Luo, Bam hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I've seen second miss. The other monks of the Three-Eyed tribe are all very discerning people. Seeing Bam's appearance, they quickly followed suit. I have met the second lady. Well, you are the guide group of the Three-Eyed Clan, right? Lu Yi can't go with you. Ah! The expressions on the faces of the three-eyed monks, including Bam, froze. Thanks to the 08A boss for the 100 points. Chapter 283 Magnificent Yuxing, a member of the Yu family. I will take Lu Yi to Yu's house first, then we will go directly to the battlefield. Peak Master Ling Luo said indifferently. Hearing this, Bam and others heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it is the Yu family's duty to guide the newly ascended celestial beings, because it concerns the 9 Netherlands, and if they fail to do their duty, the punishment will be extremely severe. And the person right now is the second miss of the Yu family. If the second miss of the Yu family doesn't let them take him away, they can't take him away. I was worried in my heart, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Since the second lady said so, then we have no problem. A monk of the Three-Eyed tribe laughed quickly. Peak Master Ling Luo nodded. Well, we're going to use the teleportation platform of the Three-Eyed Clan, and we'll be walking with you for a while. Because the range of the Tianluo star field is too huge, even with a teleportation array, it is impossible to span an extremely long distance at once. But some teleportation arrays are special. These teleportation arrays use monks who have mastered the laws of space to find weak points in space and create a stable and distant space hole. In this way, it can become a traffic node between star fields. Such nodes are all over the entire Tianluo starfield, and are often important strategic locations, guarded by a large number of strong men. It's our honor to be able to go with Miss Er and fellow Daoist Lu Yi. Because Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu were still consolidating the bottleneck, they waited for 2 months until they completely consolidated the bottleneck before they left together. Other than Lu Yi and Ling Luo Peak Master, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu, 2 newly ascended celestial beings, were also traveling with them. In addition, Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi who had not yet ascended were also brought along. After all, the 2 of them are about to ascend, so it is better to act together. A group of people bid farewell to everyone, boarded the Three-Eyed Clan's receiving spaceship together, and disappeared into the dawn. A month later. The territory of the Three-Eyed Clan, the Three-Eyed Galaxy. This is a star system with 3 stars. The 3 stars rotate in the center of the galaxy, exuding light and heat, and there are dozens of planets around them, revolving around the 3 stars. There are traces of life on these planets, all of which are life planets. This is the home galaxy of the Three-Eyed Clan, and there is a starry sky gate directly leading to the central area of the Tianluo star field, which is the fixed space hole. A spaceship appeared inside the Three-Eyed Galaxy, and it was the receiving spaceship. Inside the spaceship, Bam and other Three-Eyed monks were standing respectfully beside Ling Luo Peak Lord. Second miss, we have arrived at the Three-Eyed Galaxy. Peak Master Ling Luo looked out the window, nodded slightly, then let's go to the Star Gate. Naturally, Lu Yi, Lu Ningxuang and others were also there. They also looked out of the window, looked at the large number of planets, and felt the large amount of immortal aura contained on them, and they were all very surprised. Donggong Minjiao muttered, "There are so many immortals here. And why are all these worlds inhabitable?" Jianruya was also puzzled. Bam on the side said somewhat complacently, "You two ladies, this is the mother galaxy of our three-eyed race. It took a lot of time for our three-eyed race to develop all the planets in the entire mother galaxy array, and changed some originally uninhabitable environments into livable planets. As the mother galaxy, it naturally has the most fairy-level powerhouses of our three-eyed race. In addition, the powerful races and family forces in other regions also will communicate with us in business. Naturally there will be immortal-level powerhouses of other races and forces." Lu Yi and the others nodded in amazement. After leaving Tianming, they entered a vaster world. Soon, the spacecraft crossed the vacuum, and finally came to a vacuum area outside the planet. In that area, there is a vast and boundless metal fortress floating, and a large number of spaceships come and go around it. In the deepest part of this metal fortress, there is a huge blue doorway. Wisps of faint light flickered on the blue door opening, and many spaceships came in and out. This is the Star Gate of our Three-Eyed Clan. It is precisely because of this Star Gate that our Three-Eyed Clan can develop so fast. After all, each Star Gate is a transportation node, which can bring a lot of resources and exchanges. Opportunity. Bam proudly introduced. Lu Yi looked at the blue door opening. In his sight, there were space lines shrunk together by the door opening, and finally turned into a stable space hole. However, the most important point is that the space line in that area itself is a relatively weak area, otherwise, it would not be able to form such a stable hole. Lu Yi sighed in his heart. It seems that other monks who have mastered the laws of space still have very powerful abilities, and they can also see the difference in space. This also made Lu Yi vigilant. Although he was considered very strong in Tianming, but the Tianluo starfield is so vast, there may be many capable people. I may not be too arrogant, so as not to be beaten. The spaceship quickly flew towards the Star Gate and landed on the square of a fort. "Second Miss, the elders of our clan heard that you are coming here and want to host a banquet to welcome you. Do you want to meet?" The monk of the Three-Eyed Clan next to him asked. Ling Luo Peak Master shook his head, "Forget it now, let's talk about it when we come back. Their itinerary has already been discussed. First go to Yu's house, and then go to Jiyu battlefield to stay for 100 years, and when they come out of Jiyu battlefield, they will return to Tianming. After all, now that Tianming has also turned into a fairy star, Ling Luo Peak has planted so many fairy trees, it is not bad as a holy place for cultivation, there is no need to go to other places to practice. Of course, for Lu Yi, if he wants to improve quickly, he needs to complete tasks to get rewards. For this kind of thing, when the time comes, go out to experience yourself and do some tasks on the way. For Lu Yi, he grew up in Tianming, so he naturally has different feelings towards Tianming. If he can stay in Tianming, he will not leave. Afterwards, Peak Master Ling Luo took Lu Yi and the other 5 to leave the spaceship, and after saying goodbye to Bam and the others, they boarded Peak Master Ling Luo's spaceship, passed through the Star Gate, and passed through the mother galaxy of the Three-Eyed Clan. The area of Tianluo star field is extremely huge, and Yu family is located in the most core area. After passing through the Star Gate, the spaceship came to the vacuum again. The galaxy is vast and the stars are bright. Lu Yi and the others standing by the window widened their eyes, showing shock. In front of them, densely packed planets were neatly arranged together in a way that Lu Yi couldn't understand. These planets float quietly, neither rotating nor revolving, like quiet stones, floating in the deep and dark vacuum. But these are not stones. Every planet is larger than Tianming, and you can see lakes, oceans, and alpine grasslands on it. Every planet exudes an incomparably rich aura. Master, is this the territory of the Yu family? Why don't these planets move at all? Donggong Minjiahu's bright eyes widened. Peak Lord Ling Luo stretched his waist, and lazily said, yes, this is the outer area of the Yu family. These planets were brought back from the outside by the strong members of the family, and they are inhabited by the subordinate forces of the family. As for the family's home galaxy, it's still inside. Lui and the others. Good guy, such a big planet was brought back artificially? Even if it is Lui now, even if he can shake Tianming, it is extremely difficult to move Tianming far away. And how much power is needed to bring back the huge planets from all over the starry sky? This is just one, there are so many densely packed here, and if you look around, there may be millions of such planets. It was completely hard for Lui to imagine how to do this. And this is not where the Yu family lives. Even if Lui had been mentally prepared before, he knew that the Yu family might be scary, but he didn't expect it to be so scary. There are star gates leading to the interior on the outside, we can just go there. Ling Luo Peak Master said. While they were talking, spaceships flew over quickly, leading by a huge spaceship. The style of this spaceship was very familiar to Lui, it was a spaceship of the Star Realm Army. Soon, the spaceship stopped not far from Ling Luo Peak Lord, and a middle-aged man flew out. This middle-aged man is not a human race, but a race with long snow-white hair and long pointed ears. Arabella, commander of the 3rd Company of the Imperial Guards, has met the Second Lady. Welcome the Second Lady home. Arabella, take us to the Star Gate. Yes, Second Miss. The middle-aged man named Arabella took Lui and others to a huge Star Gate and watched their spaceship fly in. Passing through the Star Gate, what comes into view is an extremely huge planet. This planet is too vast, even if their current location is in a vacuum, Lui can't see its whole picture clearly. And around this planet, there are actually 6 huge stars floating around. These stars are floating around the planet, and they are not even as big as the planet. These stars revolve around the planet, as if the planet is the center of everything. At this moment, the planet exudes an incomparably rich fairy air, even Lui, who is in the vacuum, can feel it. Such a planet is too frightening. Lui was even a little dazed. Could there be a planet bigger than a star? This made him a little difficult to understand. This is the planet of the Yu family that the ancestors of the immortals took tens of millions of years to build. It is also the home planet of our Yu family. All the direct lines of the Yu family live here. The voice of Ling Luo Peak Master sounded, and Lui and the others pulled God back. The ancestor of the immortal level took tens of millions of years to build it. No wonder. Hearing this, Lui was not surprised. He couldn't understand how powerful Xianzun was, but he must be extremely powerful. It took tens of millions of years for such a powerful existence to create such a planet, so it is no wonder that it is so outrageous. Let's go, I'll take you back. Perhaps because of going home, Ling Luo Peak Master also had a smile on his face. The spaceship flew towards the huge planet at a very fast speed. After entering the planet's atmosphere, Lui and Lu Ningxuang stood by the window, looking at the scenery outside. There are beautiful peaks and mountains everywhere, as well as endless grassland oceans. Strange creatures such as pterosaurs and flying dragons are flying in the sky, and ligers made of rocks walk among the mountains. Along the way, Lui also saw a lot of fairy beasts, and even saw a few starlight deer. These fairy beasts appear very docile on the Yujia planet. Of course, this is also because there are no particularly aggressive fairy beasts here. In addition, there are palaces on this planet. Along the way, Ling Luo Peak Master introduced everything on the Yujia planet to Lui and others, and also introduced who lived in those palaces. Soon, they came to a palace. The palace was built on a plain, with a huge lake beside it, and there were huge golden carp jumping over the water in the lake, splashing out pieces of water. On the other side is a bamboo forest. When the wind blows, the bamboo forest shakes and the bamboo leaves rattle. Liu Yi found that the bamboo was the same as the bamboo on Ling Luo Peak. Here we are, this is my parents' palace. Peak Master Ling Luo said with a smile, let's go down first. A group of people got off the spaceship, and the 5 of Liu Yi were a little nervous. Master, our master and master-in-law here? Donggong Minjiao probed towards the palace. Of course, I've already informed them that I'm going to bring the brat and you girls back. Peak Master Ling Luo said. Hearing this, Liu Yi and the others became even more nervous. When they came to the door, they saw a maid waiting outside to greet them. Second Miss, welcome back. The master, mistress, eldest son, and young master are all waiting for you at home. The leading maid looked beautiful and charming, she spoke with a smile, and nodded to Liu Yi and the others. Liu Yi glanced at the maids in surprise, and found that they were all at the level of Xian Xian. You must know that the company commander of the Star Realm Army is nothing more than Xian Xian. It is conceivable how high the status of these maids is. Lu Ningshuang and Jian Ruyu were also aware of it, and their faces were equally shocked. Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiao did not realize the strength of these maids because their cultivation was not enough. On the contrary, they were calm after all, just a little nervous. Peak Master Ling Luo brought several people into the palace, and the courtyard in the palace was full of exotic flowers and plants, each of which was a fairy seed, exuding a strong fairy spirit. Liu Yi felt jealous when he looked at it, even he didn't have so many fairy trees and grasses. As expected of a local tyrant of the Yu family. Liu Yi sighed in his heart. At this time, 2 very handsome people who looked somewhat similar to Ling Luo Peak Lord came out, one was an older youth, and the other looked like a teenager. The 2 ran out excitedly, and when they saw Peak Master Ling Luo, they smiled. Younger sister. Second sister, you're back? You've missed me all these years. Boss, brat, why are you 2 back? I didn't notify you. Peak Master Ling Luo rolled his eyes speechlessly. The 2 men looked at each other, smiled, and turned to look at Liu Yi. The elder brother of Peak Master Ling Luo flashed golden streamers of light in his eyes, and said with a smile, of course it's because of your personal disciple. The third younger brother, with streaks of strangeness in his eyes, was eager to try. You are my second sister's disciple, right? I heard that you are very strong in yuxing, how about fighting with me? Obviously I got better yesterday, but today I have a fever again, and I am speechless, when will it be better? Chapter 284 The Patriarch will be happy to accept you as his personal disciple. Tisk, Yu Yuan Yu, don't give me a hard time here. Believe it or not, I beat you? Peak Master Ling Luo waved his fist. Yu Yuanwu shrank his neck, and looked at Peak Master Ling Luo warily, I'm just talking. The young man at the side smiled at Liu Yi and the others, this is Yu Yuanwu, my brother-in-law. I am Yu Hangong, Ling Luo's eldest brother. From now on, you can call me uncle. Hello master. Liu Yi nodded and greeted with a smile. He found that this Yu Hangong might be extremely powerful, not even worse than the Yu Tianfeng that Liu Yi had seen before. You know, Yu Tianfeng is a golden immortal, and this one is probably a golden immortal as well. Lu Ningshuang and the others also greeted each other. Then call me uncle. Yu Yuanwu leaned over and said. Uncle. Yu Hangong smiled slightly, father and mother are already waiting for you, come with us. Several people entered the palace together. Along the way, Yu Yuanwu was very curious about Liu Yi, and asked beside Liu Yi, I heard that you have mastered a very powerful law of space? When the Rakshas invaded, you seemed to be very powerful. Master, I'm overwhelmed, but the law of space is indeed mastered. Really? That's great. After mastering the laws of space, it's easier to run when you meet a powerful guy. Yu Yuanwu looked envious. Liu Yi. His face darkened, he didn't expect this guy to think of this. Is he the type to run away so easily? By the way, let's compete in a few days. I heard from Uncle Tianfeng that your strength may not be weaker than mine. I should be one of the strongest among the heavenly immortals of the Yu family. Yu Yuanwu looked forward to looking at Liu Yi. Liu Yi said to himself, I want to defeat Yu Yuanwu. Task. Defeat Yu Yuanwu. Reward, Star Essence 1000, Designated Law increase by 20% to, Immortal Sutra Magic and Magic Sutra. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. The rewards are quite generous. Liu Yi silently accepted the task, and then said with a smile, since Master Uncle is interested in this, of course I have no objection. Yu Yuanwu's eyes lit up, and he said with a cheerful smile, really? That's settled. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Yu Yuanwu speechlessly, then looked at Liu Yi and said, you kid, there's no need to know him as well, he's just a bit boring. The group of people talked, and soon passed through the corridors and courtyards of the palace, and came to a side hall. There is a dining table inside, a handsome man and a graceful woman are sitting at the first seat, and there are several maids serving dishes beside them. Seeing Peak Master Ling Luo bringing Liu Yi and others in, the graceful woman smiled. Ling Luo is back, come quickly. Ling Luo Peak Master smiled and walked over, Mother, long time no see. Father. The handsome man next to him smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang and said with a light smile, are they your disciples? Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu are, Yun Xi and Jian Ruyu are not, but they are all Liu Yi's Taoist companions, and they are also immortal bodies, with high talents. Ling Luo Peak Master introduced. I've met Master, Master. Liu Yi and the others said respectfully. Liu Yi looked at the handsome man and found that he didn't have the slightest aura fluctuation, but Liu Yi's instincts seemed to have encountered a terrifying creature. He dared not neglect in the slightest. This one might be stronger than that Jingxian level Yu Tianfeng. The handsome man nodded with a gentle smile, not bad, very good, Liu Yi, I heard that you performed very well on the Tianming battlefield. I didn't expect that Ling Luo has a disciple like you, it's her luck. Ling Luo Peak Master was immediately unconvinced when he heard the words, obviously I am the one who knows the pearl. Liu Yi smiled a little embarrassedly, it is also my luck to meet such a good master. Ha 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 ha. The handsome man smiled happily, I am Yuxin, the head of the Yu family. Since you are all disciples of Ling Luo, you are also members of my Yu family. Today is a family banquet. Han Guang, let the housekeeper send them the identity token of the Yu family. Yu Hangong smiled and nodded, okay. You kids, are you tired after rushing all the way back? Let's eat first. The graceful woman next to him chuckled. Peak Master Ling Luo also sat down beside Liu Yi, and greeted Liu Yi and the others to eat quickly, these are all good things. Liu Yi and the others naturally noticed that the spiritual food on the table exuded the aura of fairy spirits, obviously they were all fairy-level spirit stones. And the spirit wine is also at the immortal level. Just for this table meal, I am afraid that a lot of fairy-level natural materials and earth treasures were used. As expected of the Yu family, any table meal is a wealth that is difficult for ordinary immortals to obtain in a lifetime. Liu Yi began to eat happily, and Lu Ningxuang and the other four naturally moved their chopsticks together. Because they are all immortal-level spiritual food, Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu, two monks who have not yet reached the immortal level, just took a few mouthfuls and couldn't eat any more. A little bit too much. But Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang are slightly better, after all, they have already ascended and ate a lot more. However, the two of them soon stopped their chopsticks. Only Liu Yi was still happily eating immortal food and drinking immortal wine. Like Liu Yi, there is Yu Yuanwu on the other side. He seemed to be the same as Liu Yi, he would eat as much as Liu Yi ate. Soon, his eyes widened in surprise, and he realized that he had almost eaten, and Liu Yi hadn't put down his chopsticks yet? Is the animal's belly so big? Even though his cultivation base is not as high as his, he actually eats more than him? Yu Yuanwu was a little unconvinced, and continued to stuff it into his mouth when he was full. When he couldn't hold on anymore, he stared at the calm Lu Yi. Yuxin and the others beside him naturally also noticed this. Uxin and Mistress Yu's family looked at each other and smiled. Yu Hangong smiled, Lu Yi, your foundation is very solid, I'm afraid the third brother is not as good as you. Hearing this, Lu Yi was taken aback, and then looked at Yu Yuanwu beside him. The corner of Yu Yuanwu's mouth twitched, and he said in a low voice, I'm just not feeling well today. Ling Luo Peak Master was rather proud, and patted Lu Yi on the shoulder cheerfully, this kid's ascension has elevated the entire Tianming to a fairy star. This talent is not because I underestimate the third brother. He must not be able to do it. Hearing this, even Uxin and the mistress of the Yu family were taken aback. Yu Hangong looked at Lu Yi in a little astonishment. Yu Yuanwu exclaimed even more, really? This kid's ascension can turn Fangxing into a fairy star? Peak Lord Ling Luo rolled his eyes, of course it's true, how can I lie to you? Not only that, Lu Yi's ascension thunder tribulation is a fusion of dozens of different kinds of heavenly thunders. Even Uxin and Mistress Yu's family were shocked by this. Ling Luo, what you said is true. Xiao Yi's ascension sky thunder contains dozens of different types of sky thunder? Madame Yu looked at Lu Yi with surprise in her eyes. That's right, didn't the ancestor say that when he ascended, he attracted 9 kinds of rare thunders? Lu Yi has more than him. Ling Lufeng was even more proud when he saw that even Uxin and the Yu family's mistress were so surprised. Although she is not as strong as herself, she is also her direct disciple after all. How close the relationship between master and apprentice is, rounding it up is no different from attracting so many thunders when she herself ascended. Thinking of this, Peak Master Ling Luo became even more proud. Yuxin glanced at Ling Luo Peak Lord, looked at Lu Yi, and praised with a chuckle, Xiao Yi, I didn't expect that your talent is higher than I imagined. How about this, I will inform the ancestor, I think the ancestor will. I am very happy to accept you as my personal disciple. Lu Yi was taken aback, a little surprised. Who is the ancestor of the Yu family? That's a boss at the level of an immortal. I didn't expect that because of his talent, the patriarch of the Yu family would be willing to let someone at the level of an immortal teach him? Well, Lu Yi was actually a little cautious. After all, the task rewards that master can get are very generous. Even if the strength of his own master is not as good as him now, every time he preaches, he can get an epiphany. And if his master is replaced by a person of the level of immortal master, among other things, the reward for preaching will definitely be stronger. When Lu Yi was a little cautious, Peak Master Ling Luo beside him was dumbfounded. Hey? She immediately became unhappy. No. This brat is my direct disciple. How can I ask someone else to be my teacher? Uxin smiled and said, it's not easy. You just need to break up the master-student relationship. Anyway, they are all members of the Yu family. Ling Luo Peak Master? She looked at Uxin incredulously, she never thought you were such an old man? She turned her head to look at Lu Yi, with threats in her eyes, she said fiercely, you brat, tell me, are you willing to be my direct disciple or someone else's direct disciple? Lu Yi is not yet the opponent of Peak Master Ling Luo, coughed dryly, and said seriously, of course he is master's disciple. Only then did Ling Luo Peak Master nodded in satisfaction, well, not bad not bad. Yu Yuanwu on the side was anxious for Lu Yi, I said Lu Yi, don't listen to this woman, she is the ancestor. A figure of the immortal level. Ordinary people, even the disciples of the Yu family, would if you can't ask for such an opportunity, you must seize it. Even Yu Hangong nodded, Yuanwu is right. With your talent and your current strength, my sister can no longer hand you over to you. Ling Luo Peak Master? She is speechless, Are these still her family members? Who is the family? Lu Ningshuang and the other four beside him all had blank expressions now. They never expected that having a meal would turn into Lu Yi's direct disciple of the Immortal Venerable. They were all in Tianming before, but these years, they have also heard about the power of the Immortal Venerable, who is the real master of the Yu family. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi could become the disciple of such a character. The four of them are proud, which shows that their husband's talent is so powerful. Even Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu, two disciples of Ling Luo Peak Master, are a little entangled at the moment. Do you want to stand by Master's side? At this moment, Mistress Yu's family laughed lightly and said, if Ling Luo doesn't want to, why not form a Taoist couple with Yi? The relationship will be closer instead? Ling Luo Peak Master? Lu Yi? Lu Ningshuang and the others? Several people were a little dumbfounded all of a sudden. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Mistress Yu blinked her eyes and said with a light smile, what? Did I say something wrong? Yuxin showed a thoughtful expression, and looked at Lu Yi, as if he was sizing up something. Wait. What are you thinking? I am this kid's master. How can I become a Taoist companion? Peak Master Ling Luo stood up excitedly, expressing strong opposition. The four of Lu Ningshuang looked at each other and made eye contact, but they didn't know what they were thinking. Hearing this, Lu Yi looked at Peak Master Ling Luo, and suddenly realized that his master seemed to be pretty good looking. Doesn't seem like a loss? But soon he reacted. This guy is so cruel, and if he really formed a Taoist couple, he was afraid that he would not be able to suppress her. Unless you are stronger than her. Cough. Regarding this matter, I will talk to the ancestor first, and the ancestor will make a decision at that time. Yuxin said. After all, Lu Yi's talent is too powerful. Dozens of rare sky thunders were attracted during the ascension. This talent is too exaggerated. Even Uxin, as the head of the Yu family, had never heard of it, seen it, and had to pay attention to it. At the same time, Yuxin looked at the tense appearance of Ling Luo Peak Master, and was thinking in her heart. It wouldn't be a bad thing if Ling Luo and Lu Yi were to become Taoist couples. After all, the relationship between a Taoist couple is even closer than that of a master. In the future, if Lu Yi can achieve the level of Immortal Venerable, then the Yu family can have another strong Immortal Venerable. If it surpasses the Immortal Venerable. About this point, Yuxin can hardly imagine. After all, even Yuxin only knows that only a few factions have living fossils at the level of Immortal Kings. If Lu Yi can really become the Immortal King, then even if Lu Yi returns to his own family in the city, the Yu family can also achieve great development. As for the Immortal Emperor, Yuxin didn't dare to expect too much. Thinking of the future, Yuxin was a little agitated. Wouldn't it be impossible to combine the two? Uxin made a final decision, and Peak Master Ling Luo naturally couldn't object. After all, Lu Yi's talent is indeed too amazing, so she can understand it naturally. It's just that this old guy wants her to marry his disciple? Peak Master Ling Luo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Everyone finished the family banquet with their own concerns, and then, the mistress of the Yu family arranged for Lu Yi and others to live in the courtyard of Ling Luo Peak Master. At the time of parting, Yu Yuanwu also reminded Lu Yi to have a good rest, and then to discuss with each other. After hearing that Lu Yi's talent was so powerful, Yu Yuanwu became even more excited. Back in the courtyard, Peak Master Ling Luo glared at Lu Yi, gritted his teeth and said, "Stinky boy, you don't want to let me be your Taoist partner, do you?" Lu Yi immediately said seriously, "How is it possible? How can I, Lu Yi, be such a person?" Lu Ningshuang and the others beside him had strange expressions, thinking about you, weren't they? Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded in satisfaction when he heard Lu Yi's words, "That's fine. You guys go back and have a good rest." Peak Lord Ling Luo returned to the room, and Lu Yi and others also returned to the room. Inside the room, Donggong Minjiahu suddenly said, "By the way, if the master really becomes the brother's Taoist companion, then should we be called the master junior sister or what?" Lu Ningshuang? Lu Yi? Both Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi had strange expressions, and the room was silent for a while. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 285 The Breath of the Great Way, the enthusiasm of the ancestors of the Yu family. Junior sister, what are you thinking? How could master become my Taoist partner? Am I that kind of person? Lu Yi immediately retorted seriously. Isn't it? Yun Xi stared at Lu Yi with wide eyes. That's right. Jian Ruyu folded his hands on his chest and nodded repeatedly. Lu Yi immediately became angry, he felt that his personality had been insulted. He looked at the four people, saw that their expressions were similar, and sneered, "It seems that you have misunderstood me a lot, I have to let you get to know me better." Amid the four people's exclamation, Lu Yi carried them into the room, and then arranged a large formation, intending to let them know how powerful they are. Omit 10,000 words. The next morning, Lu Yi left the room. Mainly because Peak Master Ling Luo knocked on the door, "Stinky boy, come out with me." Lu Yi and Lu Ningshuang walked out. Lu Yi's expression was normal, Lu Ningshuang's pretty faces were slightly red, and there was a hint of spring in their eyes. Peak Master Ling Luo didn't care either, she said, "My father said that the ancestor wants to meet you." Hearing this, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, looking forward to it. That's a strong man at the level of an immortal. If he is really willing to accept him as a disciple, that would be great. Let's go. Ningshuang, you can rest at home, I will take this brat there and come back. Lu Ningshuang and the others naturally had no objections. Then Lu Yi left her courtyard with Peak Master Ling Luo. When they came to the main hall, Yuxin was already waiting for them. He stood with his hands behind his back, standing in front of a pond, looking at the extremely colorful dragon carp in the pond. Seeing the two coming, Yuxin turned her head and showed a gentle smile. "Xiaoi, are you still used to it in Yuxing?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "Yuxing has a very high concentration of aura. It's a land of immortals. It's much better than our Tianming. I'm used to it." "Ha ha ha, that's good. If you like, you can stay in Yu's family." Yuxin is like a gentle elder, and she has a very good attitude towards Lu Yi. In fact, Yuxin is really optimistic about Lu Yi. After all, such talent, not to mention the entire Tianluo starfield, even the entire universe, can only appear once in hundreds of millions of years. If there are no accidents, the future will at least be at the level of immortal venerable. And because of Yu Ling Luo's relationship, Lu Yi and the Yu family are almost bound. Since they are their own people and have such talents, how could they not be optimistic? "Let's go, the ancestor is waiting for us at the ancestral land." Uxin waved her hand, and the space was distorted and torn, and a hole appeared. This made Lu Yi's eyes widen. He has mastered the laws of space, and he can clearly see that Yuxin just radiates a little power, causing the space line to completely distort and collapse, forming a hollow like space teleportation. What kind of mighty force is this? I am afraid that this big man really surpassed Jingxian and reached the even more powerful Xianjun level. The three stepped into the void, and soon came to an ethereal and elegant valley. Inside the valley, there is a stream surrounded by a sea of flowers. The flowers in the sea of flowers are all fairy species, and Lu Yi was terrified to see them. It's too rich, there are probably tens of thousands of fairy flowers here. There are even some that make Lu Yi feel very powerful, and I am afraid that they have become fine. On the side of the sea of flowers, there is also a bamboo forest. The bamboos in the bamboo forest are emerald green and glittering, exuding the aura of fairy spirits. Obviously they are also fairy bamboos. In front of the bamboo forest, there is a bamboo house. An old man with an old face and white hair and beard is sitting in front of the bamboo house at the moment, looking at the stream not far away, as if an ordinary old man is resting. Uxin took Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo over. Even Uxin, the patriarch of the Yu family, had an expression of respect at the moment, and Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo were even more respectful. The old man in front of him is a big shot at the level of a fairy. The Immortal King does not come out, such a character can be respected in the entire universe. Old ancestor, I brought someone here. Yuxin said softly. The old man turned his head and looked at Liu Yi, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he even showed a smile. It's incredible, there is a trace of Dao, the chance is amazing, and even has Dao's favor, it's not ordinary, there is such a little guy, my Yu family got a lot of money. Hearing the old man's comment, both Yuxin and Peak Master Ling Luo were taken aback, and looked at Liu Yi in shock. You know, they have never seen their ancestors praise a younger generation like this. Yu Hangong, as the strongest arrogant of the Yu family's generation, is endowed with unique talents. He was born at the level of a fairy. Even so, he just made the old man say so. Unexpectedly, facing Liu Yi, he felt incredible, and even felt that Yu's family got an advantage. Liu Yi's talent is so good? And Liu Yi was also a little surprised, he had tried it before, even Yuxin didn't see his foundation, he couldn't see that he built the foundation with the treasure of the Great Way. But the old man in front of him could see that he had a great aura. This is also the first old man who sees through that he has a great foundation. Obviously, the strength of this old man is stronger than he imagined. However, the old man still didn't see that Liu Yi had absorbed the treasure of chaos to build a foundation. Liu Yi can understand it, after all, chaos is far beyond Dao. Liu Yi has observed the universe with the eyes of the Dao, and it is clear that the whole universe is intertwined with the Dao, but there is no chaos. Being under the Great Way, how can one observe chaos through the Great Way? Liu Yi said with a smile, the old ancestor is over the award, the kid still needs to work harder. The old man smiled and nodded again and again, appreciate the teacher, the old man accepts you as an apprentice. Peak Master Ling Luo who was beside him was suddenly dumbfounded. That's it? Anyway, he is also a big shot at the level of a fairy, why is his ancestor so impatient? Do you want to accept her direct disciple as a disciple so much? Is this kid really that good? Well, it's really good, but at least it's a fairy, so be more reserved. Peak Master Ling Luo was very helpless. However, as a master, she naturally understands. This kid's strength improved so fast that even she felt tremendous pressure. Although she was a little unhappy last night, after going back, she thought about it all night and found that if Liu Yi kept following her, it might not take long before she would completely overtake her. When the time comes, it will actually limit the kid's growth. It would certainly be a great thing for him to let the ancestor be his master. Although Peak Lord Ling Luo didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the ancestor, as a fairy, was definitely stronger than her. Tisk! You bastard, why did you improve so fast? Peak Master Ling Luo was full of resentment. But Yuxin beside him looked at Liu Yi in astonishment at the moment. Ancestor, are you reading that right? Does it really have the aura of Dao? The old man smiled slightly, the old man hasn't reached the time when his eyesight is dim. This shocked Yuxin even more. As an immortal monarch, he naturally knows more than Ling Luo Peak Lord. After reaching the immortal level, the small world in his body is almost perfect. If he wants to continue to progress, he needs to understand the origin of the Dao, integrate the small world with the Dao, and achieve a leap. Liu Yi has the aura of the Dao, which means that he has a unique advantage in understanding the origin of the Dao, which is almost equivalent to being able to see the door of the Immortal King. You know, how many immortals have wandered in front of the Fairy King's door all their lives, but in the end they couldn't see that door. This means that Liu Yi has the potential to become the Immortal King. But now he is just a fairy, one can imagine how great his potential is. Yuxin completely understands that her ancestors are so eager to accept disciples. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that his ancestor wanted to accept apprentices, he would have wanted to rob his daughter. Presumably, my good daughter will definitely let me, my old father, right? Hearing the old man's words, Lui glanced at the numb peak master Ling Luo beside him, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a master now. If I change to join the ancestors' sect, wouldn't that be betrayed the teacher? I don't want to be the one who betrayed the teacher." In fact, although Lui had been doing double cultivation with his senior sister yesterday, he also thought about it during the interval. Master has given him a lot of help along the way. It seems a bit inappropriate for me to change my master now. Hearing this, Ling Luo Peak Master, Uxin, even the ancestor of the Yu family were taken aback. Ling Lufeng's eyes lit up, looking at Lui. She was touched. She patted Lui's shoulder cheerfully. "I knew you missed the old days." But Yuxin and the ancestor of the Yu family fell into deep thought. They were very impressed by Lui's talent before, especially the ancestor of the Yu family, who hoped to accept Lui as a disciple, but they ignored this point. Lui can now change his master in order to become his apprentice. If he really meets a stronger immortal king in the future, would he also want to change his master? Thinking about it this way, Lui's current behavior is actually more affectionate and righteous. The ancestors of the Yu family and Uxin looked at Lui with more gentle eyes. Not to mention anything else, since Lui has affection in his heart, even if his master is Yu Lingluo is also a direct descendant of the Yu family. Then if Lui grows up, he will still be a member of the Yu family. The patriarch of the Yu family looked at Lui, smiled lightly and said, "Xiao Yi, do you know how many people want to be my disciples, but I have rejected them all? You don't want such an opportunity?" Lui struggled for a while, and then asked cautiously, "I think so, or else, ancestor, you see, I'm still a disciple of master, but if you have time, can you give me a lecture or something?" The patriarch of the Yu family was full of black lines, and pointed at Lui. "You have a good plan, you are not the disciple of the old man, and you still want the old man to teach you?" Lui himself was a little embarrassed. Then the ancestor of the Yu family suddenly changed the subject. "Forget it, Ling Luo is the direct descendant of the old man. As Ling Luo's disciple, you can also be regarded as the master and apprentice of the old man. It is fine for the old man to teach you." Lui's eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled. "Thank you, Patriarch." Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at Lui, feeling quite envious in his heart. Even if he was a direct descendant of the Yu family, it was not always possible to get the teachings of his ancestors. Then she asked cheekily, "Then when you teach Lui, Patriarch, I will come to study too?" The patriarch of the Yu family glanced at Ling Luo Peak Master, and snorted softly, "You are a cunning. Forget it, if that's the case, let's come together." After bidding farewell to the patriarch of the Yu family, Uxin took Lui and Peak Master Ling Luo back home. "Yu Hangong, Yu Yuanwu, and Mistress Yu are all waiting." Seeing the three of them coming back, all three of Yu Hangong greeted them. "Lui, how is it? Did the ancestor accept you as an apprentice?" Yu Yuanwu asked curiously. Lui shook his head, "No." Yu Hangong was a little surprised. "According to your talent, you shouldn't. Could it be that the ancestor still doesn't like it?" Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Lui, and said cheerfully, "That's not true, this brat's talent is good, even the ancestors rushed to accept him as a disciple, but, this brat finally chose let me be your master." Peak Master Ling Luo spoke triumphantly. "What? Lui, are you stupid? Choose a weakling like the second sister as the master, not the ancestor." Yu Yuanwu exclaimed in shock. Even Yu Hangong and Mistress Yu's family who were nearby were stunned and a little shocked. Yu Hangong couldn't help but said, Lu Yi, this opportunity is once in a million years. It would be a pity for you to give up like this. Ling Luo Peak Master had black lines all over his head, and immediately became unhappy. What's the matter? I can't compare to the ancestor? The mistress of the Yu family glared at Peak Master Ling Luo angrily. You girl, listen to what you are saying. Yu Xin chuckled, and said, I think ye are made a good choice. This made the three of Yu's mistresses startled, and looked at Yuxin. Yu Xin shook her head. She didn't express what she and the ancestor of the Yu family thought, but said, even if Yer doesn't worship the ancestor as a teacher, the ancestor is very willing to teach Yer. Peak Master Ling Luo happily said, I can still follow this kid to listen to the ancestor's teaching. Hearing this, Yu Hangong and the others were taken aback, their eyes widening. Yu Yuanwu even rushed over and hugged Lu Yi, Brother Yi, Brother Yi. I am Xiao Wu. Take me with you when the time comes. I also want to listen to the teachings of the ancestors up close. You must know that our direct descendants may not be able to listen to the teachings of our ancestors once in 100 years. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines. This matter. I have to ask my ancestor first, in case the old man refuses to agree. Yu Yuanwu wailed immediately, and was about to hug Lu Yi's thigh. Don't, Brother Yi, I will be very obedient when the time comes, just stand by the side and listen to the old ancestor preaching to you quietly. Did not say this. Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at Yu Yuanwu with disdain. This younger brother of his own has no integrity. Brother-in-law. Didn't your father say it? Let the second sister marry you, but I'm your younger brother. Don't you have the heart? Yu Yuanwu looked at Lu Yi eagerly. Ling Luo Peak Master? Yu Yuanwu. Peak Master Ling Luo gritted his teeth. Lu Yi next to him was also full of black lines. Brother Yuanwu, let me ask the ancestor first about this matter, shall we? After all, Lu Yi was not very familiar with the ancestors of the Yu family, so he didn't dare to make such a decision privately. After all, he is a big shot at the level of a fairy. Although he is very good to him, he can't be proud of his favor. At this moment, Yu Hongguang coughed dryly and said with a slight smile, Lu Yi, when the time comes, why don't you take me with you? Lu Yi. He didn't expect that, just accepting the preaching of the ancestor of the Yu family, even the geniuses of the Yu family were so envious. He laughed cheerfully. It's easy to talk about it, I'll ask the ancestor when the time comes. Thank you 08A for the 100 points, thank you Lin Yiwan for the 100 points, thank you Weun for the 100 points. Chapter 286A Body Stronger than Immortal Gold. However, even if you become the ancestor's disciple, you have just become an immortal, and you still have to perform the duties of an immortal. You cannot escape with any identity. Yu Xin stood beside her with her hands behind her back and said. Lu Yi nodded and said seriously, I understand. Well, about this matter, the ancestor has already explained it, and I will teach you when you come back from the Juyu battlefield. Yuxin continued. Hearing this, Yu Yuanwu said, so Lu Yi, you haven't gone to the Juyu battlefield yet? Lu Yi asked, have you been there? That's natural, I just came back a few years ago. Yu Yuanwu's eyes flashed a solemn look, and he complained, that's really not a place for people to stay. Yu Xin at the side glanced at Yu Yuanwu, and said calmly, you can learn from your brother, Hongguang will go to Juyu battlefield to experience himself every time, how about you? The corner of Yu Yuanwu's mouth twitched, and he muttered, I'm not a pervert like Big Brother. Okay? Yu Yuanwu stopped talking immediately. Lu Yi grinned, realizing that Yu Yuanwu was still quite afraid of Yuxin. However, few sons are not afraid of their father. Yuxin snorted softly, looked at Lu Yi, her expression changed from stern to gentle, however, you just came back, you can leave after a while. Lu Yi naturally had no objection. In the next few days, Lu Yi practiced in Ling Luo Peak Master's courtyard. Yun Xi and Donggong Minjia were about to break through and were in retreat, so it was hard for Lu Yi to find them to double cultivate. But Lu Ningshuang and Jian Ruyu are fine, the three of them will practice together when they have time. Half a month later, Yu Yuanwu knocked on the door of Ling Luo Peak's main courtyard and shouted, Brother Yi, come out quickly. Lu Yi was taken aback, and left the training room. Outside the small courtyard, Yu Yuanwu and more than a dozen young-looking boys and girls were standing together. After seeing Lu Yi, all the boys and girls looked over, with disbelief and curiosity in their eyes. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, Yuanwu, who are they? Yu Yuanwu smiled and said, Brother Yi, the news that the ancestor wants to take you as a disciple has spread. These are all direct descendants of my Yu family. I am very curious about you, so I came to see you. You are Sister Ling Luo's disciple? My name is Yu Henry, are you really so powerful? Yu Yuer has met Brother Lu, and it is rumored that Brother Lu's ascension tribulation attracted dozens of rare thunders. Is this true? All the boys and girls from the Yu family chattered and asked about Lu Yi. Lu Yi was a little startled. The boys and girls here didn't look very old, but all of them were strong at the level of immortals. This is probably not everyone from the younger generation of the Yu family. As expected of the Yu family, it is too powerful. In Tianming, even 1,000,000 years may not produce a single celestial being, but as for the Yu clan, the random younger generation is actually a celestial being. Of course, I'm afraid there should be quite a few younger generations who are not immortals, but I'm afraid they won't be able to play with such a proud figure like Yu Yuanwu. These are the geniuses of the younger generation of the Yu family. In the future, even if they can't become high-level figures in the Yu family, they will have to mix with middle-level figures, and maybe they can produce a few big men at the level of golden immortals. They were a little curious about Lu Yi's attitude, but also a little unconvinced. Lu Yi didn't care, just smiled. Okay, Brother Yi's talent is affirmed even by the ancestors, how can there be fakes? Yu Yuanwu said. Obviously, Yu Yuanwu has great prestige among this group of people, and everyone stopped talking when they heard Yu Yuanwu's words. Yu Yuanwu looked at Lu Yi with anticipation in his eyes, and said, By the way, Brother Yi, you haven't forgotten our agreement, right? Come to learn from each other? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Yuanwu, so it's because of this. Of course he has no objection, after all, there are rewards for sparring. Yu Yuanwu is also at the level of a fairy. As a genius of a big family like the Yu family, Lu Yi is very curious whether his own strength can be compared with him. Lu Yi is also looking forward to this battle, which will let Lu Yi know whether there is any gap between himself and the top geniuses in Tianluo Starfield. It happens to be fine today, so come on. Hearing this, Yu Yuanwu's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Okay. I've been waiting for several days for Brother Yi's words. The children of the Yu family even showed anticipation. To be honest, they all knew that Lu Yi was just a monk from a little fan star. Although they were accepted as direct disciples by Peak Master Ling Luo, they really couldn't imagine that a monk from a mortal star really had such a high talent that even the ancestors wanted to accept him as a disciple. You must know that even among the younger generation, few people in the ancestors would look up to them, let alone praise them repeatedly. This made them very unconvinced. Let us see Brother Lu's true strength. Yu Yuanwu smiled and said, Brother Yi, come with me. The group of people turned into streamers, disappeared into the courtyard, and flew towards the distance. Lu Yi also smiled and followed. All the children of the Yu family have mastered the speed-type fairy art, and their speed is extremely fast. Obviously they want to try Lu Yi's speed. However, no matter how fast they were, Lu Yi's expression remained calm. He stepped across the void, like a stroll in a garden, following them, walking slowly. This speed shocked them all. Is this the law of space? I heard from Uncle Tianfeng that Brother Lu has mastered a very powerful law of space, and can even pass through a large formation of Xianxian level. Fuck, is it true? He can pass through the Xianxian Great Formation. The disciples of the Yu family transmitted voices secretly, a little dumbfounded. Naturally, Yu Yuanwu had also heard of it, and seeing Lu Yi's speed was so powerful, he had to admire it. The group soon came to a high mountain. This high mountain has a height of thousands of kilometers, and the top of the mountain has been flattened to form a platform with a size of more than 30 kilometers, engraved with mysterious patterns on it. Lu Yi glanced at it, a little startled, even he couldn't fully comprehend the profoundness of the formation. This is a defensive formation that exceeds the level of Xianxian. A group of people landed on the platform. Seeing Lu Yi observing the surroundings, Yu Yuanwu said with a smile, "Brother Yi, this is the martial arts stage of my Yu family. There are many such martial arts stages in the entire Yuxing. It is used by the children of our Yu family to learn from each other. Each martial art stage is equipped with a golden immortal level defensive formation in a large space formation. After opening, it will become a small world with a radius of thousands of kilometers, which is enough for monks under Xianxian compete in it." Hearing this, Lu Yi grinned, as expected of the Yu family. He can't arrange such a large formation now, and he didn't expect to see it everywhere on this planet. The children of the Yu family all looked proud. As the children of the largest family in the Tianluo starfield, they have reason to be proud. From birth, they are not on the same starting line as others. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. All the immortals present at the scene, when they were born, were at worst cultivated in the realm of transforming gods. It can be said that the strength of their birth is stronger than the strength of most of Tianming's monks who have struggled for a lifetime. Open the formation. Yu Yuanwu took out a drop of star marrow and dropped it on the formation. The next moment, the mysterious pattern flickered, and Lu Yi could clearly feel that the surrounding space lines were twisting, and the whole space was stretched and shrunk, and finally turned into a small world with a radius of thousands of kilometers. Under their feet, the platform that was originally only more than 30 kilometers away was also extending at this moment, turning into a radius of thousands of kilometers. Lu Yi and Yu Yuanwu stood opposite each other, more than 10 kilometers apart. For immortals, this distance is almost non-existent. While the other Yu family disciples stood in the distance one by one, looking forward to watching the two of them. Even, in the distant area, there are some monks standing in the clouds, also looking at this area. This also includes Yuxin and Yu Hangong. "Brother, is he that Lu Yi?" A graceful and beautiful woman looked at Lu Yi with a gleam in her eyes. "Well, it's him." Yuxin nodded slightly, looked at Lu Yi in the distance, and was also curious about Lu Yi's strength. After all, he had heard too many reports about Lu Yi's combat power, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. This time, it was the first time. The woman raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. "He really has the aura of Dao, as the ancestors said?" When the men and women nearby heard this, they all looked over. These people are all high-ranking members of the Yu family, and their cultivation bases are at the lowest level of golden immortals. As Jingxian and even Xianjun level powerhouses, they naturally understand what it means to have the aura of the Dao. Yuxin nodded slightly. "This is what the ancestors said, he is an immortal, he can see things that we can't see." When the others heard this, their eyes flashed with inexplicable brilliance. Having the aura of the Dao is really a blessing, there really is such a son of the Dao. A tall man with his hands crossed his chest and exclaimed. "It's a pity that he is not from our Yu family." A white-haired old man looked at Lu Yi and sighed. "You can't say that, he is Ling Luo's direct disciple, no different from my Yu family." Another middle-aged man in Yushu Linfen smiled slightly. "Disciple. After all, the relationship with relatives is not good." The old man shook his head and said. "Ha, it's not easy. Betroth this boy to a woman from our family. If one doesn't work, just bring a few more and let him keep his blood. Then he will be a member of my Yu family." An old woman laughed. "That's a good idea." Everyone else smiled, their eyes sparkling, looking for something. "Brother, I think Xiaoling Luo is not bad, she is the most outstanding girl among the juniors of our Yu family." The graceful and beautiful woman smiled lightly. When the others heard the words, they also looked at Yuxin. The corner of Yuxin's mouth twitched, and she said helplessly, "I don't mind, but I'm afraid Ling Luo won't like it." "Humph, isn't that girl happy? If this little guy really has the aura of the great Dao, but the people who are loved by the Dao, such an existence, if there is no extreme in the future, will almost certainly become an immortal venerable, or even an immortal king. This status will not humiliate her. Moreover, it is also of great benefit to my Yu family. After all, she is a master-student relationship. She has a thin skin, xiner, you can ask Yuaner to do some work for her." The old man chuckled. The beautiful woman next to her rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "If Xiaoling Luo really doesn't want to, I can do it too. This is a good match." Others wanted to say something, but at this moment, everyone paused and looked in the direction of the platform. It has started. On the platform, Yu Yuanwu entered the fighting state, no longer had a playful smile like before, and there was a trace of sharpness on his face. He made seals with both hands, and there were streams of dreamlike streamers flickering in and out of his hands. Lui only felt that his soul seemed to have received some kind of strange impact, and his spirit was slightly in a trance. And Yu Yuanwu shot out pieces of streamer in his hand, trying to penetrate Lui. However, Lui's trance only calmed down for a moment. When he saw the streamer coming, his expression was calm, and he disappeared in place, avoiding the space. Lui was a little surprised. After building the foundations of Dao's High Bao and Chaos's High Bao many times, even if he didn't specifically improve his own Yuan Shen power, Yuan Shen was still extremely terrifying. "I didn't expect to be disturbed even a little bit. Even a little trance is surprising. It can be seen that the Yu family has a fairy art specifically for the soul." When Lui was surprised, Yu Yuanwu was even more surprised. Of course he knew that Lui was extraordinary, and he planned to catch him by surprise. Generally speaking, even for immortals, Yuan Shen is the weakest point. He shot with all his strength, but he didn't respond at all. Is this guy even so strong? How did you practice? Yu Yuanwu couldn't understand. However, such an attack was ineffective. Yu Yuanwu made a decisive decision and changed the means. A mysterious and dreamy line emerged between his brows, and then a terrifying aura emerged, and the space around Lui shattered, turning into a crimson world of flames. This made Lui raise his eyebrows. This method was somewhat similar to his own master. My own master also dragged other monks to strange worlds, and then fought against opponents in such worlds. As the flames surged, Lui felt a tingle of pain, and was a little surprised. Even he would feel a little bit of such a high temperature. He looked around, and he could see from the sky that the space line in this area hadn't actually changed, but the Dao pattern of the avenue had some strange changes in this area. Lui didn't quite understand what was changed, but the whole area felt like a dream to him. Reflect the dream into reality, and then use it to deal with opponents in reality. The power of this law is quite powerful. No wonder the Yu family can become such a powerful family. However, how powerful such a dream world is depends on the user. The sea of fire engulfed Lui. However, Lui only felt a tingling pain in his skin, but did not suffer any damage. Yu Yuanwu in front of him stared wide-eyed. What kind of body is this? He actually manifested Xiang Tianhuo. Such a flame is enough to melt ordinary fairy gold. Brother Yi's physical body is stronger than ordinary fairy gold? Not only Yu Yuanwu, but the children of the Yu family beside him were numb all of a sudden looking at Lui who was observing his surroundings in the Xiang sky fire. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? Thank you 08A boss for rewarding 100 points. Chapter 287 The Power of a Punch, the Ultimate Escape Technique. When Yu Yuanmu and others were surprised, Lu Yi smiled and looked at Yu Yuanmu. Yuanmu, did you attack with all your strength? Yu Yuanmu was startled when he heard this. Wait. With a soft drink, he took out a grey stone tablet that shone with a strange light. On the stone tablet, there are mysterious runes flashing. Yu Yuanmu stretched out his hand and pressed on the stone tablet. Suddenly, the space distorted and shattered, turning into small worlds one after another. Some of these small worlds are like furnaces, some are filled with storms, and some are filled with terrible thunder. Lu Yi's body moved between small worlds one after another, being landed on by various forces. And Yu Yuanwu squeezed the formation formula with his hands, and formed an illusory figure who looked similar to him. This figure has a terrifying aura, even surpassing ordinary low-level true immortals. After the figure appeared, it disappeared instantly and rushed towards Lu Yi. Obviously, they intend to deal with Lu Yi in the endless world. Even Lu Yi felt a little threatened. However, it is only a little bit. He found that after he broke through to the level of a fairy, his body turned into a fairy body, his aura turned into the power of a fairy, and with the addition of the treasure of chaos to build a foundation, his strength seemed to be much stronger than he imagined. Although Yu Yuanwu is only at the celestial level, his combat strength is even stronger than that of the General Star Realm army. This is the realm of the immortal level, and being able to fight across realms is enough to be called a peerless genius. Yu Yuanwu is worthy of being a genius disciple of the Yu family. However, even with such strength, Lu Yi still didn't feel much fluctuation. He stepped out and came to the phantom in an instant. His expression was calm, his right hand was clenched into a fist, and the fist was filled with terrifying energy and blood. After absorbing the chaos orb and transforming into an immortal body, Lu Yi's physical body was much stronger than before. And his power law has already been realized to a high of 80%. Originally, when he was still crossing the tribulation, he couldn't exert too much power. But now, Lu Yi can exert the power of a more powerful law of strength, coupled with the ultimate level of splitting fist. This punch, like a star shining, surged with terrifying power, turning into groups of terrifying air waves, spreading in all directions. The disciples of the Yu family in the distance seemed to be crushed by a 10,000 zhang mountain, their eyes widened, and it was difficult to breathe. Lu Yi waved his fist. Boom! The terrifying power of the fist soared into the sky with unimaginable power of dark golden energy and blood, like a giant dragon gushing out. The phantom in front of my eyes, and all the world, are like bubbles, which will burst at the touch of a touch. Yu Yuanwu's eyes widened, and there was a hint of horror in his eyes. His whole body was cold, and his body froze in place due to the terrible coercion, and he couldn't even move. Will die. Facing such a fist, such an idea emerged in Yu Yuanwu's mind. However, when the endless energy and blood power approached Yu Yuanwu, it disappeared. Lu Yi stood in front of Yu Yuanwu, looking at Yu Yuanwu's horrified expression, feeling a little embarrassed. I wanted to try to see how my current strength was, but I didn't expect to accidentally overplay it. This won't hurt Yu Yuanwu's self-confidence, will it? This is Master's younger brother. If Yu Yuan's heart of martial arts is really broken, the Master may have to beat him to death. Lu Yi was a little apprehensive, looked at Yu Yuanwu who was frozen in place, and asked, Yuanwu, are you all right? Only then did Yu Yuanwu come back to his senses. He looked at Lu Yi, swallowed, and then with green eyes, he hugged Lu Yi's thigh at once. Brother Yi! Brother Yi! You are too powerful. That punch just now, I thought I was going to die. What kind of fairy art is that? It's so powerful. Teach me, Brother Yi. Lu Yi looked at the screaming Yu Yuanwu with black lines all over his head. Originally, he was worried about whether it would hurt this guy's self-confidence, but seeing his shameless appearance, he felt that his worry was completely in vain. Liu Yi kicked his leg, and Yu Yuanwu was kicked up by the terrible physical strength. This is the magic of the law of power. You should not understand the law of power, right? It can't be used. The law of strength? No wonder, I feel such a powerful force of energy and blood. I said, Brother Yi, you are too perverted. It is fine to master the law of space to a very high level, but you have mastered such a powerful law of power? Yu Yuanwu stood up, patted his butt, and shouted. Liu Yi smiled, it's nothing, it's just a bit of talent in understanding the law of power. In fact, the most powerful power of law that Liu Yi has mastered is the law of strength. After all, Liu Yi only has the law of power, and he has mastered 80% of it. This is all thanks to the immortals of the Rakshasa tribe. The Rakshasa majored in the physical body, and regarding their tasks, they rewarded a lot of rewards related to the law of strength. After Liu Yi absorbed it, it was hard to imagine whether the law of strength was strong. A group of younger children from the Yu family also flew over. Liu Yi glanced at them and said with a light smile, Everyone, what do you think of my strength? Several people suddenly looked embarrassed. The girls looked at Liu Yi, their eyes sparkling with splendor. As the children of the Yu family, they naturally have good vision. They naturally know what it means to be able to defeat Yu Yuanwu so easily with Liu Yi's cultivation. Brother Liu is too strong. Yet, no wonder the ancestor wants to take Brother Yi as his apprentice. There aren't many of us in the Yu family with such a talent, right? One by one, the teenagers and girls spoke again and again. In the distance, Uxin and the senior officials of the Yu family were still a little silent at the moment. They were still thinking about Liu Yi's lap just now. Their strength is far superior to Yu Yuanwu and others, and compared to them, they naturally see more deeply. After the silence, the beautiful woman from the Yu family looked at Liu Yi, her eyes sparkled, she smiled lightly and said, Hey, I was just joking just now, but now I really think that marrying him is a good choice. The old man's eyes flashed with shock, the law of power. If the old man's sense is not wrong, it may be as high as 70% to 80%. Tyre, you major in the law of power, what do you think? The stalwart Yutei's mouth twitched violently, his face darkened, his power law may be stronger than mine. Old 5, you are a golden fairy peak, and your power law is not as good as this little guy who has just ascended to heaven. The man facing the wind in the jade tree had an unbelievable expression on his face. Yutei's head was full of black lines, what do you know? His law of strength may have reached 80%. What does this mean? You don't understand. He can even engrave laws in the inner world. If he has an inner world. The others fell silent for a moment. Inscribed laws in the inner world, this is a means that can only be achieved by a strong person at the level of a fairy. Uxin looked at Liu Yi, her eyes sparkling with splendor, as expected of the Son of Heaven. It's unimaginable to have such a strong understanding of laws with such cultivation. Others nodded again and again. This kid has to marry my Yu family. This will make the relationship closer, which is also a good thing for my Yu family. The old woman said slowly. Yuxin nodded, I'll go back and persuade Ling Luo. Everyone nodded. After Liu Yi showed his strength, he immediately won the respect of the young children of the Yu family. He found that these young geniuses of the Yu family are quite simple. If you are strong and talented, they will look up to you. With Liu Yi's strength, these people called Yi Ge very affectionately, which made Liu Yi feel a little embarrassed. Back at the master's small courtyard, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu were waiting for Liu Yi to go back, some curious why Yu Yuanwu asked him to go out. After listening to Liu Yi finished speaking, both of them had weird faces. Jian Ruyu said happily, Hey, for a top family like the Yu family, the younger generation still can't compare to my Jian Ruyu's Taoist partner? Lu Ningxuang glanced at Jian Ruyu, and said with contempt, It's not like you are stronger. Compared with the disciples of the Yu family, you may not be an opponent. Jianruyu can take it easy, I am a strong man, what is the difference between me and me? Liu Yi nodded seriously, senior sister, I think what senior sister Ruyu said is correct. Lu Ningxuang shook her head helplessly, then looked at Liu Yi, and said, if we have time, let's practice the Yin-Yang Dao Seal secret technique in the Yin-Yang immortal scripture of the Dao Dao. After all, Lu Ningxuang and Jianruyu are somewhat different, and she hopes that she can become stronger so that she can fight against the enemy with her junior brother. Jianruyu's eyes lit up when he heard this, that's right, every time you pervert lie to us about double cultivation, you have to let us try the power of Yin-Yang Dao Seal. Liu Yi smiled and said, that's fine too. After junior sister and Yun Xi leave the customs, let's try it together. During this period of time, Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi are both in seclusion, and they are not far away from the ascension breakthrough. Lu Ningxuang and Jianruyu went to practice, and Liu Yi also entered his practice room and began to count the harvest. It has to be said that Yu Yuanwu deserves to be the genius descendant of the Yu family, and the rewards are really generous. Not to mention 1000 star marrow, it is enough for Liu Yi to practice for several years. The specified law has been increased by 20%, and it is still twice. This reward can save Liu Yi hundreds of years of time to comprehend the law. As for the Immortal Sutra Illusory Demon Sutra, Liu Yi looked at it and found that it was actually an immortal sutra that majored in the law of illusion and the way of primordial spirit. This made Liu Yi's eyes brighten, revealing a hint of surprise. None of the fairy scriptures that Liu Yi obtained before had this aspect, which made up for his shortcomings. As for whether he had so much time to comprehend this fairy scripture, Liu Yi was not worried at all. After all, he can do the task, and he can get the task of improving the skill level after all. After counting the tasks, Liu Yi continued to practice. During this period of time, apart from improving his self-cultivation through double cultivation, the most important improvement for Liu Yi was the newly obtained golden immortal art escape from space. After all, the Juyu battlefield is very dangerous, so Liu Yi naturally needs to be fully prepared. In any case, life-saving is the first priority. Escaping from space must be cultivated to the limit level. Fortunately, Liu Yi also received the rewards of +3 and +4 for the designated level of immortality before, and they haven't used them up until now. Liu Yi used the +4 reward once, and until now, the perception has not yet come to an end. It has to be said that fairy arts such as golden immortal art are more powerful than ordinary fairy arts. Even if it is a reward for improving the level of fairy arts, it is still very difficult for him to understand. These days he has been comprehending, and he has not yet reached the LV2 level. After much deliberation, Liu Yi used the +4 reward again. He intends to try to see if this kind of reward can be stacked. After all, he now still has 2 rewards for the specified level of immortality +3, and a total of 4 rewards for the specified level of immortality +4. Enough for him to experiment. After using the reward again, Liu Yi suddenly felt a lot of insights about the escape technique emerged in his mind. All kinds of perceptions were absorbed by Liu Yi at an extremely fast speed, and Liu Yi found that his perception speed had more than doubled compared to before. Really? Liu Yi's eyes lit up, which can be superimposed. Liu Yi continued to comprehend. 4 months later, Liu Yi absorbed his comprehension, and raised his escape art to LV5. Liu Yi didn't stop, and continued to use the other 2 rewards for the designated level of immortality +4. This time it took half a year for Liu Yi to absorb his insights, and the level of escape from space was raised to LV9. With the last level left, he will be promoted to the limit. Liu Yi looked at it and found that he still has 2 rewards for the level of immortality +3. He hesitated, but finally chose to use it. After all, there is a huge difference between LV9 and the ultimate level of immortality. The Juyu battlefield is dangerous, and life-saving is the most important thing. There will be rewards sooner or later, the most important thing now is to raise the escape art to the limit level. After spending 3 months, Liu Yi finished upgrading the last level, and realized the ultimate level of escaping from space. As the escaping technique reached its limit, Liu Yi found that he could integrate into the space line more easily through the escaping technique. What's more, as long as he wants, he can change the structure of the space line at any time, and even create a space maze, messing up the space line into a ball of wool, so that no monk can come out. Naturally, the power consumption of the spirits using the escaping technique has also been greatly reduced. For the specific effect of using it, Liu Yi plans to try it carefully later. Liu Yi originally thought of continuing to use the rewards for improving the remaining 2 laws. Unexpectedly, Yongzi and Donggong Minjiu had a strong aura fluctuation. Obviously, the two also began to soar. The two soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, disappeared in place, and came to the top of the Jade Star. The thunder calamity condensed, attracting many children of the Yu family to watch. Seeing the 2 young and beautiful female cultivators, all the Yu family disciples were a little shocked, not knowing who they were. But soon, an insider explained the situation, and he was Liu Yi's Taoist companion. All the children of the Yu family looked at Yongzi and Donggong Minjiu in surprise. You know, the news that Liu Yi defeated Yu Yuanwu with 1 punch before spread throughout the Yu family, and even the senior members of the Yu family praised Liu Yi's amazing talent. The younger generation of the Yu family have naturally heard of Liu Yi's name. Unexpectedly, these 2 turned out to be Liu Yi's Taoist companions. As expected of my sister-in-law, talent is strong. These 2 are immortals, right? And their foundations are so strong. Looking at Lei Ji's appearance, I am afraid it is quite an exaggeration. Yu Yuanwu stood beside Liu Yi, chattering endlessly. Beside him was Ling Luo Peak Master. At this moment, Peak Master Ling Luo's face was very dark. She glanced at Liu Yi, and said through voice transmission through gritted teeth, "Stinky boy, have you said anything to my old man these days?" Liu Yi looked bewildered, "No? What's wrong with Master?" Ling Luo Peak Master was so angry that he was quite speechless. "That bastard basically tells me every day, 'Let me become a Taoist couple with you.' I am so angry, I am your master." Liu Yi? His mind was full of question marks. He really doesn't know about this. Liu Yi felt innocent. Liu Yi thought about it, and said, "Is it because Shigong is afraid that you won't be able to get married?" Ling Luo Peak Master? She glared at Liu Yi, and said, "It's not that you have shown such a strong strength. When you competed with Yuanwu before, why didn't you act weaker? If you didn't say it yourself, it must be because of that the reason for the next spar." Peak Lord Ling Luo thought about it, and since that day, his old man has been urging marriages more frequently. Liu Yi was speechless, and said via voice transmission, "I've been very weak before." After all, it was useless for him to fight a whole card before, not even the ascending immortal art. Ling Luo Peak Master. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Chapter 288 Zhen and number 039, and Battlefield. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that Ling Luo Peak Master did not speak, Liu Yi was a little puzzled. "It's nothing." Peak Master Ling Luo's chest rose and fell, expressing that he didn't want to speak. "Oh!" Thunderclouds surged, and sky thunder emerged. Afterwards, everyone in the Yu family showed surprise. Xianbing Tian Li, Swanyan Tian Li, rootless purple thunder. There are so many rare Tian Li. Could it be that these 2 little girls are also the pride of heaven? Everyone was astonished. Whether it is Yongzi or Donggong Minjiu, there are 4 or 5 rare types of lightning strikes. This means that if there are no accidents in the future, the 2 of them can even become Jingxian or even Xianjun. This is also a rare genius in the Yu family for hundreds of thousands of years. Regardless of the number of golden immortals in the Yu family, there are also a few, but the golden immortals live for an extremely long time, tens of millions of years. After such a long time accumulation, naturally there will be no less. But in fact, even in the Yu family, a golden immortal may not appear in a million years. Not to mention the stronger level Zion Jun. Even in the Yu family, the number of immortals is very small. And the two people in front of them both have the aptitude of Zion Jun level, which naturally shocked all the monks of the Yu family. The Yuan warriors on the side were numb. Brother Yi, the two sister-in-laws are too powerful, right? This is the posture of a fairy. Liu Yi glanced at the surprised Yuan Wu. Why are you excited? Isn't it the posture of a fairy? Yuan Wu's head was full of black lines. Is not it? Good guy, for him, Zion Jun is an unreachable level. His goal is to reach the golden immortal level, which is already very difficult. Among the younger generation, there is only a glimmer of hope to reach the level of Zion Jun, except for Yu Hangong. Even if Yu Lingluo's talent is stronger than him, it is estimated that in the future it will only be at the level of Jingxian. In the end, in Brother Yi's opinion, that's it. He was very speechless. Well, people with great talent are headstrong. Peak Master Ling Luo beside him was actually very calm. When Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruya broke through before, she was already calm like these two. Under everyone's shock, after a long time, the thunder tribulation between Yongzi and Donggong Minjiu ended. The two of them are not Liu Yi after all, even if it is just a few kinds of rare thunders, they are extremely powerful thunders for them. The two of them are bloody, even if they use all their strength to use the fairy artifact Liu Yi gave them, still seriously injured. However, after all, the foundation of the two was built by Liu Yi with a lot of resources, and it is still extremely solid. Even with such a powerful thunder tribulation, they still survived without any danger. Liu Yi and Ling Luo Fengzhi stepped forward. With a wave of Liu Yi's hand, the resurrection of all things was used. Suddenly, endless green light enveloped the two of them. The next moment, the injuries on the two of them completely healed, and their faces became rosy. However, Liu Yi's move made the eyes of the high-ranking members of the Yu family in the distance widen again. What a powerful law of nature! Uxin was extremely shocked. Although it's a little worse than the previous law of strength, it's probably more than 50%. What kind of monster is this kid? The law of space, the law of nature, and the law of strength, have you mastered each of them so profoundly? The middle-aged man in Yushu Linfen couldn't help grinning. This is the horror of the son of Dao. In his eyes, the law may not have too many secrets, and he can understand it easily. The old man of the Yu family sighed. By the way, big brother, what does Ling Luo say about the marriage? This little fellow Liu Yi has two Taoist couples who are so talented, the marriage can be said to be one get two free, blood is not a loss. The beautiful Yu family, the woman laughed. I'm still communicating with her, I'll persuade that girl after I get back. Yuxin nodded. And Yu Lingluo in the distance suddenly felt a chill behind her back, and always felt that something not very good happened. She looked around, puzzled, and didn't think much about it. Minjiu, Yongzi, congratulations, you will be immortals in the future. Liu Yi laughed. Donggong Minjiu put her hands on her hips, very proud. Humph, the bastard senior sister is just a little faster than me, give me another 2 years, and I will definitely surpass her. Let her know how good she is. Yun Xi smiled and brushed her long hair, thanks to you, Liu Yi. Yun Xi is not as stupid as Donggong Minjiu. She understands that if it weren't for Liu Yi, she would not be able to break through to the immortal level now. It's only a few hundred years, and according to her previous talent, it would be difficult to even break through to the realm of transforming gods, let alone ascend to immortality. Liu Yi pinched Yun Xi's face with a smile. What else do we need to talk about? Yun Xi nodded with a smile on her ethereal little face. Ling Luo Peak Master next to him rolled his eyes again and again. Is this old lady here to see you show your affection? Liu Yi has a thick skin, so it doesn't matter. Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi are a little embarrassed. After all, Ling Luo Peak Lord is a master-level figure, considered an elder. Lu Yi smiled and said, let's go back. After Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi broke through, they began to consolidate their realm. One day after more than a month, Peak Master Ling Luo found Lu Yi, and said with a dark face, my old man is looking for you. Lu Yi nodded, then glanced at Ling Luo Peak Master, and asked with some doubts, Master, are you okay? Why do you feel that your face is not very good looking? The corner of Ling Luo Peak Master's mouth twitched, it's okay. She was very speechless. During this time, her old man urged her more and more urgently. She had to avoid it every time in the name of retreat. Seeing Lu Yi's innocent expression, she was even more angry. What's so good about this kid? Well, it's really good, but I'm also this kid's master after all. What did the old man think? Shameless. Seeing what Peak Master Ling Luo said, Lu Yi didn't care, and nodded, then let's go there. The two came to a courtyard and saw Yuxin standing by the pool. Old man, what do you want with this kid? Yuxin stood with her hands behind her back, looked at Lu Yi, and said with a light smile, these days, Year has also stayed in Yuxing for a while. Before you said that two little girls, Yungzi and Minjiu, would go to the Juya battlefield together, now, the two have ascended. It is almost time for you to fulfill your obligations. Hearing this, both Lu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo were stunned. It was because Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu hadn't ascended yet. Naturally, it was impossible for Lu Yi to leave them on Yuxing and go to Juya battlefield by himself. After all, to go to Juya battlefield, unless one has obtained enough meritorious service, one would have to stay for 100 years. Lu Yi didn't know how long he had to stay inside. If Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu broke through and ascended while he was inside, and they went to another Juya battlefield, then it would be very troublesome. Although Lu Yi is very confident in the strength of the two, he has to be careful when facing the 9 nether demons. Therefore, Lu Yi told Yuxian about this before. If someone else was negotiating terms, Yuxin would naturally not agree, but Lu Yi, as the direct disciple of Peak Lord Ling Luo, and a figure that even the ancestors are extremely optimistic about, naturally can have certain privileges. Most people need to enter the Juya battlefield within half a year after ascension, but Lu Yi has been outside for more than a year. In fact, if it wasn't for Yungzi and Donggong Minjiu Phase Hung, he could still stay in Yuxing. Master is right, Lu Yi is planning to go to Juya battlefield. Yet. Yuxin nodded slightly, and then said, there are 7 battlefields in the Tianluo starfield, and the least dangerous one is the Zhenan battlefield. Immortal level 9 nether demons have entered the universe. Go there. The 9 nether demons are extremely powerful, even though you have a high talent and amazing combat power, after all, you are only a celestial being. Go to the 9 nether battlefield, just right. Lu Yi naturally had no objection. To be honest, if he was allowed to go to the dangerous Juya battlefield, he would probably have to stay in it for 100 years before coming out. However, Zhenan battlefield, sounds a bit familiar? Lu Yi thought for a while, and then remembered where he had heard about it before. Before leaving Tianming, Bianjian told him that an immortal from the Divine Sword sect went to the Zhenan battlefield. This is the place? That ferry seems to be called Wei Kong? Since we happened to come across it, after entering the Zhenan battlefield, let's go and see the situation. At this moment, Peak Master Ling Luo said, old man, I plan to go with Lu Yi and the others. After all, they are my disciples, I have to take care of them, and I am only one step away from Xian. It needs a fierce battle to promote my breakthrough. Yuxin was taken aback, looked at Peak Master Ling Luo, and nodded slightly, well, if that's the case, then you go. Be careful. Ling Luo Peak Master nodded slightly. Go. Liu Yi and Ling Luo Peak Master turned and left. On the way, Liu Yi glanced at Ling Luo Peak Master and said, "Master, I heard that the Jiyu battlefield is very dangerous, do you really want to go with us?" Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Liu Yi, "What? Can I go?" "Of course not. I just don't think it's necessary for Master to go. After all, according to Bianjian and the others, they won't go to Jiyu battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary." Peak Master Ling Luo rolled his eyes, "That's why they are the weak ones. The Nine Nether battlefield is also a very good place to practice for the children of the Yu family. In addition, although there are many Nine Nether demons on the Nine Nether battlefield, but because the environment is special, and some very precious fairy grasses and fairy crystals will be born, which are also of great benefit to the fairy." Hearing this, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ting Bianjian and others avoided the Jiyu battlefield like snakes and scorpions, but they didn't expect that for the Yu family children, it turned out to be a place of experience. As for the resources mentioned by Peak Master Ling Luo, Liu Yi didn't care much, as he got a lot of resources from the mission. Now he has more than 100,000 drops of star essence in his hand, which is enough for a heavenly immortal to cultivate to Xian. However, Liu Yi was a little curious about whether there was any quest reward for killing the 9 nether demons. You'll find out when the time comes. Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo returned to the small courtyard, and shared the news with Lu Ningshuang and the others. The four naturally had no objections, and Donggong Minjiu and Jian Ruya were even a little eager to try. "Hehe, I have long wanted to see what the 9 nether demons are like." Donggong Minjiu laughed cheerfully. Jian Ruya nodded slightly, and said, "The Jiyu demon we met on the Jiyu island in the East China Sea is still fresh in my memory." Lu Ningshuang and Yun Xi also thought of the Jiyu demon back then. Lu Ningshuang sighed, "I didn't expect that in a short period of time, we have already ascended." Afterwards, a group of people took the spaceship and left Yuxing. Through the teleportation gate, they went to Zhenan battlefield. The Zhenan battlefield is located in the northwest of the Tianluo starfield. The galaxy where Tianming is located in the southwest of the Tianluo starfield, and the distance is extremely far away. According to Ling Luo Peak Master's introduction, it is more than 60,000 light-years. For such a long distance, even with a fixed star gate, it takes several transfers. Fortunately, they were not too anxious along the way. Passing through star gates one after another, passing by patches of extremely prosperous galaxies, and using space arrays to shuttle back and forth. After spending a full month, they finally came to the Zhenan galaxy, which is close to the Zhenan battlefield. The star gate flashed, and spaceships flew out one after another. Liu Yi and the others stood by the window, looking at everything around them, showing surprise. The star gate is surrounded by dense metal planets, spaceships take off and land, and it is extremely prosperous. There are dozens of metal planets in this piece of metal, one every tens of millions of kilometers, spreading far away, forming a territory. This is Zhenan City. The entrance to the Zhenan battlefield is on the planet in the middle of the distance. This cosmic space has actually been compressed in that area by the ancestors. There are 5 companies of the Star Realm Army stationed here. Prevent the 9 nether demons from rushing out of the 9 nether passage. In addition, the Star Gate is in this area, and there are several planetary stations of the Star Realm Army nearby, and the support is also very fast. Ling Luo Fengzhu introduced. Liu Yi and the others nodded slightly, looking at the central area of these metal planets. There is a planet that is out of tune with the others, and this planet exudes a strange, ominous black mist. Even though they were so far away, they could feel a trace of evil aura. Sure enough, it's the 9 nether passage. Lu Ningshuang frowned and said. As someone who had seen Jiyu on that misty island before, Lu Ningshuang had a deep memory of Jiyu's aura. Peak Master Ling Luo said indifferently, "This is just outside. If you enter the Jiyu battlefield, you can hear Jiyu's whispers at any time. The deeper you go, the more and more complicated the sounds you hear. A strong man at the level of a fairy, after entering the Juyu battlefield, you need to come out to relax for a period of time, at most a year, otherwise you will be corrupted by the Juyu demon, and finally completely bewitched. Hearing this, Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang looked at each other, feeling a little tingly. Even a strong person at the level of a fairy can only stay in it for a year, so one can imagine how dangerous it is. Those who come to Juyu battlefield as a celestial voluntary, need to register first. Let's go. The spaceship flew through the vacuum and flew towards a huge metal planet. Registration is very simple, just find the Yu family army stationed here and report the specific information. When they realized that the person who came was actually the second young lady of the Yu family and others, the Yu family army was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted and continued to register. After all, just as Peak Master Ling Luo said before, the Yu family children regard the Juyu battlefield as a place of experience. After registration, the voluntary labor has officially started. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 289 Deep Erosion, the other side of the Nine Nether Passage. Peak Lord Ling Luo brought Liu Yi and his party to the outer area of Zhenan Star. From here onwards, the defense became much stricter, and the Yu family army was patrolling in spaceships everywhere. Although the strength of the Yu family army at the Daneng level is not too strong in the eyes of the immortals, it is almost enough to patrol the periphery of the planet. On the periphery of Zhenan Star, Liu Yi could clearly see that the space lines around Zhenan Star were irregularly twisted. The dense space lines are connected together, enveloping all the surrounding space, as if there is another world inside. Liu Yi had heard from Peak Lord Ling Luo that the Nine Nether battlefield was isolated by immortal level bosses and formed another world, so he wasn't surprised. The entire Zhenan Star looks like a normal planet, but in fact, due to space distortion, there is only one entrance that can really enter the Zhenan battlefield. At the entrance, many immortals came in and out. The faces of the immortals who went in were solemn, while the faces of the immortals who came out were pale, and some immortals had gloomy expressions. At the exit position, there is also a team of star fighters stationed. The Star Army held a strange mirror magic weapon, aiming it back and forth at the passing immortals, with a serious expression. Liu Yi was taken aback when he saw this group of star guards, but he didn't expect to run into someone he knew. The captain of the Star Realm Army turned out to be Wang Yuan, who was the captain of the Star Realm Army of the 6th Legion during the Raksha clan war. When Wang Yuan saw Liu Yi and the others, she was taken aback for a moment, and then she showed a bright smile. "Second Miss, Master Liu Yi, why are you here?" Peak Master Ling Luo also had some impressions of Wang Yuan, and nodded slightly at her. Liu Yi smiled and said, "I have ascended to the Juyu battlefield to fulfill my obligations." Hearing this, all the Star Realm troops showed a look of astonishment. Ascension? Master Liu Yi's cultivation speed is really fast. Wang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. After all, the original Liu Yi was only in the Tribulation Realm, and his level was not too high. Liu Yi smiled, "This cultivation speed is just average." Wang Yuan wanted to say something else, but at this moment, the mirror-like magic weapon suddenly flashed a dazzling golden light, and shot at a monk who came out of the exit. This monk has 2 pairs of arms and a flat nose. He is not a human race. Beside him, there is another companion. Illuminated by the golden light, the 4-handed cultivator let out a low growl immediately, and a thick black mist escaped from his body, and the air of 9 seclusions emerged, making all the cultivators around him widen their eyes and stay away immediately. "Snow! Don't be controlled!" His companions shouted as they tried to wake him up. However, it was useless. The 4-handed monk had already been corroded by the qi of the netherworld. Black mist swirled around his body, his breath soared, and he reached out to grab his companion. His companion had no choice but to collide with him, and immediately vomited blood and flew backwards. Deep erosion. Get rid of it. Wang Yuan said immediately with a grim expression. Several Star Realm troops had already made preparations, and the power of the fairy erupted around them, firmly locking the four-handed monk. Star Realm army, do you dare to stop me? The four-handed monk's eyes became completely dark, and wisps of black mist escaped from his eyes. The terrifying power of the Nine Netherworld erupted. However, the Star Territory army has experienced all this many times. They have a calm expression, form a battle formation, and their strength has skyrocketed. In the brilliance of spiritual power, the roar resounded through the starry sky. In just a few rounds, the four-handed cultivator screamed and was completely beheaded. Seeing this scene, the companion of the four-handed monk coughed up a mouthful of blood, showing a trace of sadness. However, soon, the four-star realm troops stopped the four-handed monk companion. Wang Yuan said indifferently, "Take it down and lock it up, and carefully observe whether it is infected." The fellow four-handed monk had a calm expression on his face. He seemed to have expected this situation and did not resist. In fact, even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't resist in the face of the four-star realm troops. After the four-handed monk companion was taken down, order was restored at the entrance. Wang Yuan looked at Liu Yi and the others, and smiled apologetically. "I made the second miss," and Master Liu Yi laughed. Peak Master Ling Luo shook his head slightly. "You guys did a good job." Then she looked at Liu Yi and warned, "The Nine Nether battlefield is full of the power of the Nine Nethers, even a fairy can't stay in it for too long, or it will be deeply eroded like the four-handed monk before. Remember, if you feel unwell, you have to leave the Juyu battlefield and go back outside to recover." Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, and others nodded. Liu Yi and the others remembered the appearance of the four-handed monk just now, and felt chills in their hearts. "I didn't expect the Qi of Nine Serenities to be so terrifying." But what surprised Liu Yi was that this time he was so close to the Nine Nether Qi. Even though he heard strange whispers in his ears, he still didn't feel anything strange. The situation was different from what I encountered in the land of Nine Nethers last time. Then Liu Yi thought that maybe his strength had become stronger, so he didn't care too much. Afterwards, Liu Yi and others bid farewell to Wang Yuan and others, and entered the Zhenan battlefield from the entrance. The entrance is a space door. Passing through the space gate is like entering a strange world, like passing through the space array. The sky in this world is grey and filled with black mist, and their location is a square. Around the square is a huge fort made of metal. As a craftsman, Liu Yi had a very tricky eye, and immediately discovered that these were fairy gold. He was a little surprised that such a huge fortress was all made of fairy gold. Even if it's not as good as a planetary fortress, it's not much worse. And the entire fortress is engraved with strange patterns. This kind of pattern was something Liu Yi had never seen before, and he was a little surprised. Seeing this, Ling Luo Feng Master explained, "This is a formation pattern used to dispel the spirit of the Nine Nethernesses. Generally speaking, it is difficult for a monk who has been eroded by the Nine Nethernesses not to reveal his original form in such a large formation, but in the end there are still exceptions. Therefore, at the exit, there is a specially made magic weapon, which is specially used to detect whether the monk has been corroded by the spirit of the Nine Worlds." Donggong Minjiu asked curiously, "Master, are there any cultivators who have been corrupted by the Nine Nethers that have not been detected?" Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Donggong Minjiu, raised his eyebrows. "Of course, the magic weapon is not weak, but the aura of the Nine Secluded is very strange, so it may not be able to be thoroughly detected. He left the Juyu battlefield and caused some troubles. By the way, Wang Jianyuan of the Immortal Sword Sect was like this. He returned to Tianming and finally destroyed the Immortal Sword Sect by himself." Hearing this, Liu Yi and the others were stunned. Lu Ningxuang frowned worriedly, and said, "With so many defenses, there is no way to completely isolate the erosion of the Nine Nether Qi. This Nine Nether Qi is really terrifying. That's natural, otherwise, I wouldn't be feared by all the forces in the entire universe." Ling Luo Peak Master shook his head, and said helplessly, the 9 nether demons can't be killed endlessly. At the beginning, there was an immortal who killed all the demons in the 9 nether battlefield. After killing all of them, within a few years, another demon appeared. We can only send monks here to keep killing the 9 nether demons. Lu Yi asked curiously, Master, can't we go through the 9 nether passage and visit the world where the 9 nether demons reside? Hearing this, Ling Luo Peak Master was silent for a while, and then she said with a serious expression, it's not that it has happened, although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but it is rumored that more than 1 billion years ago, a powerful team composed of immortals entered the 9 secluded place. And then? Jian Ruyu's eyes widened, a little curious. They're all dead, none of them came out. Peak Master Ling Luo said calmly. Lu Yi and the others were silent for a while. Even so many immortals could not come out, how terrifying is the 9 nether world. Lu Yi and the others only felt their scalps go numb. Even Lu Yi was terrified. Ling Luo Peak Master said again, over the years, all major forces in the universe have studied the land of the 9 nethers, and found that only the 9 nethers are blocked by the 9 nethers passage, and some powerful 9 nethers cannot pass through the weak ones. The 9 nether passage enters our world, just like this Zhenan battlefield. However, we can pass through the 9 nether passage at will, as if some power is blocking the 9 nether demons and protecting our universe. Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang looked at each other. However, according to the current situation, as long as the Juyu battlefield is well controlled, you shouldn't have to worry too much about the Juyu demon, right? Yun Xi said. Lu Yi and the others nodded slightly. Peak Master Ling Luo twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard the words, black lines all over his head, then you are overthinking. The 9 nether passages are getting more and more, and there will be more and more in the future. What? Hearing this, Lu Yi and the others exclaimed. Do you still remember the 9 netherland in Tianming? It was the prelude to the formation of the 9 nether passage, and now you can block that exit with a large formation, but it won't be long before that exit will expand a little bit. In the end, it was difficult to block even the large formation, so we had to completely block that space and turn it into the 9 nether battlefield. Peak Master Ling Luo said with a serious expression. Lu Yi and the others widened their eyes, showing a look of astonishment. What? Tianming will turn into the Juyu battlefield in the future. What about the creatures of the Ming dynasty? Lu Yi and the others found it hard to accept for a while. Peak Lord Ling Luo said, there is no need to worry about this, when the formation can no longer be sealed, someone will take away the creatures on that planet. Then Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Lu Yi, and said with a light smile, but to be honest, Tianming is thanks to you, Lu Yi. Me? Lu Yi looked puzzled. Of course, generally speaking, when the 9 nether channel appears on Fangxing, the speed of expansion will be very fast, but if such a channel appears on Immortal Star, the expansion speed will be much slower. The spirit of the fairy has a certain degree of restraint on the spread of 9 nether. Effect. When you ascended, you raised Tianming from a mortal star to a fairy star, so that Tianming can last for a long time. Lu Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then he felt a little helpless. Unfortunately, there is no way to block the Juyu passage. Peak Master Ling Luo rolled his eyes, don't even think about it. Unless you can enter the other side of the 9 nether passage and see how the 9 nether passage was formed. The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched, black lines all over his head, how do I get there? Even the Xianzun teamed up to play the dungeon, and the group was wiped out. He is a little weak chicken, will he die in the past? However, Lu Yi still kept this matter in his heart. He felt that with his current cultivation talent, he had absorbed the foundations of the supreme treasure of the Great Dao and the supreme treasure of chaos. It wasn't because he boasted that it shouldn't be a big problem to become an immortal king or even an immortal emperor, right? When he becomes the immortal emperor, maybe he can understand the situation over there. Still have to practice hard. Otherwise, the universe will be full of 9 secluded channels in the future, and the universe will end sooner or later. Okay, let's stop talking about this. How do you feel now? Peak Master Ling Luo stopped talking about the Jiu passage and asked Liu Yi and the others. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment. He didn't understand what Peak Master Ling Luo meant. Lu Ningxuang on the side frowned, and said, "It feels like the qi of the netherworld is gathering, but it can still resist it." "Me too." Jian Ruyu nodded slightly. Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu also nodded, expressing the same. It was only then that Liu Yi realized that what his master was talking about was the erosion of the 9 nether qi. His face suddenly became a little strange. He didn't feel any discomfort at all, as if the 9 nether qi didn't exist. That's right, why does the 9 nether qi feel like it doesn't exist? Only then did Liu Yi come to his senses. He looked around with a strange expression. This is the Jiu battlefield, what's going on? Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at Liu Yi, without asking further questions. You must be fine, kid. Liu Yi nodded, yes. Not only is there no problem, it is simply too no problem. He feels no different from the outside world. Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi seriously. You two have just ascended, your strength is the weakest, and your ability to resist the erosion of Jiu is also the weakest. If you can't hold on anymore, you must say it, otherwise, when the qi of the 9 serenities erodes deeply, no one can save you, not even a kid like Liu Yi. Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi immediately nodded seriously. They naturally also understand how terrifying the 9 nether qi is, and they dare not be careless in the slightest. Well, let's go. Ling Luo Peak Master led Liu Yi and the others out of the square. She introduced, this is the base of the 9 nether battlefield, and all the immortals who come in can repair here. If it is a duty, then you must kill 109 nether demons of the same level and stay in it for 100 years. If it exceeds, then count the meritorious service, and if the meritorious service reaches the standard, you can leave early. If you come into practice, then there are not so many restrictions, and you can leave at any time. Master, what should we do now? Go out and kill the 9 nether demons? Donggong Minjiu was eager to try. At this moment, Liu Yi thought of something, and said, by the way, Master, fellow Biun sword of the Excalibur sect, please ask me to do something, saying that if I come to the Zhenan battlefield, let me find a man named Weikong. The Divine Sword Sect Immortal, how should I find someone? Looking for someone? Then we can go to the registration office of the base and ask. All the immortals here need to be recorded when they are repaired, so as to prevent various accidents such as erosion. So that's the case, let's go and have a look. Liu Yi smiled. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss, thank you for being faster and the 100 points rewarded by the boss. Chapter 290 First Encounter with 9 Nether Demons. Under the leadership of Peak Master Ling Luo, they quickly entered one of the metal fortresses. Inside this metal fortress, there are some heavenly level U family troops patrolling. Peak Master Ling Luo introduced that in this garrison, the U family army at the level of heavenly immortals will also be rotated once a year, so as not to be eroded by the spirit of the 9 secluded. In addition to the U family army, there are 4 full Star World army teams in the garrison. One must know that the weakest members of the Star Realm army are all true immortals. A team of Star Realm army formed a battle formation and could even fight ordinary Xians. A full 4 teams of the Star Realm army is already considered a very powerful force. Inside the fortress, Peak Master Ling Luo showed his identity token, and as the second young lady of the U family army naturally treated them respectfully, and soon brought them to the registration office. The registration office is guarded by several monks at the level of immortals. All monks who return to the resident and leave the resident need to register. Generally speaking, it is very convenient to register and execute with a device. I've seen Second Miss. I've seen young Master Liu Yi. Hearing the news, it was Captain Song Daeheng of the 12th Company of the 6th Army, who was also an acquaintance. Lui was not surprised. After all, he saw Wang Yuan outside. This time, the Juyu battlefield is probably guarded by the 12th Company. Lui greeted with a smile, "Captain Song, long time no see." "Ha ha ha, yes, it has been more than 200 years since I parted with Master Lui in the star system last time, right? I didn't expect that Master Lui would ascend to the ascension in just over 200 years. Talent is really enviable." Song Daeheng said with a smile. Song Daeheng was also very surprised. When he was in the star system last time, Lui's strength was already extremely powerful and terrifying, which made him unable to forget it until now. At that time, Lui wanted to say that the only shortcoming was his cultivation. Unexpectedly, in just over 200 years, when they meet again, Lui is already a fairy. 200 years, in the eyes of the immortal, is nothing more than a time of retreat. This kind of cultivation speed is really shocking. Second Miss, Master Lui, what are you doing here at the registration office? Song Daeheng asked. It's like this. I want to find a person named Wei Kong, who is of the human race, and his cultivation should be at the level of a fairy. Song Daeheng immediately looked at Tianxian, who was working at the registration office next to him. There was a white jade sphere floating in front of Tianxian. He touched his fingers, and patterns appeared on the sphere, and soon messages appeared in the air. Lui saw it, and felt a little more stunned. He had learned formations before, but because of his innate formations, most of the formations he practiced were offensive formations, and there were very few defensive formations. And the pattern in front of him should be considered as an auxiliary type. Although Lui didn't have much contact with him, after all, his formation foundation was quite good, and he could even refine a true immortal level formation, so he could barely understand it. This magic weapon is the same as the original jade tablet of Bianzong, and it can also record a large amount of information. However, compared to Bianzong's jade tablet, it is obviously more mysterious and complicated, and there may be more information recorded internally. Soon, Tianxian's staff found Wei Kang's news. I found it, human Wei Kang, a 6th level celestial immortal, from the Celestial Star Divine Sword Sect. He is currently working as a senior guard in the Three-Eyed Crow Cross Guild. Master Lui, is he the one you are looking for? Lui's eyes lit up, and he nodded, that's him. Well. Wei Kang left the station with others 1.5 months ago and entered the land of 9 nethers. According to the previous information, Wei Kang has stayed in the Zhenan battlefield for a total of 15 years. Every time he leaves the station, I will return to the station within half a year to 10 months, and I am afraid it will take some time before I go out this time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Hearing this, Lui nodded slightly, I see. Then he said, in this case, when he comes back to register, tell him not to leave the station and wait for me to come back. Hearing this, the corner of Song Daeheng's mouth twitched, and he said, Young Master Lui, you think highly of ordinary angels too much. If you go out for a while, they will at least have to go to the periphery of Zhenan battlefield to recover for a year before they can recover. Eliminate the influence of the 9 nether chi. Only then did Lui think of it, oh, we also need to eliminate the influence of the 9 nether chi. Ling Luo Peak Master had black lines all over his head, and he glanced at Lui speechlessly, you feel relaxed, do you think other people are like you? Ordinary monks may not be able to kill even if they stay in Juyu battlefield for a year. A 9 nether demon of the same level, otherwise why do you think you can leave early after killing 109 nether demons of the same level? Lui suddenly said, so that's the case. Since Wei Kang hasn't come back yet, let's go outside and have a look. Donggong Minjiahu said with a smile. Jianruyu nodded again and again, she was also a little curious about the situation outside. Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo naturally had no objections. After that, several people also registered and got a jade medal. This jade card can record the number of Juyu demons killed. Some celestial beings who volunteered to participate in the battle use this magic weapon to record how many Juyu demons they have killed. If they can kill 100 of them in advance, they can leave early. After that, Liu Yi and the others left the metal fortress, passed through the gate, and walked out of the station. Outside the station is an extremely barren land. The land is full of cracks, looks very barren, and spreads to the horizon. Coupled with the grayness in the sky, it is almost impossible to imagine that there will be creatures here. In the area near the garrison, the 9 nether demons will not stay. Liu Yi and his party randomly found a direction, and soon went deep into the Juyu battlefield. Along the way, Liu Yi even found many other immortals. Most of them are celestial beings, and some are real immortals, but so far, they have not encountered a mysterious immortal. Although the immortals are powerful, the Tianluo starfield is extremely vast, and there are only 7 Juyu battlefields in the entire Tianluo starfield. Each of the Juyu battlefields is allocated, and there are still a few immortals who come here. There are a lot of voluntary labor even if it's just being conscripted, and there will be other people like you family children who come here to practice. As it goes deeper into the wilderness, there are mountains and rifts everywhere, and there are wisps of black Juyu Qi escaping in some areas. These are the phenomena that will only be caused when the 9 nether Qi is strong to a certain extent. Encountering such 9 nether Qi, Ling Luo Peak Master would take Liu Yi and others to detour to avoid being eroded. In fact, on the battlefield of the 9 nethers, the 9 nether demons are the greatest danger, but such 9 nether Qi and ubiquitous erosion are actually more terrifying than the 9 nether demons. Laugh. When a group of people flew over a valley, suddenly a dark and strange light beam shot over. The aura of this light beam is powerful, and the terrifying power makes the surrounding space fluctuate. The light beam shot towards Ling Luo Peak Master who had the most powerful aura among them. Peak Master Ling Luo frowned slightly, and when he reached out his hand, a hazy palm appeared, directly crushing the jet black beam. Then, a series of auras appeared quickly and rose up, enveloping Liu Yi and the others. There are a total of 6 9 nether demons. These 9 nether demons seem to be completely condensed from black shadows. They are pitch black, with human and animal shapes, exuding an extremely thick black mist, and exuding an incomparably evil aura. Even more evil than the deeply eroded 4-handed monk I saw at the exit before. Are they the 9 nether demons? Liu Yi glanced over. It was found that among these Juyu demons, the most powerful one is one of the humanoid Juyu demons, which is a powerful existence at the level of a true fairy. As for the other 9 nether demons, they are all at the level of celestial beings. Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, nodded slightly. Well, these are the 9 nether demons, 6 of them appeared at once, quite a number. And those 9 nether demons looked at Liu Yi and the others, and the evil spirits in their bodies soared, and they enveloped Liu Yi and the others. A manic voice suddenly came out of Liu Yi's ears, like the sound of fingernails scratching on the glass, like the sound of mosquitoes buzzing, like strange whispers. All kinds of sounds are mixed together, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. But what makes Liu Yi feel strange is that he has no other discomfort except for some discomfort. On the side, Lu Ningxuang and others frowned, and even Peak Master Ling Luo frowned. When they frowned, a group of 9 nether demons turned into jet black streamers and rushed over. Humph! Peak Master Ling Luo snorted coldly, and immediately turned into a streamer, facing the 9 Serenity evil demon at the level of a true immortal. The rest is up to you. Liu Yi shrugged. Naturally he had no objection. Under the weird noise, Lu Ningxuang and the others all had ugly faces. It's really noisy. Jian Ruyu snorted coldly, and the long sword clanged, and with a series of extremely fierce sword principles, he faced a 9 nether demon. Yun Xi, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu also used their laws to charge towards one of the 9 nether demons. Liu Yi looked at the remaining 9 nether evil demon at the peak of the celestial immortal. He first murmured in his heart, I want to kill these 9 nether demons. Task. Kill the 9 nether demons. Reward, Star Essence 1000, Specified Immortal Technique Level plus 2-3, Specified Skill Level plus 2*1. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Is the reward nice? After all, killing 1 true immortal and 5 heavenly immortals will give you 1000 star essence, which is already an extremely generous reward. Not to mention, there are also rewards for specifying the level of immortality and the level of Kung Fu. The task rewards are extremely generous. If there was such a generous mission reward every time he killed the 9 nether demons, Liu Yi felt that he might have to stay here for a while longer. Liu Yi silently accepted the task, and at this moment the remaining 9 nether demon had already rushed in front of Liu Yi. It was a half-human 9 nether demon, with the upper body in the shape of a human and the lower body in the shape of a scorpion. It exuded a very strange black mist. The 9 nether evil demon showed a grin, his eyes were full of evil aura, without the spirituality and emotion of ordinary creatures. He stretched out his right hand, and there was a strong power of the 9 nethers on the right hand. The power of the 9 nethers turned into a pitch-black ball of light, like a black hole, swallowing the surrounding light. As the 9 nether demon condenses the powerful 9 nether power, the voice in the ear becomes louder and noisier. Die! The mental fluctuations of the 9 nether demon sent out a message, and the black hole in his hand moved towards Liu Yi. As it moved, the black hole became bigger and bigger, and eventually even surpassed Liu Yi's body size, trying to swallow Liu Yi into it. However, Liu Yi's expression did not change at all. He clenched his fist with his right hand, and the power of dark golden energy and blood emerged. Ow! A sound of dragon chant resounded through the heaven and earth, and the dark golden dragon shadow hovered over Liu Yi's body. His body was like divine iron, exuding a dark golden glow. On the front of Liu Yi's fist, there were streaks of dark gold streamers surging, and the surrounding space twisted and oscillated, almost turning into a storm. Liu Yi swung his fist and punched towards the black hole. Boom! Terrifying surges of qi and blood, and the law of power gushing out, carrying the Bengxing fist of the ultimate level, turned into a torrent of dark gold, rushing forward. The torrent of dark gold engulfed everything, and the small black hole condensed by the power of the 9 nethers was instantly extinguished, and then, the torrent of dark gold swallowed the demon of the 9 nethers. The screams sounded from the body of the 9 nether demon, and one after another the 9 nether qi surged, making a hissing sound. The screams only lasted for a moment, and soon, the 9 nether demons were completely wiped out by the dark gold torrent and turned into ashes. Even Liu Yi's normal punch couldn't stop the 9 nether demon at the peak of the celestial immortal. Liu Yi calmly withdrew his fist and showed a smile. It seems that I have used so many powerful treasures to build a foundation, and it is still very effective. The 9 nether demons are considered very powerful among monks of the same level. And Liu Yi is only at the level of the celestial immortal now, and being able to kill the 9 nether demons at the peak of the celestial immortal with one punch shows that his strength is still very good. After killing the 9 nether demon at the peak of the celestial immortal, Liu Yi looked around and found that Yun Xi, Lu Ningshuang, and others were still fighting. The other 4 heavenly immortal level 9 nether demons were not as powerful as Liu Yi. But after all, Lu Ningshuang and the others have only just broken through for a short time, and they are only at the first level of immortals. In terms of cultivation, there is still a gap. Even if the 4 of them are all immortal bodies, they have mastered the law to more than 10%, even close to 20%, and their foundation is very solid, but it is still very difficult to fight. Liu Yi didn't make a move, just watched the 4 fight. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, Liu Yi didn't plan to make a move. After all, they are different from Liu Yi. Liu Yi's foundation is deep and can always break through. But even if it is a fairy body, at the bottleneck, it needs to go through a life and death battle to break through more effectively. This battle is a good experience for them. At this time, with a bang, Lu Yi turned his head to look, and saw Peak Master Ling Luo crushing the 9 Serenity Evil Demon at the level of a true immortal in the Endless World. She walked out of the Endless World, pursed her lips, and said with some insincerity, "Too weak, the 9 nether demons, who are not even at the peak of a true immortal, can't achieve the effect of experience at all." Lu Yi nodded approvingly, "That's true. The 9 nether demons at the peak of the celestial immortal were killed by one punch from me. They are quite weak." Ling Luo Peak Master? She suddenly didn't want to talk. After Ling Luo Fengzhu killed the 9 nether demon at the level of a true immortal, he looked at the 4 of Lu Ningxuang in the distance, and nodded with satisfaction, "Not bad. Ningxuang's opponent is the 5th level of the Celestial Immortal, Ruyu, and the others, all of them are on the 4th floor of the Celestial Immortal, and they have not been defeated until now, and they can still persist. This talent and strength are considered very strong in the Tianluo Starfield." Lu Yi nodded slightly, "Well, let them practice again." Peak Lord Ling Luo obviously meant the same thing. The two were watching from the side. After a long time, Jian Ruyu killed her opponent at the first time. However, she was exhausted and suffered several wounds all over her body, dripping with blood. But Jian Ruyu didn't rest, but continued to help Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiao beside her. After helping the two kill their opponents, together with Lu Ningxuang, the 4 of them dealt with the 9 nether demons on the 6th floor of the Celestial Immortal, and finally completed the kill with difficulty. After the battle, the 4 of them were bathed in blood all over their bodies, and their injuries were serious. Seeing it, Lu Yi felt distressed, since she was his own daughter-in-law after all. However, Lu Yi also knew that such a situation was necessary, otherwise, the 4 of them had never experienced a real life and death fight, and it would be difficult to grow up. After the battle, with a wave of Lu Yi's hand, the resurrection of all things emerged, and the green streamer enveloped the 4 of them. Immediately, the injuries on the 4 of them recovered extremely quickly, and they soon returned to their original state. Peak Master Ling Luo beside him clicked his tongue twice, "The healing effect of this natural fairy art is too good." Lu Yi smiled, "After all, my natural law is not weak enough." Ling Luo Peak Master. Her hair was full of black lines, and she glanced at Lu Yi faintly. "Will this guy die if he doesn't speak? Let's go," she said angrily. So the few people continued to move. They would fight when they encountered the 9 nether demons, rest when they were tired, and went all the way deep into the depths of the 9 nether battlefield. As they gradually deepened, the number of Juyu demons they killed increased, and Lu Yi naturally completed more and more tasks. Lu Yi also discovered a very surprising phenomenon. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 291 Generous Rewards, Seriously Injured Astral Army. Regarding the mission of 9 nether demons, the rewards are completely random, that is to say, the rewards are almost everything. Lu Yi encountered nearly 100 batches of 9 nether demons along the way. After killing them, the quest rewards he obtained included the upgrade of the specified level of immortality, the increase of the level of specified exercises, the way of strength, the way of darkness, the way of light, the way of nature and even the way of space, etc. The comprehension of various Dao laws also includes all kinds of fairy gold, fairy-level natural materials and earth treasures, low-grade fairy artifacts, middle-grade fairy artifacts, and even a fairy technique called the Ice God Comes. In addition to these, each mission will reward varying amounts of star essence. Along the way, Lu Yi obtained tens of thousands of star marrows. It is conceivable how rich the rewards for this task are. Lu Yi was very excited. This 9 nether battlefield is not a dangerous 9 nether land, it is completely a dungeon that can earn quest rewards. In his eyes, these 9 nether demons are elite monsters with a high drop rate. Lu Yi has already made up his mind that he will come to Juyu battlefield to kill Juyu demons whenever he has the chance. You can come if you don't have any resources, you can come when you don't have enough skills or immortal skills, and you can even come to play when you're bored. After all, his foundation is rich, and he ascended with the supreme treasure of the Dao and the supreme treasure of chaos. Now he needs huge resources to improve. Even if you double cultivate or compete with the senior sisters and the others every day, you can't get enough star essence. Now with the 9 Serenity battlefield, it can be regarded as getting enough resources. In this way, they stayed in Juyu battlefield for more than 4 months. The longer they stayed here, the tempers of Lu Ningxuang and the others became more irritable, even frowning at ordinary times. This was influenced by the spirit of the 9 Serenities. Not only the 4 of them, even Peak Master Ling Luo was affected a little. However, her cultivation base is stronger, and this influence must not be as great as that of Lu Ningxuang and the others. I'm a little annoyed. Donggong Minjiao casually struck a bolt of lightning and landed on the barren flat ground. A huge deep pit was blasted out by the terrifying force. There were streaks of thunder flickering around her. Ling Luo Peak Master next to her glanced at her, and said, "After all, I just broke through, and I stayed in Juyu battlefield for 4 months, which is not bad. Let's go back first." Liu Yi didn't feel the slightest. He found that perhaps because he had absorbed the supreme treasure of the Great Dao and the supreme treasure of chaos, the 9 nether qi, which had previously affected him a little, could not interfere with him at all. The Juyu whispers in his ear were just pure noise to him, without the slightest negative effect. As long as Liu Yi wanted to, he could stay in the 9 Netherlands forever. He nodded and said, let's go back, just to see if Wei Kong has come back." Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruya were stronger and in better condition, and nodded slightly. "Well, this state is not very good. Go back and adjust it before coming out to avoid accidents." A group of people turned into streamers and flew towards the direction of the station. At this moment, a terrifying aura emerged in the distance. Even Liu Yi felt a little creepy, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Including Ling Luo Peak Master, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they looked up to the direction behind them. In that direction, endless black mist surged, and the black mist turned into endless waves, sweeping towards their direction. Seeing this scene, Ling Luo Peak Master's face changed. "It's the 9 Nether Storm. The 9 Nether Qi over there can swallow everything, and there's a powerful 9 Nether Demon in it. Run!" Hearing this, Liu Yi and the others felt their scalps go numb. Liu Yi immediately said, "Master, don't resist." He directly used the law of space, and started teleporting with a few people towards the distance. The speed of Juyu Storm is extremely fast, but Liu Yi's space teleportation is also extremely fast. He has been in front of Juyu Storm and has not been swallowed. He can even turn his head to look at the situation behind him with ease. The 9 Nether Storm was silent, like a god of death from hell, devouring all the wilderness areas without a sound, and the weird 9 Nether whispers were more intense than before. Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruya frowned and snorted, affected by Juyu's whispers. But Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiao were weaker. Wisps of black mist emerged from their bodies. Seeing this scene, Liu Yi's expression changed, and he grabbed the hands of the 2 of them. Wisps of Dao patterns flickered, and instantly separated the black mist. Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiao also looked much better. There was surprise in the eyes of the 2 of them. "Brother, what did you do just now? I was very irritable at first, but I didn't expect it to be fine all of a sudden." Yun Xi also looked at Liu Yi curiously. Liu Yi smiled, "It may be because my foundation is stronger, and I have a deeper understanding of the law." Ling Luo Peak Master next to him took a look at Liu Yi, feeling very strange in his heart. "I believe you, ghost." Although Peak Master Ling Luo's strength is not too strong, he still vaguely feels the aura of Dao. She thought of what the old man said before, that this guy has the aura of Dao in him. He is the son of Dao. Sure enough, is this the son of Dao? Even the 9 Nether Qi can be dispelled so easily. Peak Master Ling Luo was extremely envious. Yun Xi said, "If this is the case, then we don't need to go back. With the influence of Lui taking out the Qi of the 9 Nethers, then we can stay in the 9 Nethers battlefield for a while longer. Yes, anyway, we are almost reaching the target, why don't we just complete the target and go? After Lui dispelled the influence of the 9 Nether Qi, Donggong Minjihu felt that she was alright again. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Donggong Minjihu speechlessly, we'll wait until the 9 Nether storm dissipates first. Now the 9 Nether storm is still behind us. Jian Ruyu smiled and said, the perverted junior brother's space law is so fast, shouldn't he be caught up? They all felt very safe by Lui's side. Even Peak Lord Ling Luo didn't refute. As Lui's cultivation was raised to the level of a fairy, after using the law of space, Lui's speed even exceeded the speed of light. This kind of speed, even the Xianxian, few can achieve it, and among the Jinxian, they are not the weakest. One can imagine how exaggerated this speed is. This is the scary thing about the law of space. At this speed, Juyu Storm naturally couldn't catch up. At this moment, Lui and Peak Lord Ling Luo suddenly paused, and they looked at each other, looking in the same direction. What's wrong? Noticing the movement of the two, Lu Ningxuang asked curiously. There are people there. Lui frowned and said, let's go and have a look. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Juyu Storm behind him, nodded and said, there is still a little distance between Juyu Storm and it can pass. Lui shuttled through the space, and soon came to the direction where the breath came from. Those were 2-star realm troops wearing battle armor and powerful aura. They were being besieged by a large group of 9 nether demons. Among these 9 nether demons, there are a full 12 true immortals, and the others are also at the level of heavenly immortals. At this moment, the battle armors of the 2-star realm soldiers were covered with blood, injuries were everywhere, and their aura became very weak. Facing the siege of so many powerful Juyu demons, it was already at the end of its strength. Star Realm Army. How could it be besieged? Lui's face changed slightly. Lui still felt a little familiar with these 2-star realm troops. They should also be members of the 12th Company of the 6th Army. Ling Luo Peak Master frowned even more, and said, the Star Realm Army will use the squad as a unit to go deep into the Juyu battlefield to clean up the powerful Juyu demons, and prevent a large number of Juyu demons from gathering to form a climate. There are only 2 people left here. 1-star militia, I'm afraid the others should be dead. How is it possible? If a team of Star Realm Army forms a battle formation, there should be a hope of escaping even against Xianxian? Jian Ruyu exclaimed. Lu Ningxuang and the others were also full of disbelief. Peak Lord Ling Luo frowned, and said, I'm afraid the situation is not quite right. Lui raised his eyebrows, let's save them first. Ling Luo Peak Master looked at the besieged 9 nether demons in the distance, showing a dignified look, the 12 true immortals, including 3 peak true immortals, and dozens of heavenly immortals, the 9 nether demons here are 2. If there are too many, it will be very difficult to save them. Lui looked at the 2 seriously injured star soldiers in the distance, frowned, and said solemnly, I will explode with all my strength and use the space fairy technique. You can try it. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Lui, nodded and said, I'll interfere for you. Okay. Lui directly used the ascending immortal art, a powerful aura erupted, and his cultivation level was directly raised to the level of the peak of the celestial immortal. After that, he directly used the air escape technique. Under the siege of the 9 nether demons, the faces of the 2-star soldiers were pale and their breath was weak. They feel that their fairy power is disappearing little by little, and it won't be long before they have no power to resist. Brother! I will burn all my life essence to fight a bloody path for you. You rush out. A tall, 3-eyed star soldier looked at his companion beside him with a ferocious expression. It was a human monk. His left hand was broken, and he was holding a long sword in his right hand. He was surrounded by a pitch-black shield, and cracks appeared on the shield. One can imagine how fierce the battle was. He glanced at his three-eyed companion, a look of determination appeared in his eyes, and nodded, "Okay. I will definitely bring the news back. For the 12th company." The three-eyed monk laughed loudly, "Okay. Take revenge for us." Just when he was about to burn his life essence, the space suddenly distorted, and Liu Yi and others appeared in front of them. Peak Lord Ling Luo's face was sharp, and he shouted, "Great dream technique! Thousands of worlds!" One after another worlds appeared, and the illusory worlds enveloped all the 9 nether demons. Ling Luo Peak Master shouted in a low voice, "Stinky boy, hurry up!" Liu Yi yelled at the 2 star guards, resisted. "I'll take you away." He directly used the air escape technique. With the extreme level of Golden Immortal technique, coupled with the powerful strength of Immortal Ascension Ju, even with 3 experts of true Immortal level and 4 monks of Celestial level, Liu Yi still passed through the space and directly disappeared in place. The next moment, Liu Yi and others appeared in an area hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. After a shuttle, Liu Yi didn't stop, and continued to use the air escape technique, disappearing in place. But at this time, the endless world was broken, and all the demons of the 9 nethers turned their heads to sense it, and found that the 2-star realm troops had disappeared. Who saved the 2 of them? The 9 nether demons at the peak of the true immortal headed by them roared angrily. The other Juya demons also roared angrily, and began to search around. Liu Yi led a group of people through a distance of millions of kilometers before stopping. He let out a little turbid breath, used the Immortal Ju and the Golden Immortal technique, and with so many people with him, even though Liu Yi had become a celestial immortal now, he was still a little out of breath. The 2-star guardsmen on the side were dumbfounded. The 2 astral troops saw with their own eyes that after a few times of shuttling, they left those 9 nether demons without a trace. What the hell? What speed is this? Not to mention them, even their company commander is not so fast, right? And the one who brought them here was actually a fairy? At this time, the 2-star soldiers looked at Liu Yi with some doubts. "You are young Master Liu Yi? And second miss?" the human star army asked. Liu Yi nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Well, I'm Liu Yi." The 2 breathed a sigh of relief immediately, and as they relaxed, they coughed up blood again and again, and their breath was weak. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and with a wave of his hand, waves of natural forces emerged and landed on the 2 of them. Immediately, the wounds on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon, the serious injuries almost disappeared, leaving only minor injuries. With Liu Yi's current strength, it is difficult to completely recover from the serious injury suffered by the real immortal at once. Of course, the 2 were seriously injured. They were able to survive with such serious injuries, which made Liu Yi a little frightened. This is not a question of strength, it's all about relying on willpower to hold on. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced behind him, "The 9 nether storm is coming soon, let's go back first." Liu Yi nodded, no longer using Immortal Ju, and directly used the escape technique, not at the speed just now, but at a normal speed, leading a group of people to shuttle towards the station. On the way, Peak Master Ling Luo looked at the 2-star realm troops and asked, "Why are you in such a mess?" The 2-star realm soldiers looked at each other with solemn expressions in their eyes. "When we were cleaning, we found that there was something wrong with the situation in an area. There was a lot of monk's breath in that place, and there was also a lot of 9 nether demons' breath mixed together. We went to investigate, but encountered an extremely powerful, even if we use the battle formation, the powerful Suangxian level 9 nether demons are no match at all. In the end, the captain took 2 brothers to hold them back and let us come back to report. Unexpectedly, we were still caught up." The human race star the realm army said. "Yes, if it weren't for Master Liu Yi and second miss, we would have been in trouble this time." The 3-eyed star army on the side also nodded. "Are there 9 nether demons gathering again? And there's still a lot of cultivator aura?" Peak Master Ling Luo frowned, his expression also a little dignified. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 292 Wei Kong and number 039, S whereabouts, Zongpin Hushan Ling Bao. Lu Yi was a little puzzled, is the situation not very good? That's natural. Generally, the killing and destruction will of the 9 nether demons is greater than reason, and there will only be a small number of gatherings. Once such a large number of gatherings occurs, it means that a very powerful 9 nether demons appeared to lead these 9 nether demons. Such a situation often means trouble. Hearing this, Lu Yi also understood the situation. If there are only scattered 9 nether demons, it is not too difficult to deal with them, but if there are a large number, it may be a bit troublesome. Then why is there still a monk's breath? Lu Ningshuang was a little puzzled. I'm afraid they are planning to use the monks to do something. The strong face of the three-eyed star soldier's face was serious. This kind of situation has not happened before. On the battlefield of Mengwu, a special 9 Serenity demon devoured a large number of monks, and finally broke through the limit of the cultivation base of the 9 nether battlefield. At that time, they almost rushed out of the station, and many died. Brother Starfield Army. The human Starfield Army's face was also solemn. Hearing this, the faces of Lu Yi and the others changed. Can break through the limit? Jian Ruyu exclaimed. The 9 nether demons in the Zhenan battlefield are no more than Xianxian level. If they break through the limit and reach the golden immortal level, just imagine how terrifying it would be. Jin Xian is too strong, even if all the Star Realm troops stationed here can't stop it, there is a real possibility that the station will fall. Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, this kind of situation has happened many times in history. In the most serious case, even being rushed out of the Juyu battlefield by the Juyu demon, the loss was extremely huge. The area of hundreds of light years has been turned into a dead place. Even now, except for immortals, no other living beings can enter. If the concentration of 9 nether chi is high, ordinary living beings will not be able to survive at all, and it will be completely eroded in just a short time. Hiss! Lu Yi and the others gasped. This Juyu is indeed terrifying. Lu Yi was shocked. I didn't expect such a situation to appear on the Zhenan battlefield. Go back and report, and if necessary, ask for support. Is Uncle Yu Tianfeng okay now? Peak Master Ling Luo looked at the 2-star realm army monks. The military lord is currently in the Katato star field, and there is a wave of demons in that area. The three-eyed monk said. Peak Master Ling Luo frowned, but he was not surprised. After all, the entire Tian Luo starfield is too vast, and all kinds of threats are frequent. Even if there are a lot of immortals in the Tian Luo starfield, there will always be a shortage of high-level golden immortals and monks above. The universe is vast, and disasters will never disappear. Since Uncle Yu Tianfeng has something to do now, let's investigate it first and then talk about it. If there is really no way, the importance of the 9 nether battlefield is still higher. The 2-star guardsmen nodded slightly and didn't say much. They all understand that if there are frequent disasters, they can only abandon the car to save the handsome. Lu Yi didn't say much, and used the space shuttle to go all the way to the station. Soon, the station is in sight. A group of people quickly entered the station through the gate. Besides them, there are many immortals returning from the battlefield. After all, the 9 nether storm outside is extremely dangerous. If you stay outside, if you are swallowed by the 9 nether storm, it is almost equal to death. Even monks who have just left the station for a short time have to come back. After returning to the station, the 2 astral guards left in a hurry. Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at the Juyu storm that was slowly approaching behind him, and a look of worry appeared seriously. However, she didn't say much. Go and register first. Lu Yi and the others nodded, and Lu Yi also thought of something. I wonder if Wei Kong has come back? Won't be swallowed by the 9 nether storm, right? Lui felt that it shouldn't be so miserable. They came to the registration office and registered the time of their return, as well as the number of Juyu demons killed. Seeing that hundreds of Juyu demons had been killed, the angel at the registration office looked strange for a while, and looked at Lui and the others. In less than half a year since leaving, hundreds of Juyu demons have been killed. This speed is simply exaggerated. Even if the other party was the second young lady of the Yu family, he still couldn't believe it. However, he naturally didn't say much, just registered quietly. After the registration was completed, Lui asked, "By the way, is Wei Kong back?" Hearing this, Tianxian shook his head, "Not yet, Master Lui." Lui frowned. Wouldn't it really be swallowed by the Nine Nether Storm? At this moment, 3 bloody figures walked in. Lui and the others glanced at it, but didn't care. After all, there are too many monks who have returned from serious injuries in the resident. Banis, Kemming, Li Fang, register. The leader of a 3-eyed monk said. Tianxian operated the magic weapon to register, but soon his expression changed slightly, and he glanced at Lui with a strange expression. "You guys teamed up with a human monk named Wei Kong and left?" Lui's face changed slightly, and he looked at the seriously injured figures. The 3 of them froze, then nodded. "Well, we do have a friend named Wei Kong." Lui immediately asked, "Where is Wei Kong?" The 3 of them looked at Lui and the others, but before they could speak, the heavenly immortal who registered next to him introduced, "This is the second lady of the Yu family, and this is the second lady's direct disciple, young Master Lui." Yu family. The faces of the 3 changed suddenly. The Yu family is the most powerful family in the Tianluo Star region, equivalent to the emperor of a country. Miss Yu's family is equivalent to a princess. The 3 of them immediately expressed a lot of respect. It turned out to be Master Lui, disrespectful and disrespectful. The leader of the 3-eyed monk said bitterly, "Because of the 9 Nether Storm, we came back early, but we encountered an ambush by the 9 Nether Demon on the way. Brother Wei Kong and the other 2 the brother got separated from us during the battle, and I'm afraid he has been swallowed by the 9 Nether Storm." Hearing this, the corners of Lui's mouth twitched, his face darkened. "This is too unlucky, right? Was it really devoured? Swallowed by the 9 Nether Storm, can you survive?" Lui looked at Ling Luo Peak Master. Ling Luo Peak Master rolled his eyes. "According to the intensity of the storm we encountered before, the celestial immortal is basically hopeless." Lui twitched the corner of his mouth. How could he tell Bianjian when he went back? The sword-like jade on the side is also a little more complicated. After all, she is a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Logically speaking, Wei Kong is still her immortal ancestor, but she did not expect to die. "Master Lui, I'm sorry." The 3-eyed monk comforted him. Lui shook his head, and left with Peak Master Ling Luo and others. Not long after, Juyu storm approached the station. However, in order to resist the Juyu demon, there is an extremely powerful formation in the Juyu garrison, which is difficult for even Jingxian to break through. Although the 9 Nether Storm is not weak, it is only for the heavenly immortals and true immortals. Even for the profound immortals, the real danger to them is only the influence of the 9 Nether Qi inside. 9 Nether Storm naturally couldn't break through the defensive array. The golden pattern flickered over the station, forming a golden mask. Outside the mask, a pitch-black storm roared, like a strange sound coming from an abyss, which lasted for a long time. Several people in Lui have returned to the residence provided by the station to rest, waiting for the storm to dissipate. Half a month later, Lui, Ling Luo Peak Master, Song Daiheng and other Star Realm army powerhouses were standing on the balcony at the height of the garrison, looking at the surging black treacherous wind outside the formation. Their expressions were not very clear. "Nice. The Juyu storm has lasted for too long." Song Daiheng frowned. According to the news sent back by Luo Yi and the others, there are changes in the depths of the Nine Nether battlefield. The longer the delay, the worse the situation will be. But at this juncture, the damn storm is still lingering. Sigh. Another man named Joey C's three-eyed clan leader frowned and sighed. If they don't leave, I don't know if there will be an unhandy situation in the Nine Nether demon area. Several people are a little worried. Hundreds of millions of years of experience told them that if there is a gathering of the Nine Nether demons, the situation is generally not good. But now they were blocked by the Nine Nether storm, unable to investigate clearly. When the Nine Nether storm dissipates, I don't know if the situation can be restored. Peak Lord Ling Luo frowned on the side. Contact the high-level members of the Star Realm Army to see if anyone can make a move. Come and have a look. Song Daeheng smiled bitterly. We have already reported the situation, but now we don't know the specific situation and don't know how to report it. Liu Yi looked at the storm in the distance, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. After such a long time, the strength of Juyu storm has weakened compared to before. Liu Yi used to think that the Nine Nether storm was very dangerous, but now, he no longer feels that way. Based on his current situation, the Nine Nether Qi should have little effect on him. Maybe he can go through the Nine Nether storm to see the situation? If there is an irreversible change, it is always a good thing to find out early. After thinking about it, Liu Yi felt that with his current situation, if he was alone, even if he was facing Jin Xian, he could run for a while. Of course, he wouldn't really tease Jingxian either. Facing Xian Xian, if he goes all out, it should be impossible for him to be caught up. Thinking of this, Liu Yi said to himself, I'm going to investigate the reason why the Nine Nether demons gather. Task: investigate the reason for the gathering of the Nine Nether demons. Reward: mid-grade Hushan Ling Bao Eternal Light Shield. The specified rule is increased by 30% * 3. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi's eyes lit up, showing a hint of surprise. This reward, so rich? There is an acquired spirit treasure. And it's mid-range. If there is really a problem with the Nine Nether demons, then the situation will be even more serious, so why not go and have a look at it now? Liu Yi immediately accepted the task. He looked at Ling Luo Peak Master, and said, Master, it's probably because of the aura of the Dao. I feel that the aura of the Nine Nethers has no effect on me. I should be able to pass through the storm of the Nine Nethers. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, staring at Liu Yi with wide eyes. Song Daeheng and other Star Realm army dealt with the Nine Nether demons all the year round, and when they heard this, their eyes almost popped out. Song Daeheng stammered a little, wait. Master Liu Yi, what are you talking about? The spirit of the Nine Secluded Worlds has no effect on you. The others were also dumbfounded. Even Peak Master Ling Luo, who was familiar with Liu Yi, was still shocked at this moment. She looked at Liu Yi seriously. Stinky boy, this is not a trivial matter, are you sure? Liu Yi nodded slightly. Well, didn't I help junior sister and Yun Xi dispel the influence of the Nine Nether Qi before? Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu on the side looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. And Song Daeheng and others became even more crazy, their eyes turned green, and they stared at Liu Yi. You know, what does it mean to be able to dispel the spirit of the Nine Serenities? On the Juyu battlefield, the influence of the Juyu Qi is too great. Even if only part of the Juyu Qi can be dispelled, the losses of the Star Realm army can be reduced a lot. And Liu Yi in front of him can actually do this. Even for a strong person at the Golden Immortal level, it is difficult to do it. How can this not surprise the Star Guards? Not crazy. Ling Luo Peak Master Shen Ning looked at Liu Yi. Stinky boy, you say this is planning to go out? Liu Yi grinned brightly. Well, didn't you say that the situation is a bit troublesome now? If we can't understand the situation, then we can only wait here. If there is a problem, it will be troublesome if we want to deal with it. Why don't I go out and see now? Look. Peak Lord Ling Luo frowned. and said, "No. I disagree. Even if there are no other problems, the 9 nether demons at the peak of Xianxian are extremely powerful. It's true that your talent is powerful and your combat power is amazing, but facing it is difficult for an opponent of this level to escape." Liu Yi was immediately unconvinced, and said, "Master, you underestimate me too much. When I took the 2 brothers from the Star Realm army to escape, I was not fast enough." Ling Luo Peak Master? She was full of question marks. This bastard, he insisted on going to such a dangerous thing? If something really went wrong, what would Ningxuang and the others do? What is this guy thinking? Song Daiheng and others beside him also understood Liu Yi's thoughts at this moment. They looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. At the same time, they are also very admired. Not to mention anything else, passing through this terrifying 9 serenity storm is difficult even for a Xianxian, but Master Liu Yi is only a heavenly immortal, yet he has such courage. Not only that, but with the cultivation base of a celestial being, Master Liu Yi actually planned to investigate the situation of the 9 nether demons by himself? Such behavior made them have to admire. However, Song Daiheng still persuaded, "Master Liu Yi, I think the second lady is right, you should not go out, it is too dangerous. Even if there is an accident, our station should be able to block it for a period of time, enough for support to come." To be honest, even Song Daiheng didn't have much confidence in these words. After all, on the major Juyu battlefields, the garrisons were breached more than once or twice. Liu Yi had heard about various situations before, so he naturally understood what kind of danger would be in the event of an accident. He shook his head, "I'm sure." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and fell silent. Lu Ningxuang looked at Liu Yi and said, "Junior brother, are you really going?" Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "Yes." The 3 Jianruyu on the side looked at each other. Jianruyu smiled and said, "Then let's go together, the skill we practiced together should be able to help you now, right?" Hearing this, Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment. Seeing the resolute look of the 4, he smiled helplessly, "That's fine, let's go together." Indeed, the 4 people who have practiced the Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture of the Dao Dao can indeed enhance Liu Yi's strength a lot by using the Yin-Yang Dao seal, which can be regarded as an extremely powerful trump card. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 293 Broken Space Line. Hearing what Lu Ningxuang and the others said, Peak Master Ling Luo was stunned for a moment, and frowned with some doubts. "What kind of technique do you practice? Can you actually help this kid?" Peak Lord Ling Luo couldn't imagine it. Based on her understanding of Liu Yi would definitely not let Lu Ningxuang and the others take risks. Such a dangerous situation, to bring them? Funny, right? Ling Luo Peak Master couldn't accept it. She was obviously stronger. She felt that if she went, it might hold back Liu Yi. This doesn't just need to be powerful, it also needs to be able to resist the spirit of the 9 serenity. Hearing Ling Luo Peak Master's question, Lu Ningxuang and the others all blushed. Donggong Minjiao murmured, "It's the fairy scripture deduced by senior brother himself, it's nothing." Song Daiheng and others at the side looked at Liu Yi in bewilderment. Just at the level of a fairy, can you deduce the fairy scriptures? What kind of genius is this? Although Peak Master Ling Luo knew that Liu Yi was deducing the immortal scripture, he also knew that Liu Yi had achieved something. However, seeing the shy faces of Lu Ningxuang and the others, she still didn't quite understand. So what happened to deduce the fairy scriptures? Why not let her know? After all, she is also a master, okay? However, the situation was urgent now, and Peak Master Ling Luo didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Liu Yi and asked again, "Boy, are you really going to investigate the situation?" Liu Yi nodded, and said seriously, "Don't worry, Master, I have confidence." Seeing what Liu Yi said, Peak Master Ling Luo no longer objected, and nodded, "Then you should be careful. Don't worry, Master. Lu Yi smiled, then looked at Lu Ningxuang and the others. Let's go. While speaking, the Dao pattern in Lu Yi's body flickered, and the air of Dao circulated, enveloping Lu Ningxuang and the others. The four of Lu Ningxuang were naturally aware of it, and they all looked at each other. The aura of the Dao was similar to that in the Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra of the Dao. They didn't have much insight, they didn't expect Lu Yi's Dao breath to be so strong. Naturally, Peak Master Ling Luo and others who were stronger nearby also noticed the same thing. This Dao Qi is too strong, making all the monks terrified. Lu Yi didn't care about other people's opinions, he used his escape technique with all his strength, and disappeared with Lu Ningxuang and the others. The next moment, they passed through the garrison formation and entered the Nine Nether Storm. Inside the Nine Nether Storm, the terrifying Nine Nether Qi formed a hurricane, sweeping the world with terrifying destructive power. As soon as Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang appeared, the endless Nine Nether Qi rushed towards them, and noisy whispers rang in the ears of the five. However, when the Nine Nether Qi approached, it was resisted by the Dao Qi. Entering the Nine Nether Storm, Lu Yi's Dao pattern floated outside his body, turning into a light curtain that enveloped the five of them, resisting all the Nine Nether Qi. On the foreheads of Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang, a mysterious Dao seal appeared. It is the seal of Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang Dao seal can make five people connect with each other and form a big formation. Even if the secret technique is not fully activated, just by relying on the five people's normal skills to operate, their aura has been greatly improved. All five of them have risen to the fifth level of the Celestial Immortal. This is the mystery of the Dao Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture. And if they push the Yin-Yang Dao seal with all their strength, their cultivation base can be improved again. The Yin and Yang seal emerged, and the law of Yin and Yang turned into mysterious brilliance, which merged into the avenue pattern, reinforced the light shield, and resisted the nine secluded storms. Even so, the mask is still shaking slightly, one can imagine how powerful this storm is. Lu Yi squinted his eyes, and took out a small black jade clock. On the clock body, there were pieces of flowing magic clouds. This is the middle-grade fairy weapon, the magic cloud clock, which Lu Yi obtained a long time ago. The magic cloud clock flashed a pitch-black brilliance, and the endless magic cloud fell down and merged with the mask, this time completely stabilizing the mask. Afterwards, Lu Yi used the escape technique again to travel through the space. Because of the endless storm of the nine nethers, the space lines are distorted. Fortunately, Lu Yi's escape art is a golden immortal art. Coupled with his powerful space law, he can feel like a duck to water in such an environment. Soon, he led Lu Ningxuang and the others through an extremely distant area, and the Nine Nether Storm fell behind. On the peaceful Juyu battlefield, Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang appeared, and they turned their heads to look behind them. It was found that the Juyu storm enveloped the area around the station and surrounded the station. This storm feels like it was deliberately created? Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows and said. Yeah, you guys look at other places, the storm has subsided, only the area where the storm is still left. Jianruya looked around and agreed. At this moment, several terrifying auras approached quickly, causing the expressions of Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang to change slightly. Soon, they saw four distorted black figures appear, surrounding them. 4 nine nether demons at the level of true immortals. The leader is the peak of true immortality. The faces of Lu Ningxuang and the others changed all of a sudden. This is the pinnacle of true immortals, and even if they use the Yin-Yang Dao seal now, they are only at the 5th level of the Celestial Immortal. The 4 immortal level Juyu demons looked at Lu Yi and the others with murderous eyes, and their eyes were full of rage. The air of 9 secluded surroundings swirled around them and attacked Lu Yi and the others. At this moment, the aura around Lu Yi erupted like a volcanic eruption. His black hair danced wildly in the storm of fairy spirit energy, his cultivation level increased rapidly, and he soon surpassed the level of a fairy, and reached the 2nd level of a true immortal. Ascension Formula. After using the ascending immortal art, a pair of dark golden gloves appeared on Liu Yi's hands at some point. The aura emanating from this glove made Lu Ningxuang and the other four beside him shudder. A high-grade fairy weapon, a broken glove. This is also the reward Liu Yi received from the previous mission. His face was icy cold, and he clenched his fists tightly, as streaks of dark golden qi and blood surged, an incomparably terrifying power erupted. The next moment, Liu Yi swung his fist, and a dark golden storm of qi and blood spewed out, and the roar of the giant dragon could be faintly heard. The dark power of the 9 nethers was swept away, and the terrifying force attacked and enveloped all the 9 nether demons. The 4 9 serenity demons at the level of true immortals were annihilated almost instantly, and even a little mental fluctuation could not be transmitted. The death is very direct. Liu Yi, who is on the 2nd level of the true immortal, coupled with the 80% power law, the ultimate level of the rifting fist, and the top-grade immortal artifact broken gauntlet, the power it exerts is simply unimaginable. The 9 serenity evil demon at the peak of the true immortal couldn't even block a single punch. With such power, even Lu Ningxuang, who gets along with Liu Yi day and night, and even Lu Ningxuang who often contacts at a negative distance, is dumbfounded. Although they occasionally sparred with Liu Yi never used his full strength even in sparring, and they couldn't understand how strong Liu Yi was. But now, seeing such strength, they were inevitably shocked. Master, senior brother. You are so powerful now. Donggong Minjaihu's originally round eyes were wide open, and her mouth could be stuffed enough to lay eggs. Lu Ningxuang and the other 3 also had expressions of disbelief. As the people next to the pillow, they don't even know that Liu Yi's current strength is so terrifying. Even the 9 nether demons at the peak of the true immortal could be killed with one punch, and 3 other 9 nether demons were also killed incidentally. This kind of strength, even a master, may not be able to match it, right? Thinking of this, Jian Ruyu's face suddenly turned weird, and she glanced at Liu Yi and said, "At first, I was wondering if the perverted junior brother could suppress peak master Ling Luo, but now it seems, even if she is with us, most of them are not the opponent of the perverted junior brother." Hearing this, Yun Xi nodded seriously, "I think Sister Ruyu is right." Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjaihu next to her were a little embarrassed. After all, peak master Ling Luo is their master, and they are still a little embarrassed about master and apprentice together. Liu Yi coughed dryly, and said, "What are you thinking? The situation is urgent now, let's leave quickly to see what happened there." Hearing this, the 4 of them stopped thinking about these things and nodded. Then, Liu Yi used the air escape technique to move towards the area where the 9 nether demons gathered. As for the location, Liu Yi and the others naturally knew about it. The speed of the escape technique even exceeded the speed of light, and after only a few hours, Liu Yi came to an area billions of kilometers away from the station. As they approached this area, Liu Yi and the 5 found more and more Zhuyu demons. And the strength is also extremely strong, and even encountered a terrifying 9 nether demon who has just entered the Xianxian level. Even Liu Yi had used the ascending immortal art and the Yin-Yang Dao seal to the extreme, coupled with his own splitting fist and Xing Xing sword, to kill him, which took a lot of effort. Liu Yi felt a little lucky, fortunately he brought his senior sister and the others, otherwise, there would be no Yin-Yang Dao seal, but relying on the ascending immortal art, it would only be more troublesome to deal with, and it might not even be possible to beat them. After defeating the Suingxian level 9 nether demon, the spirit energy of Lu Ningxuang and the others was almost exhausted. After all, using the battle formation means that Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 also have to use their Kung Fu skills, bursting out with all their strength, which naturally consumes a lot of energy. The 4 of them were out of breath, and their faces were a little ugly. Didn't it mean that the Star Realm army often cleans the Zhenan battlefield, and the number of Suingxian level Zhuyu demons on this battlefield is very small? We are really unlucky, so we encountered it. Jian Ruyu sat on the ground and complained. Lu Ningxuang glanced at the depths, frowned and said, "Have you noticed that there seems to be something wrong with the breath in that direction?" Donggong Minjiu, Yun Xi, and Jian Ruyu all looked over and nodded. Because Lui used the Dao Dao pattern to resist the qi of the nine nethers, they were almost immune to the influence of the qi of the nine nethers. But that doesn't mean they lost their senses. They could easily feel that there was an extremely strange aura surging in that direction. Lui also had a serious face, looking deeply in that direction. All four of Lu Ningxuang felt it, and he was no exception. "It seems that something is really wrong," Lui said. "Lui, what should we do?" Yun Xi asked. Lui thought for a while, and said, "The nine nether demons are getting stronger and stronger along the way. There must be more powerful nine nether demons in that direction. We should restrain our breath so as not to overwhelm others." Lu Ningxuang and the others nodded slightly. Then, Lui used the law of space and the law of darkness to completely envelop the five people. In terms of ability to restrain breath, the law of space allows monks to enter between space lines, coupled with the essential restraining ability of the law of darkness. Combined, it is enough to interfere with the perception of most creatures whose cultivation base is not too strong. In order to prevent accidents, Lui even used the air escape technique very carefully so as not to cause too much space fluctuation. Also, each use is just a short distance traveled. If they encounter the nine nether demons, they will choose to take a detour. As Lui guessed, the deeper they went, the more powerful the nine nether demons they discovered. The heavenly immortal level 9 nether demons had completely disappeared, and all the ones they encountered were true immortal level demons, and they even encountered 3 profound immortal level 9 nether demons, which were stronger than the one they had killed before. This makes them have to be more cautious. Soon, they came to the area where the 2 astral army monks found weird. It was a plain. On the plain, there are huge stone pillars standing. These stone pillars surround a huge platform in the center, engraved with patterns that Lui has never seen before. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. What surprised Lui and the others was that monks were nailed to these huge stone pillars. These monks were dressed in rags and were seriously injured. The blood from their bodies was continuously flowing down and merged into the stone pillars. Several of the monks have been sucked dry and turned into mummies, and the other monks also look extremely weak. "Look over there." Jian Ruyu sent her voice in shock. Lui and the others looked over by gesturing, and found 3 monks wearing star military armor nailed to a stone pillar. Could it be the teammates of the 2 previous star guardsmen? They didn't die, they were captured alive? There are several 9 nether demons. Lui and the others saw 9 secluded demons at the level of Xianxian crawling on the central platform. The 9 nether qi circulated around them, and the thick black mist escaped and merged into the pattern. Then, on the platform, distorted cracks gradually appeared one after another, and a series of incomparably weird 9 nether qi escaped, as if something terrible was about to rush out. Seeing this crack, even Lui's scalp felt numb and his back felt cold. He had a premonition that if the crack opened, even he might not be able to escape. Something really happened. Yun Xi's spirit was shaking. Even Lui felt a fatal threat, let alone Lu Ningxuang and the others. They were able to stand because they had endured enough coercion and had a strong ability to withstand pressure when they broke through the restrictions of the heavens. What are these Juyu demons planning to do? That aura is far beyond the Xianxian level, should it be a Jingxian? Didn't it mean that the Jingxian level Juyu demons can't come through the space? Jian Ruyu, his face was as pale as snow, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Lui took a deep breath, with strands of chaotic air flowing deep in his eyes, looking at the platform. In his eyes, the endless space lines are not being pulled and twisted, but are actually breaking one by one. Even if he has mastered the not weak space law, Lui can't believe it. He never thought that the endless space line could be broken. Thank you for the 520 points rewarded by the 3rd step in the world, and the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother in 08A. Chapter 294 Yin Yang Dao Seal, Rescue. As the space line breaks, he can see that a hole is opened, and another area is where the air of the 9 nethernesses circulates. As if something was about to rush out of it. Seeing this scene, Lui felt extremely heavy. This situation, no matter how you look at it, is not right. Lui, what's the matter? Lu Ningxuang asked nervously when they noticed the change in Lui's expression. The situation is not right, they may be opening the passage to the 9 nether world. Lui shook his head. What? The faces of Lu Ningxuang and the others suddenly changed. How serious this is, even they understand. Then what to do? Lui looked at the 9 Suangxian level Juyu demons in the distance. The auras of the 9 nether demons are extremely powerful, and they are all high-level Xianxian powerhouses. Such a strong man, even for the current Lui, is difficult to deal with. But being unable to deal with it doesn't mean that Lui can't run away from these 9 Suangxian level Juyu demons. He glanced at the monks on the stone pillar in the distance, took a deep breath, and then sighed slightly. The next moment, Lui looked at Lu Ningxuang and the others, and said, "Senior sister, I need you to fully operate the Yin-Yang Dao Seal." Hearing this, the 4 of Lu Ningxuang looked at each other and nodded slightly. Jianruyu smiled and said, "Being able to help you shows that our practice these days has not been in vain." Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu also smiled. Afterwards, there were endless Dao patterns flashing around the 4 of them, including Frost Dao patterns, Sword Dao runes, Thunder Dao patterns, and Natural Dao patterns. In addition to these Dao patterns, there are also Dao seals of the Yin and Yang avenues that flicker and disappear. The aura of the 4 people soared, turning into a stream of light, and if on Lui's forehead, it turned into a mysterious Yin and Yang seal. Lui slowly opened his eyes, and there were incomparably mysterious lines flashing in his eyes. In the extreme state of Yin-Yang Dao Seal secret technique, Lu Ningxuang and the others can transform into Dao Seal, completely release their own power, and enhance Lui's strength. Lui could clearly feel the love emotion of Lu Ningxuang and the others. He exhaled slightly, and the ascension to immortal art also started to work, and his momentum rose steadily. With the extreme level of ascending immortal art, coupled with the all-out Yin-Yang Dao Seal, Lui's aura reached the terrifying 8th level of true immortal. Coupled with Lui's own foundation, the terrifying aura made all the Juyu demons around him look over. Not only them, even the monks who were nailed to the stone pillars were shocked and looked in the direction of the breath. Their eyes were dim, like candles in the wind. On the platform, the 9 nether evil demon at the peak of Xianxian made a strange sound, and then, a large amount of aura surrounded him from a distance. Lui understood that it was the 9 nether demons around him. Among these auras, the weakest ones are at the level of true immortals, and there are even dozens of terrifying existences at the level of mysterious immortals. With a calm expression, Lui took a step forward and appeared outside the platform, looking at the 9 nether demons below. The 9 nether demons of different shapes soared into the sky at this moment. The terrifying power of 9 nether surged, and the cold eyes looked at Lui with undisguised greed. The 9 nether demons sent out a series of noisy mental fluctuations. Aura of the Great Dao, there is such a large amount of Qi of the Great Dao. Eat him! Eat him! I will transform! Lui felt hunger, thirst, and impatience from their mental fluctuations, as if he had encountered something extremely delicious. Lui's back even felt a little cold. It seems that the aura of Dao is a treasure even for Juyu? Lui was shocked. Although I don't know what kind of world Juyu is, but I am afraid that it is also an existence in the Dao that can absorb the Qi of the Dao. His face was cold, and his spirit fluctuated. You don't have the ability to eat me if you want to eat me. Roar! An octopus-like 9 nether demon tentacle grabbed Lui with a surging evil aura, trying to take Lui away. However, Lui's body passed through the space in an instant, avoiding the attack of the 9 nether demons. The surging 9 nether chi was like a flame, but it had no effect on Liu Yi. Sensing that Liu Yi has mastered the power of space, a group of Jiu demons roared, and the power of Jiu surged, instantly blocking the entire space, trying to seal Liu Yi in it. If there were Jinxian-level existences among these 9 nether demons, Liu Yi turned around and left without even thinking about it. But the 9 nether demons here are the strongest, but they are only at the peak of Xian. The escape technique he mastered is a golden fairy level fairy technique, and he has mastered it to the limit level. In addition, his own space law is also considered superb, even the existence of the peak Xian cannot completely seal him in the space. Not to mention, Liu Yi flipped his hands over, and a white stone tablet appeared in his hand, which was the top-grade immortal artifact escape from the sky tablet. With the support of the escaping steel, Liu Yi is more comfortable in the space, even under the blockade of the 9 nether demons at the peak of the 9 profound immortals, he is not afraid at all. His figure flickered, and he moved to avoid the attack of the 9 nether demons. Seeing that Liu Yi's movements could not be blocked at all, several 9 nether demons released extremely manic mental fluctuations one after another. However, these mental fluctuations were resisted by the power of the Dao, and had no effect on Liu Yi at all. While avoiding the attack, Liu Yi looked at the surrounding stone pillars. At this moment, the monks who were still alive on the stone pillar all stared wide-eyed, looking at Liu Yi in the air in astonishment. They couldn't believe that a cultivator at the 8th level of a true immortal was able to survive the siege of 9 immortal-level Jiu demons intact, even with ease. And these 9 Suingxian level 9 nether demons are not even ordinary Xians, but the strongest among Xians. Especially the powerhouses of the 3 astral army couldn't believe it. They have fought against the most powerful 9 nether demons at the peak of Xian, so they naturally know the power of the 9 nether demons best. They never thought that even a cultivator at the 8th level of the true immortal could not do anything at this moment. This is too outrageous. Wait, he is, Master Liu Yi. The Star Army captain said hoarsely, his body was mutilated, and he even felt a little bit unbelievable. The other 2 Star border troops also discovered that it was indeed Liu Yi. Their eyeballs almost popped out. No, it's impossible. The last time I saw Master Liu Yi in the star system, he was just a cultivator who crossed the tribulation. How could he be a true immortal? They are incomprehensible. At this moment, Liu Yi's body appeared not far from the stone pillar. He glanced at the 3-star realm monks and said, "I'll rescue you." Hearing this, the complexions of the 3-star army experts changed, and then the star army leader hoarsely said, "No. Master Liu Yi, don't save us." When a few monks heard this, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly said, "Senior, save us. Senior. Please save us, we are not dead, we can still be rescued." One after another begged. Liu Yi frowned and dodged an attack. Those 9 nether demons deliberately avoided the stone pillar, and the attack did not land on the stone pillar. "Why don't you let me save you?" Liu Yi asked. The Star Army commander let out a miserable laugh. "We have been eroded by the chi of the 9 nethers, even if we are rescued by young Master Liu Yi, we will be completely transformed into the 9 nether demons in a short time." The Star Realm Army on the side also let out a wry smile. "It's my good fortune to see Master Liu Yi here." The Star Realm Army takes protecting Tianluo as their duty, so naturally they cannot become evil spirits that harm Tianluo. "Please also, Master Liu Yi, kill me." "That's right, Master Liu Yi, kill us. These demons want to use my blood and soul to open up a passage. At that time, there will be Jinxian-level Jiu demons rushing out, it will be a disaster." The remaining Star Realm Jun also roared hoarsely. Hearing this, some of the begging and shouting monks fell silent, their eyes dimmed a lot. Their situation, I know best. However, some monks showed unwillingness in their eyes, and begged, "Senior. We have not been completely eroded, and we can still save us. Please. Senior, save me, I don't want to die yet." And Lui couldn't help laughing when he heard these words from the Star Border Army. Erosion? Even if it is a deep erosion, Lui is sure to remove them. After all, Lui's Dao Qi is extremely powerful, and he has absorbed a lot of Dao treasures. Besides, if it really can't be cleared, Lui is also confident that he will deal with the monks of Zhuyuhua. "You can survive, don't worry. I have a way to help you clear the 9 nether corruption," Lui said softly while avoiding the attack. Hearing this, everyone froze and stared at Lui with wide eyes. This is true even for the powerhouses of the 3-star realm armies. Who wants to die if they can live? Even the Star Militia Army is the same. They couldn't believe that Lui could clear away the deeply eroded 9 nether Qi. This level of 9 nether Qi, even if it is a strong person at the level of a fairy, may not be able to eliminate it. However, seeing that Lui is only at the level of a true immortal, but can resist the aura of so many 9 nether demons, I can't help but believe it. The next moment, Lui's incomparably mysterious Dao patterns flickered, and the escape tablet in his hand released a series of terrifying spiritual pressures. The power of space enveloped the entire platform. The next moment, all the monks were pulled to Lui's side by the force of space. Seeing this scene, all the Suingxian level 9 nether demons immediately became furious. Terrible and incomparable power shrouded Lui. However, this time Lui was no longer flashing on the platform, he left the platform with a group of seriously injured monks. Before leaving, Lui threw out 5 streamers. The low-grade fairy artifact 10,000 Demon Bell, the low-grade fairy artifact Tianqian Sword, the low-grade fairy artifact Jade Star Boat, the low-grade fairy artifact Tian Yuan Formation Map, and the middle-grade immortal artifact Blood Fiend Gauntlet. This stream of light fell on the 5 stone pillars. There was a flash of light in Lui's eyes, and his soul attracted him. Burst! Boom 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 boom! The terrifying power brought about by the explosion of the fairy weapon is horrifying. Especially for middle-grade immortal artifacts, the power brought by self-explosion even surpassed that of the peak Xian. Under such a powerful force, the spiritual light flickered and surged, and the space lines were distorted. Among the 5 stone pillars, 2 stone pillars were completely broken, and cracks appeared on the remaining 3 stone pillars, and the patterns were dim. In the aftermath, 9 profound immortal level 9 nether demons rushed out, and the 9 nether Qi on their bodies became much dimmer. They were extremely angry, and their terrifying mental fluctuations dissipated, almost insane. This time, the channel that was originally opened broke down directly. Lui sneered, and once again used the escape technique with all his strength, disappearing in place. After several times of escaping from space, Lui took out a crimson sky boat and led a group of people into the sky boat. Tianzhou turned into a streamer and flew towards the station at an extremely fast speed. Even a strong person at the Xianxian level cannot catch up. All the 9 nether demons encountered along the way were killed by the flickering patterns on the sky boat. The ultimate fairy artifact, the Xiang boat. It is also the reward that Lui received for doing the mission before. Entering the Xiang boat, Lui threw a group of monks on the ground. At this moment, streaks of jet-black aura of 9 seclusions had escaped from these monks, and their eyes gradually began to lose their senses. Lui didn't hesitate, the avenue pattern flickered, covering all the monks. As the power of the great Dao passed through their bodies, one after another of the 9 nether Qi was dispelled, and the noisy whispers and screams were unwilling to dissipate. After a while, the 9 nether Qi in all the monks was dispelled, and Lui put away the Dao pattern. At this moment, many monks have passed out. There are only a few monks who are not unconscious. The Star Army commander looked around blankly, his eyes flickering with disbelief. I'm still alive? The Star Realm Army on the side was equally unbelievable, the spirit of the 9 Serenity was actually dispelled? Ha ha ha! The monks showed the smiles of the rest of their lives. Lui glanced at them and waved his hand, emitting a green light. Resurrection of all things. Lui had consumed a lot before, and he didn't have much power left. He only used a small amount of strength to ensure that they could survive, lest they be seriously injured and die here. As the green light fell, the faces of all the monks turned rosy, and the originally hideous wounds began to recover slowly. Cough, cough. Thank you, Master Lui. The Star Army commander said gratefully. Lui shook his head, you guys have a good rest. With that said, Lui came to the training room. As soon as he entered the training room, the yin-yang dao seal between his eyebrows flickered, and 4 beams of light shot out, turning into the 4 of Lu Ningxuang. At this moment, the faces of Lu Ningxuang and the others were pale, and their breath was quite weak. After all, their foundation is not as good as that of Lui. Although they didn't attack before, facing the high-level Juyu demon of the 9 Xians, even if they dodge the attack, they need to spend a lot of strength. Not to mention that there are so many monks running away with the escape technique. The aura in their bodies was almost exhausted. However, at this moment, the faces of the 4 of them had smiles of incomparable surprise. Donggong Minjiahu's eyes flickered. I didn't expect Yin-Yang Dao Seal to be so powerful. Yes, yes. After using this secret technique, I can feel the terrifying power contained in the perverted junior brother. Jian Ruyu also exclaimed again and again. The same is true for Lu Ningxuang and Yun Xi next to her. Although they couldn't understand why Lui's strength was so terrifying and why he had such a strong foundation. This is simply beyond common sense. Even if they stayed in Yu's house for a while and broadened their horizons, they still couldn't understand it. They all knew that Lui had his own secret. However, the 4 of them are Lui's Taoist companions, so naturally they won't say much. For them, Lui is powerful, so they are naturally more proud. In particular, they were very happy to be able to feel such a powerful force. Lui smiled helplessly. You are exhausting too much, recover first, lest there will be accidents when you get it. Lu Ningxuang and the others also nodded, took out the star marrow and began to recover. If other people know that such a precious cultivation resource as star marrow is used by them to restore spiritual energy, their eyes may turn green. However, Lui had accumulated a lot of star essence in the previous missions, and this time he killed a large number of Juyu demons in the Juyu battlefield and also gained a lot of star essence. Lui now has a lot of star marrow, even if it is used to take a bath, it is fine. Seeing that Lu Ningxuang and the others began to recover, Lui also sat cross-legged and began to recover. He also consumed a lot. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 295, 3 missions, Great Harvest. Lui's foundation is strong, whether it is the absorption efficiency of the star marrow, or the natural recovery speed of the fairy energy, it is far faster than the 4 of Lu Ningxuang. It didn't take long for Lui's fairy power to fully recover, and he slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at Lu Ningxuang and the others who were still recovering, Lui felt the monks outside again, and found that their breathing was stable and there was nothing abnormal, so he felt relieved. He looked at his mission panel with some joy. In addition to his previous task of investigating the reason for the gathering of the 9 nether demons, Lui naturally released a task before doing it. Task: Save the monk who is still alive, completed. Reward: the ultimate fairy artifact, the immortal yin-yang robe, the level of the specified skill plus 4-3, and the star marrow 5000. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Task: Destroy ritual pillar, completed. Rewards: low-grade Hushan Ling Bao treading Hunyuan boots, designated skill level plus 4-4, designated immortal skill level plus 4-4. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Plus the previous task of investigating the reason for the gathering of the 9 nether demons. Task: Investigate the reason for the gathering of the 9 nether demons, completed. Reward: mid-grade Hushan Ling Bao Eternal Light Shield, the specified rule is increased by 30%. 3. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. It can be said to be a bumper harvest. The ultimate immortal artifact, the immortal yin-yang robe, can enhance the power of the law of yin-yang and increase the strength of immortal yin-yang art. It is also very useful for Liu Yi. After all, Liu Yi's understanding of the law of yin and yang is not low, and he also mastered the ultimate level of immortality yin-yang diagram. After wearing this yin and yang fairy robe, his defense ability has been greatly improved, and his life-saving ability is even stronger. At least it must be much better than the robe on his body. Not to mention the low-grade Hushan Ling Bao treading Hu Nguyen boots, as the Hushan Ling Bao, it is far more powerful than the top-grade fairy weapon. The Hu Nguyen boots of stepping into the sky are acquired spirit treasures to improve the law of space and space immortality, which is enough to greatly improve Liu Yi's space escape technique, and the specific effect is naturally needless to say. Coupled with the defensive middle-grade Hushan Ling Bao Eternal Light Shield, Liu Yi found that all the quest rewards were about defense and escape. Liu Yi was a little speechless. This frankly improved his life-saving ability a lot. Did he intend to make him run away all the time? This is not quite right. But no matter what, there are rewards, and there are treasures such as the best fairy artifact and the Hushan Ling Bao, so Liu Yi naturally has 100,000 favorites in his heart. Received all the rewards, but Liu Yi didn't use them. After all, the environment is not good now. It's not safe yet. Liu Yi stretched out his hand, the pattern flickered, and several light curtains appeared in front of him. Above is the scene outside the Xiang boat. On the barren land, there are a large number of 9 nether demons rushing from all directions, trying to stop Xiang Zhou. However, the Xiang Zhou is a top-grade immortal weapon after all, and the large formation on it is also extremely powerful. Although it cannot deal with the existence of the Jingxian level, it is not worthwhile in the face of Xian Xian. And the 9 nether demons at the mystic immortal level were all chasing and killing Xiang Zhou from behind, and the ones in front hadn't even reached the mystic immortal level, so naturally they couldn't stop Xiang Zhou. A large number of Zhuyu demons were killed by Xiang Zhou's body protection array, and the sky was sprinkled with blood. And in the rear, a terrifying aura surged, and in a light curtain, Liu Yi saw those profound immortal level 9 nether demons roaring and chasing Xiang Zhou. Obviously, Liu Yi disrupted their actions and made them very upset, so they probably didn't intend to let him go. There was no fluctuation in Liu Yi's heart. After all, Xiang Zhou's speed is faster than Suingxian's. Even if these 9 nether demons are powerful, they can't catch up with Xiang Zhou. Just like that, during the chase, the Xiang boat turned into a scarlet light and passed through the vast wilderness. A few hours later, Liu Yi saw Zhuyu storm in the direction of the station. He controlled Xiang Zhou and plunged into Zhuyu storm. The 9 nether storm was raging, and Liu Yi could feel that the Xiang Zhou slowed down under the 9 nether storm. He frowned slightly, looked at the light curtain behind him, and found that the 9 nether demons of the Xianxian level had been boosted in the 9 nether storm. Their aura was stronger than before, and their speed had also increased a bit. According to this speed, it won't be long before those Suingxian level 9 nether demons will catch up with Xiang Zhou. But Liu Yi was not too worried. He looked at Lu Ningxuang and 4 people beside him. In the past few hours, although Lu Ningxuang and 4 people have not fully recovered, their strength has recovered more than half. He said softly, "Wake up." Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu opened their eyes one after another. "What's wrong?" "Junior brother." Liu Yi pointed to the light curtain. "We have entered the 9 nether storm, but those 9 nether demons have become stronger in the 9 nether storm, and the speed of the Xiang boat has slowed down. If this continues, we will be caught up, or use the escape technique to go back." Lu Ningxuang and the others nodded slightly. "We recovered a little bit and that should be enough." Therefore, Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang once again used the Yin-Yang Dao seal with all their strength. Liu Yi's breath soared. Liu Yi left the training room and came to the hall. The monks in the hall are also recovering from their injuries at the moment. Sensing Luyi coming out, they all opened their eyes with nervous expressions. Master Luyi, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Luyi nodded slightly. The 9 nether demons have caught up. Hearing this, the faces of the group changed. The captain of the Star Realm army struggled to get up. His face was pale, his breath was a little weak, obviously he hadn't fully recovered yet. He looked at Luyi and said, Master Luyi, take the others and run away, I'll block those Juya demons for a while. The 2 star guardsmen on the side also stood up with a determined expression. As the Star Militia, it is their destiny to die on the battlefield, just like their brethren. The expressions of the monks on the side changed and they struggled a little. After all, most of them came to Juya battlefield because of their immortal duty. On the outside, they are all lofty immortals with noble identities. If they can live, they naturally don't want to die. Luyi smiled, who said you should block it? Since I rescued you, I will naturally bring you back to the station safely. But young master, didn't you say, the star guards are about to catch up? It's just catching up with Xiangzhou. I've recovered a lot, enough to bring you back. Luyi said seriously. Although the task has been completed, even if they are left alone, Luyi has nothing to lose. But since Luyi did it, he naturally wouldn't let them go. In fact, even if his fairy spirit hasn't fully recovered, he can bring everyone back. After all, he still has a small world orb in his body, which contains a lot of fairy energy, enough to bring Luyi continuous strength. However, this is one of Luyi's precious trump cards, and Luyi will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Hearing this, whether it was the 3 members of the Star Guard or the other monks, they were all shocked. After all, they all know how much power it takes to bring a large number of monks through the space, and how Master Luyi recovered in such a short time. What recovery speed is this? Luyi didn't care what they thought, and said don't resist, then rolled up everyone and left Xiangzhou. The 9 nether storm was like a terrifying wave, sweeping towards everyone, which shocked all the monks. 9 nether storms. It's over. They were healing in the hall, but they didn't know that there was a terrifying 9 nether storm outside Xiangzhou. Under the 9 nether storm, they were seriously injured and had no room to resist. However, before they could regret it, all the 9 nether storms were blocked by the Qi of the Dao, making all the monks stiffen. At this moment, Luyi has put away the Xiang boat, took out the monument of escape, and travelled through the space. Not long after Luyi and the others left, those powerful 9 nether demons came to where Xiangzhou was. Feeling the fluctuations in space, they were very angry and chased after them again. However, the speed of Luyi's continuous shuttle is faster than that of Xiangzhou. After several space shuttles, Luyi passed through the large formation of the station and entered the station. In the residence square, everyone appeared. Luyi put down many monks and let out a breath of foul air. The Dao seal between his brows flashed, and the 4 of Lu Ningxuang appeared. A group of monks looked around blankly at this moment, with a dazed look on their expressions. Is this the station? Are we really back? They are still a little hard to believe. And the appearance of everyone's aura naturally attracted the monks in the resident. Streamers of light quickly came to the square, including Peak Master Ling Luo and Song Daiheng and other Star Realm army powerhouses. After seeing Luyi and the others, especially the seriously injured Star Border Army and the others, everyone's expressions changed. Peak Lord Ling Luo came to Luyi, looked at Luyi and Lu Ningxuang beside him and said, "How is it? Are you okay?" "It's okay, Master, we are very good." Donggong Minjiahu said with a smile, her expression was rather smug. After using the Yin-Yang Dao seal and feeling Luyi's powerful power, Donggong Minjiahu was very swollen and felt that she was almost invincible. Ling Luo Peak Master glanced at Donggong Minjiahu, stretched out his hand and flicked, and with a bang, Donggong Minjiahu squatted down covering her forehead. "Why are you so arrogant? Isn't this looking for a beating?" Peak Master Ling Luo said speechlessly. Lu Ningxuang and the others thought it was funny. Lu Yi shook his head, "We're fine, but something happened there." Peak Master Ling Luo's face changed slightly, "What's the matter?" "Well, you should ask them, they should be more clear." Lu Yi gestured to the star soldiers and other monks who were rescued by Lu Yi. At this moment, Song Daiheng and a group of star soldiers surrounded the 3 seriously injured star fighters, including the 2 star soldiers who Lu Yi and the others had rescued when they came back. "Boss! You are still alive! It's great!" The human star army named Luo Yi had red eyes, and stretched out his arms to hug the seriously injured leader of the star army. The star army commander's face turned pale, and he cursed, "Damn, why don't you let go? If you don't die, you will kill me." The 3-eyed star forces on the side also looked surprised. "Boss, how did you survive?" Song Daiheng and the other Star Realm army on the side also looked happy. The Star Realm army of the same company are all brothers and sisters, and the relationship is very good. Song Daiheng also asked, "That's right, Pang De, what's going on?" Pound took a deep breath and told what happened before. When they heard that the 9 nether demons were planning to open the passageway with a strange large formation, and wanted to let the golden immortal level 9 nether demons enter the Zhenan battlefield, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and their backs turned cold. If they were really entered into the battlefield of Zhenan by the 9 nether demons of the golden immortal level, then there is a high possibility that their base will be lost. This is too serious a situation. However, everyone was dumbfounded when they heard that Lu Yi had rescued all of them under the siege of 9 high-level Suangxian level Juyu demons, and even destroyed the formation. Whether it was Ling Luo Peak Master, or Song Daiheng and the others, they all looked at Lu Yi in bewilderment, and the entire square was completely silent. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed by the look, and coughed dryly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The corner of Ling Luo Peak Master's mouth twitched, with an unbelievable expression on his face. "You boy, really saved them from the hands of the 9 Xianxian high-ranking Juyu demons. And destroyed the big formation." Lu Yi coughed dryly and nodded, "Yes." Even the Star Realm army present looked shocked at this moment, looking at Lu Yi as if they were looking at a god. This is so fucking outrageous, right? Even myths dare not make up such a thing. Seeing the shock of these people, Pangda and the monks beside him felt a little gloating. Even if they had experienced it personally before, it was as if they were in a dream. Afterwards, Song Daiheng came back to his senses and said, "This matter is too big, I have to notify the military master to avoid accidents." After speaking, Song Daiheng left in a hurry. As for the other seriously injured monks, they were taken to register by the Star Border Army. Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at Lu Yi, still a little hard to understand. "How did you do it? You are a high-ranking Xianxian, how could you save so many people under the siege of so many Xianxian experts? Even she couldn't do it. This brat has surpassed her now? Impossible?" Peak Master Ling Luo felt a little disbelieving. Lu Yi said helplessly, "I used some whole cards." Hearing this, Peak Master Ling Luo suddenly thought of something, and looked at the 4 of Lu Ningxuang beside him with a strange expression. "Before you promised them to go together, was it also a means?" The expressions of Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 on the side froze, a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect that Ling Luo Peak Master would still remember this." Lu Yi was also a little embarrassed, "Is that right?" Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Lu Yi suspiciously, and then at Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 beside her, but she didn't say much. She just said, "Looking at you, you should be a little tired, go back and rest first." Lu Yi nodded. The group returned to the residence, and then Lu Yi went to the practice room. He was anxious to sacrifice the top-grade fairy weapon and 2 Hushan Ling Bao he had just obtained. After the sacrifice was completed earlier, he could find some to use and add more cards to himself. Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 on the side also planned to go back to recover. At this moment, Ling Luo Peak Master's voice sounded, "Little Minjiu, follow me. Ah! Master, what's the matter? Donggong Minjiao looked blank. There's so much nonsense, just follow me. Peak Master Ling Luo glared at Donggong Minjiao. She was still very curious, what was the reason that that bastard would take the four of them with him, and it was his whole card? She couldn't figure it out, and she couldn't sleep well. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the boss of 08A. Chapter 296 Yu Tianfeng and number 039, S. Anger and Hatred. Liu Yi entered the training room and began to sacrifice immortal artifacts in Hushan Ling Bao. However, he did not sacrifice for a long time, and was startled by a voice outside the door 2 days later, "Stinky boy, someone is looking for you." Liu Yi froze for a moment, opened his eyes, and was a little puzzled. Who will look for him? Liu Yi opened the door of the training room, and saw Ling Luo Peak Master standing outside the door, looking at him with strange eyes. Liu Yi looked at himself and found that there was nothing wrong with him, and asked in confusion, "Master, why are you looking at me like that?" The corner of Ling Luo Peak Master's mouth twitched, feeling a little embarrassed. 2 days ago, she coerced and lured her, and finally got the answers she wanted from Donggong Minjiao, but it was because of that kind of exercise? Peak Lord Ling Luo felt a little embarrassed himself. After all, she is also a big girl with yellow flowers. It's nothing. Ling Luo Peak Master pointed to the door of the residence. "Someone is looking for you." "Who is it?" "You'll know after you've seen it." Peak Master Ling Luo impatiently waved his hands, turned and entered the room. Because of Donggong Minjiao's words, she now feels uncomfortable facing this bastard. Liu Yi watched Ling Luo Fengzhi close the door, came to the door curiously, and then saw a middle-aged man standing outside the door with a cautious expression on his face. Liu Yi was a little confused, he didn't seem to know this guy. Who is he? But it seems a bit familiar, where does it seem to have been seen? When the middle-aged man saw Liu Yi, his eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. "Master Liu Yi, hello, thank you for saving me from the formation of the 9 nether demons 2 days ago." When Liu Yi heard this, he was stunned, no wonder he felt a little familiar, it turned out to be the person he had rescued before. However, many people were rescued at that time, and each of them had absorbed a lot of blood, and their bodies were withered, which was a little different from now. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Fellow deist, you're being polite, I'm just doing a little work. Is there anything you need to do to find me?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, and then said, "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wei Kong. I heard that you are looking for me?" "You are Wei Kong?" Liu Yi was taken aback, a little shocked. "Didn't your companion say you were dead?" Wei Kong smiled wryly, "I don't know whether it's luck or misfortune. After being separated from my companions, I was captured alive by the 9 nether demons. However, because of the needs of those 9 nether demons formations, I didn't die. Instead, I was captured to provide blood essence gone." Liu Yi smiled, "That should be quite lucky." Wei Kong was silent for a while, and said with a wry smile, "Maybe, unfortunately, among the 3 people who were taken away at that time, I was the only one who survived." Feeling Wei Kang's deep and sad mood, Liu Yi was silent for a while, and smiled, "It's a good thing to survive. Fellow deist Wei Kong, the future is still long." Wei Kong came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Young Master Liu Yi is right. By the way, young Master Liu Yi, why are you looking for me?" Liu Yi smiled and said, "It's not that I'm looking for you. Friends Baiun Sword learned that you are in the Zhenan battlefield, so let me take care of you. Immortal Ancestor asked you to shine a light on me?" Wei Kong was taken aback, and looked at Liu Yi in astonishment, with an expression of disbelief. "Who is Liu Yi?" Wei Kong also heard about it after returning to the station. This is the direct disciple of the second miss of the Yu family. Moreover, his own talent was already terrifying to such an extent, it was no longer just at the level of a direct disciple. What about Baiun's sword? Although he is stronger than Wei Kong, but his strength is limited, and the gap with Liu Yi is like clouds and mud. Such two people actually have an intersection? Wei Kong always wondered if he was dreaming. Liu Yi smiled, I am also a monk who came out of Tianming, and I have a lot of connections with the Excalibur sect. Master Liu Yi is also a monk from Tianming. Wei Kong exclaimed, he really didn't know this. If so, isn't it a fellow countryman? Okay. Tianming can produce such a peerless figure as young Master Liu Yi, it's really... Wei Kong was a little incoherent. Liu Yi smiled, I will be in the station for a while, if you have any embarrassing things, you can come to me, I will help if I can. Wei Kong was a little at a loss, bowed and said, thank you, Master Liu Yi. The two talked a few more words, and then Liu Yi said that he was going to practice, and Wei Kong left. Wei Kong returned to the residence, and several companions were waiting. Seeing Wei Kong came back, they all surrounded him. Wei Kong, why did young Master Liu Yi seek you? Yes, when did you meet people like Master Liu Yi? Several people looked curious. Wei Kong held his head high, with a hint of pride on his face, young Master Liu Yi, like me, is a monk who came out of the dawn. He is a fellow townsman, so it is natural to exchange feelings. Hiss. Upon hearing this, several people's eyes widened. Then one by one exclaimed. Really? Are you from the same planet? No way, Wei Kong, your broken planet can produce such a monstrous character as young Master Liu Yi. I don't believe it. Each of their companions looked disbelieving. Wei Kong beamed with joy, what are you doing lying to you? Master Liu Yi even has a relationship with my sect in Tianming. Otherwise, why would Master Liu Yi want to see me? We also have some intersections. Hearing this, Wei Kang's companions all looked envious and jealous. Who is Wei Kong? Coming out of Tianming, the talent is not considered outstanding, and reaching the level of a fairy is already the limit, and there is very little room for growth in the future, and this life is probably like this. I didn't expect it to be related to such a character. Can they not be envious? 1 month later, just after Liu Yi had finished refining the yin-yang immortal robe, Yu Tianfeng, the leader of the 6th Army of the Star Realm Army, came to the Zhenan battlefield. When Liu Yi got the news, he also went out, and went to meet Lord Yushanfeng with Peak Master Ling Luo and others. When he first saw Yu Tianfeng, he frowned, with a serious expression, and he was listening to Song Deheng's report. When he saw Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo coming in, Yu Tianfeng's face softened immediately, with a smile on his face. Ling Luo, Year, you are here. Uncle Yu. The two greet each other. Yu Tianfeng smiled, nodded, and looked at Liu Yi with admiration in his eyes. I heard from Song Deheng that the Zhenan battlefield is thanks to you, otherwise, our loss may not be small. Liu Yi smiled and said, the brothers of the Star Realm Army risked their lives on the Juyu battlefield to resist the Juyu demons. Naturally, I have to do what I should do. Song Deheng and the others beside him smiled when they heard this, and looked at Liu Yi with expressions of approval. Yu Tianfeng also smiled even more, nodded and said, I will report this incident to my family. Although for you, you probably don't need any rewards, after all, even the ancestors treated you well. So good. Although Yu Tianfeng was extremely busy on weekdays and did not return to Yu's house, he naturally understood the major events of Yu's house. Given how much the ancestors valued Liu Yi could use most of the Yu family's resources. But the captains of the Star Army on the side looked at Liu Yi in astonishment. Patriarch? People who even Yu Tianfeng called Patriarch, they naturally knew who it was. The top powerhouse of the Yu family, the lord of the Yu family. Even the venerable Yu family valued Liu Yi. They were extremely shocked, but when they thought of Liu Yi's previous performance, they quickly calmed down again, taking it for granted. Liu Yi's talent is too strong. Next, we plan to go to the big formation area to investigate. Year, Ling Luo, are you going? Yu Tianfeng asked. Go. Neither Liu Yi nor Peak Master Ling Luo hesitated. For Peak Lord Ling Luo, she urgently needs a big battle to sharpen herself and break through the bottleneck of the true immortal. The strength shown by Liu Yi made her, a master, feel a little urgent. If this continues, isn't this kid stronger than her? Peak Master Ling Luo felt that he could still struggle a bit. For Liu Yi, the opportunity was rare, and the mission rewards for killing the Suingxian level 9 nether demons would certainly not be less. Since there is a chance, it is natural to gather more wool. The group agreed, and under the leadership of Yu Tianfeng, they went to the big formation that Liu Yi had encountered before. But the big formation was empty and very quiet. Liu Yi glanced at the stone pillar that he had destroyed before, and found that it had not been repaired. He knew in his heart that those 9 nether demons might have already evacuated. After getting in touch, Liu Yi discovered that the strong ones among the 9 nether demons are actually not low in intelligence, but their power is extremely strange. Liu Yi thought of the Jiyu passage before, and was very curious about what was going on there. Yu Tianfeng looked around and asked everyone to search separately. The ones who came were all the astral troops, and the teams of the astral troops moved together and scattered in all directions. Liu Yi, Peak Lord Ling Luo and Lu Ningxuang acted together. Yu Tianfeng was not worried about their safety at all. After all, Song Daiheng had already told Liu Yi about his previous feats. Although Yu Tianfeng couldn't understand how Liu Yi did it, he didn't ask too much. To be valued by the ancestors, if you think about it, you know, it is not something ordinary monks can understand. Even though the 9 nether demons had evacuated, the 9 nether demons at the Xianxian level even went into hiding. However, under the blanket search of the monks of the Star Realm army, the powerful 9 nether demons of the Xianxian level were quickly picked out one by one. In the past, even the Star Realm army guarding this place would not be so mobilizing. After all, although the strength of the Star Realm army guarding the Zhenan battlefield is not weak, and they can clean up the Suingxian level 9 nether demons, but if you want to search in a carpet, it is not easy. The stronger 9 nether demons. As long as it is not a major situation, they will evacuate first. This time, it was mainly because Yu Tianfeng was also there. As a strong man at the Jingxian level, he was enough to suppress all the evil spirits in the Zhenan battlefield. Generally speaking, there are a lot of Star Realm troops in the Tianluo starfield, but the Tianluo starfield is so vast, even with the addition of the Yu family army and other legions, there are not enough manpower to guard the entire Tianluo starfield of. It's enough to be stable. This time, Yu Tianfeng gave up the powerful group of demons and came here. Naturally, he had to make some achievements. It took some time to thoroughly clean up the Zhenan battlefield, which was enough to keep the Zhenan battlefield safe for hundreds or even thousands of years. For Liu Yi, today is also a harvest time. After he released the missions, he rubbed Yu Tianfeng's combat power and completed each mission without needing to do anything himself, so he was very happy. Meanwhile, Peak Lord Ling Luo fought several battles with several Suingxian level Jiyu demons, and after each battle, his body was covered in cuts and bruises. Fortunately, with Liu Yi here, he used the resurrection of all things to heal Ling Luo Peak Lord's injuries, so he didn't have to worry about Ling Luo Peak Lord's life safety. Because of Liu Yi's treatment, Ling Luo Peak Master has no worries. He fights again and again, sharpening his own bottleneck in the bloody battle. Liu Yi felt a little distressed looking at it, but also a little lucky. Fortunately, after absorbing a large amount of Dao's High Bao and Chaos's High Bao, Liu Yi has no bottleneck at all, and it is extremely easy. I don't know how long this situation can last. If you can reach the Immortal Emperor level, you will be very happy. In addition to Ling Luo Peak Lord, Lu Ningxuang who was beside her was also affected, and each of them began to sharpen. These women became more ruthless than the other, completely disregarding their own injuries, relying on Luyi to heal them, they fought desperately. Luyi felt a little scared when he looked at it. This cleaning has been going on for more than a month. Finally, Song Daeheng's team found the most powerful 9 nether demon. Everyone heard the movement and rushed over. When Luyi and the others arrived, the Juyu demon had already been surrounded. He had tentacles all over his body, and wisps of black mist flowed. After Luyi appeared, he looked at Luyi immediately, with endless greed and longing in his eyes. Son of the great Dao. Thinking of mental fluctuations, he looked at Luyi firmly, "You are mine." At this moment, a golden streamer flashed across, and Yu Tianfeng came. Yu Tianfeng, who had a calm expression on his face, shrank his pupils after seeing the 9 nether demons, with a hint of shock on his face. "It's you." Luyi and the others were taken aback when they heard Yu Tianfeng's words, and looked at Yu Tianfeng in astonishment. Yu Tianfeng actually knew this 9 nether demon? And from the looks of it, this 9 nether demon is very unusual. Seeing Yu Tianfeng, the 9 nether demon showed no emotion in his deep eyes. "Aunt, it seems that you know me?" Yu Tianfeng's expression was cold, and he sneered, "Your clone was killed on the Yisha battlefield, but I have a share of the credit." Hearing this, the expression of Ling Luo Peak Master beside him changed, and he looked at the 9 nether demon with disbelief in his eyes. Hearing this, the 9 nether demons tilted their heads and shook their tentacles. "It's just a ray of power projection. When the balance of the nodes is more tilted, you will all die. You are the one who died now." The power of the fairy spirit surged around Yu Tianfeng, as if he had been stimulated by some kind. His expression was cold and ferocious, and he spread out his hands. Golden brilliance surged, like stars shattered, and space lines twisted into twine. The golden brilliance enveloped the 9 nether demons. The 9 nether demons did not resist, and were soon wiped out by the golden brilliance. Before being wiped out, the 9 nether demon took one last deep look at Luyi. The greed in his eyes didn't weaken even after his body collapsed. Luyi only felt his scalp go numb. This damn thing is a bit perverted. As the 9 nether demons dissipated, Luyi and the others all looked at Yu Tianfeng. For a while, no one spoke, and everyone felt that Yu Tianfeng was extremely angry at the moment, and even hated the Juyu demon. Even the members of the Star Border Army couldn't understand it. However, they all understand that it is best not to disturb Yu Tianfeng now. Only Ling Luo Peak Master was a little worried and said, "Uncle Tianfeng." Yu Tianfeng came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said with a cold expression, "He should be the leader this time, let's go back." Everyone nodded silently. "Thank you for the reward of 6,000 points from the boss of PIN030, the 100 points of the reward from the boss of 08A, and the 100 points of the reward from the boss of Dark BA Tian." Chapter 297. 30 years later. Back at the station, Yu Tianfeng seemed to be in an extremely bad mood, and left without saying anything. Song Daeheng and the others looked at each other in blank dismay, then bid farewell to Luyi and Peak Master Ling Luo, and went to work. Only Luyi and a few people were left on the scene. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Luyi glanced at the thoughtful Ling Luo Peak Master beside him, and asked, "Master, why did Uncle Tianfeng behave like this?" Ling Luo Peak Master was silent for a while, and then said, "Bo Tianfeng mentioned the Yisha battlefield just now. There was a great turmoil in the Yisha battlefield that year. It is rumored that an extremely powerful Juyu demon rushed out of Juyu and entered the Yisha battlefield. That time a great war broke out." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 also looked over. "And then? In that battle, a large number of top powerhouses from the entire Tianluo starfield went there, and more than half of them were killed or injured. Our Yu family even had an ancestor at the level of immortals who died in battle." "What? The immortals are all dead?" Luyi and the others all looked shocked. "What level of boss is Xianzun?" According to what they learned, in the entire universe, except for the legendary Immortal King and Immortal Emperor, they are already the most powerful monks. Such an existence would actually die in battle? Yet, that battle was indeed unimaginable. I wasn't born back then, so I didn't experience it personally, so I don't know much about it. But Uncle Tianfeng participated in that war back then, and one of his beloved died on that battlefield. These words made Liu Yi and the others silent. Liu Yi thought that if something happened to Lu Ningxuang and the others, he would be very angry or even hate him, right? I didn't expect Uncle Tianfeng to have such an experience. At the level of Jingxian, he failed to keep his beloved. Lu Ningxuang sighed quietly. That's right. Ling Luo Peak Master nodded, then glanced at the direction Yu Tianfeng left, and said thoughtfully, but, it's strange, why does Uncle Tianfeng care so much about that 9 nether demon just now? Their dialogue makes people have to guess. Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang also thought of the previous conversation, and their expressions changed slightly. Based on what Tianfeng Bo said, he seems to know that 9 nether demon? The 9 nether demon said that what he lost was only a trace of power projection. Could it be that this 9 nether demon has something to do with that great war back then? Yun Xi's eyes flickered, opened the mouth. Several others had similar thoughts. Thinking of this possibility, several people looked at each other with chills in their hearts. If that's the case, how strong is this 9 nether demon? It's just a projection of power, but it can cause such a big commotion. Liu Yi muttered to himself. No one knows, we know very little about Zhiyu. Peak Lord Ling Luo shook his head, it's just. Zhiyu has such a powerful demon, if there is an even bigger Zhiyu passage in the future, then, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Peak Master Ling Luo didn't continue, but Liu Yi and others could understand what Peak Master Ling Luo meant. The Immortal Venerable is already the strongest. If there is a bigger 9 nether passage, there may even be a 9 nether demon that is more powerful than the Immortal Venerable. If that step is really reached, can Tianluo Starfield still stop Zhiyu? Even if it doesn't appear in the Tianluo Starfield, if a more powerful Zhiyu demon appears in other areas of the universe, the entire universe may face catastrophe of annihilation. The hearts of several people are extremely heavy. Go back and practice. Ling Luo Peak Master shook his head. Liu Yi smiled and said, that's right, the sky is falling and there is a tall man supporting it. Maybe the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor will jump out from nowhere? Several people comforted themselves and had no choice but to go back to practice. Afterwards, Liu Yi and Ling Luo Peak Master went out of the station again to kill some 9 Serenity demons and practiced for a while. After another life and death battle with the Suingxian level 9 nether demons, Ling Luo Peak Lord had some insights and saw the hope of breaking through Xianxian. Liu Yi and the others left. As for the obligation, they had already killed enough 9 nether demons. Even if not enough 9 nether demons were killed, Liu Yi's contribution this time was enough for him not to come to 9 nether battlefield for a long time. Before leaving, Liu Yi saw that Wei Kong hadn't finished the mission, thought for a while, and gave him some elixir and array talisman to save his life. Liu Yi's alchemy Dao and formation Dao have not fallen behind in these years, and the elixir and formation talisman refined are naturally powerful, which is enough to save his life for the celestial immortal class. This can be regarded as fulfilling Bianjian's entrustment. Because Ling Lufeng mainly retreats and breaks through the Xianxian level, the best environment is naturally Yuxing. After everyone left the Zhenan battlefield, they headed towards Yuxing. After a while, Liu Yi and others went through the Star Gate and returned to Yuxing. As soon as they got off the Tianzhou, Yu Yuanhui rushed out and looked at Liu Yi excitedly. Brother Yi, I heard that you prevented a catastrophe on the battlefield of Zhenan. Is it true? Liu Yi was taken aback. Where did you hear that? Uncle Tianfeng came back with news. I heard that a terrifying Zhiyu demon appeared on the Zhenan battlefield. He wanted to open up the passage of the Zhiyu battlefield. Then he mentioned you. It was you who destroyed the big formation and stopped it. The actions of that terrible 9 nether demons. Yu Yuanwu looked at Liu Yi with a heroic expression. Liu Yi nodded slightly, that's right. As expected of Brother Yi, you are my idol. Yu Yuanwu said excitedly, it's a pity that I wasn't there at the time, otherwise, I would have to accompany Brother Yi to act together. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines. This guy is only at the level of a fairy. Do you want to bring him along and make it more difficult? By the way, what is the origin of that Zhuyu demon? After hearing the news from Uncle Tianfeng, even the ancestors were dispatched, and went to other Zhuyu battlefields with their father to check the situation. Yu Yuanwu looked puzzled. This is the first time he has seen such a big battle. Liu Yi and the others were taken aback. Even the old man went out? Ling Luo Peak Master asked. Yes, I've gone. It's the first time I've grown up so nervous seeing my father. Yu Yuanwu nodded, I asked my mother, but she didn't tell me. Peak Master Ling Luo and the others looked at each other. It seemed that the 9 nether demons were even more terrifying than they had imagined. Just because a ray of power projection showed its face, so many experts in the Yu family were alarmed, even the ancestors of the immortal level were alarmed. It is conceivable how terrifying the 9 nether demons are. At the same time, the netherworld battlefield, the deepest place in the Tianluo starfield, is the netherworld battlefield. In this 9 nether battlefield, the most powerful 9 nether demons even reached the rank of immortal venerable. That's why, in this Zhuyu battlefield, there are 2 immortal level patriarchs of the Yu family and a large number of Star Realm army powerhouses stationed all year round, just in case. At this moment, in the depths of the Ming Yuan battlefield, the cultivators of the Tianluo starfield and the 9 nether demons are standing in the air, confronting each other. The leader is Yu Xian, the patriarch of the Yu family who wants to accept Liu Yi as an apprentice. On the opposite side, there is a humanoid Zhuyu demon full of shots, which is very similar to the Zhuyu demon on the Zhenan battlefield before. Wisps of black mist surged around the Zhuyu demon, and Zhuyu's whispers kept escaping, making many Suangxian-level monks extremely uncomfortable. Ants, if you hand over the sons of Dao, I can support you when Zhuyu devours everything. The mental fluctuations of the Zhuyu demon dissipated, leaving a cold void. Yuxuan's expression was cold, she looked at the Zhuyu demon, and sneered, it's been hundreds of millions of years, let's talk about it after your Zhuyu passage is widened. The son of Dao is from my Yu family, how could I hand it over to a demon like you? When he grows up, he will be enough to become the patron saint of the universe. You missed the opportunity. It's almost time, it won't be long. The spirit fluctuations of the 9 nether demons spread, and then the spirit of 9 netherness spread. Kill. A fierce battle ensued. Peak Master Ling Luo began to retreat. Liu Yi and the others also returned to their residence to practice. After learning about the power of the 9 nether demons, Liu Yi was also under great pressure. If the channel of the 9 nether demons spreads, and the 9 nether demons of the Immortal King level rush out, if no one stops them, then it will be over. Others may not be reliable, you still have to practice hard. Fortunately, the Zhuyu passage has been around for so many years, and there have been no accidents. It should be fine for tens of millions of years, right? Liu Yi is confident, with his current basic talent, plus the various mission rewards from the mission panel. After tens of millions of years, how could he be an immortal or even an immortal king? At that time, even if the 9 nether passage is widened, he will be able to block some 9 nether demons. It took Liu Yi nearly a year to refine the 2 Hushan Ling Bao. That is to say, the Hushan Ling Bao is extremely powerful, and the refining time is endless. Even if it is a fairy weapon, it will not take long for Liu Yi to sacrifice it. However, that's him, the average celestial cultivator, not to mention the Hushan Ling Bao, even the top-grade celestial artifacts may not be able to sacrifice. After sacrificing Hushan Ling Bao, Liu Yi began to practice. Because during this period of time, a lot of tasks have been completed on the Zhuyu battlefield, and there are many rewards for improving the level of immortality, skill level, and even the law. Liu Yi also comprehended his remaining celestial arts: Hunshan Spear, Thunder God's Guide, Meteor Art, and Ice God descending to the limit level. Until now, all of Liu Yi's immortal skills have been realized to the limit. However, Liu Yi was not satisfied. He can comprehend the Golden Immortal Art now. It would be great if he had the Golden Immortal Art. Especially the Golden Immortal Technique that involves the power of laws such as the Law of Strength, the Law of Swordsmanship and the Law of Immortality. If you can obtain these, your own strength can be improved a lot. In addition, Liu Yi also comprehended the limits of the celestial chapter in the several fairy scriptures he had mastered. Because of the deepening of these fairy scriptures, Liu Yi's comprehension of the Great Dao of Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture has also been comprehended, deducing the Great Dao of Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture to a more profound realm. However, it is still a little short of the true immortal chapter above the celestial immortal. Liu Yi felt a little helpless. His foundation was indeed extremely solid, but he still had too few immortal scriptures, and the Dao Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture involved the power of the Dao, which was too subtle and required a lot of understanding. The best way is to find a few more fairy scriptures to comprehend, so as to comprehend by analogy and complete the deduction. In addition to immortal art and immortal scriptures, Liu Yi's previous quest rewards also included a lot of law promotion rewards, and Liu Yi used them all. Now, Liu Yi's laws of space, law of immortality, law of sword, law of ice, law of thunder, law of nature, law of yin and yang, law of stars, etc., have reached 80% of the level. It's not that Liu Yi doesn't want to be promoted to a higher level. Judging from his own experience of using such a law, 80% of the rules are enough for him to use now, at least before the true immortal level. It must be more than enough. In addition to the cultivation and comprehension, Liu Yi did not lose his comprehension about alchemy, formation, and the way of refining weapons. For the rest of the time, Liu Yi was practicing the Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture of the Dao Dao. Of course, most of the time, he was doing double cultivation with Lu Ningshuang. Time passed in a hurry, and 30 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Yuxin, the ancestor of the Yu family and some high-level officials came back, which shocked many people. After Yuxin heard that Liu Yi had returned, she immediately wanted to see him. Liu Yi saw him in Uxin's study, and when he saw Uxin, Liu Yi froze for a moment, a little startled. At this moment, Uxin looked extremely haggard, with some scars on her body, exuding wisps of Juyu Qi. The nine nether Qi was evil and strong. Even Liu Yi felt a little terrified when he saw it. Master! This is you? Yuxin coughed, and waved her hand slightly. I fought against the evil spirits in the Ming Yuan battlefield, although I was seriously injured, but I beat the immortal Juyu evil spirit to the ground. Uxin stood up straight, very strong, then pulled the wound and coughed again and again. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched. Master is amazing. The corners of Yuxin's mouth twitched. It's still so-so. After all, I was also a top genius in the Yu family back then. Ha ha ha, Master, let me help you get rid of the nine nether Qi. Liu Yi smiled dryly and suggested. All right, I heard from Tianfeng that your Dao Qi can be used freely and can get rid of the nine nether Qi, just try it. Uxin nodded. The avenue pattern around Liu Yi's body flickered, and the strong aura of the avenue escaped, covering Yuxin. Almost instantly, the nine nether Qi around Yuxin emitted a sharp whisper, and the black mist surged violently, even surpassing the nine nether storm that he encountered on the Zhenan battlefield before. His expression changed, and he immediately wanted to use the ascension to immortal art. At this moment, Yuxin snorted coldly, and the black mist was immediately suppressed. Liu Yi's face was serious, and his heart was shocked. This is just the wisps of nine nether Qi left behind, and it is so terrifying that he, the average Xian, may not be able to last long in the face of such nine nether Qi. Is this the power contained in the Xianjun level 9 nether demons? So scary. Because of Uxin's suppression, although the 9 nether chi was struggling and distorted, it was still being wiped out bit by bit. It lasted for a day, and Lui completely wiped out the 9 nether chi from Uxin. With the disappearance of Juyu Qi, the wound on Uxin's body squirmed and recovered at an extremely fast speed. It was these 9 nether chis that prevented Uxin from recovering from her injuries. After a while, Uxin opened her eyes, with a flash of light in her eyes, looked at Lui. Her eyes were extremely bright, and she smiled all over her face. Good. 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 You are worthy of being the proud man with the aura of Dao. In the future, you must be Juyu enemy. Lui smiled and said, Master, the award is too high. Yuxin waved her hand, don't call me Shigong. Ah? Lui was taken aback. You can just call me Uncle Yu. Yuxin said, by the way, that girl Ling Luo is practicing in seclusion. When she breaks through, I will betroth her to you. Lui? His mind was full of question marks, and he looked at Yuxin in a daze. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 298 The ancestor of the Yu family preached 300 billion volumes of fairy scriptures. Wait. Master, does Master know about this? Lui said hastily. Yuxin smiled, that girl and you have a cause and effect, she will not object to this matter, I don't know her yet? Lui's head was full of black lines, thinking that you probably really don't understand. Based on his understanding of his master, if she didn't speak up, I'm afraid it's really not good. Lui was still about to speak, but Uxin waved her hand, okay, let's leave it at that. The ancestor is back too. Now that you're back from the Zhenan battlefield, you can visit him. He is happy to teach you, yes. To be honest, with your current strength, how can that girl Ling Luo be your master? Lui's eyes lit up. Can I finally get the ancestor of the Yu family to preach? That's a powerhouse at the level of an immortal. Lui hurriedly said to himself, I want to listen to the preaching of the ancestor of the Yu family. Task. Listen to the ancestor of the Yu family preaching. Reward, designated golden immortal technique level plus 44, designated skill level plus 44, a chance to enlightenment. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui looked at the rewards, but he didn't have much trouble in his heart. After all, he had already guessed before that the reward for the mission would not be too bad. This reward was expected. In that case, I'll go visit now. Okay, I'll take you with me. Yuxin nodded. The two walked out the door, and before leaving the courtyard, they saw Yu Yuanwu coming back from the outside. After seeing Uxin and Lui, Yu Yuanwu was taken aback for a moment, and then flew over quickly, Father, Brother Yi, where are you going? Uxin glanced at Yu Yuanwu, hey, where did you fool around again? You don't learn from Yi, his talent is far beyond yours. Look at how calm he is. After returning from the Zhenan battlefield, I've been practicing all the time. Hearing this, Lui had a strange expression on his face. How can there be a sense of déjà vu of being someone else's child? Yu Yuanwu looked aggrieved, Father, how can I compare with Brother Yi? I have achieved peace because of the fairy art, and I have to learn from others to enlighten the Tao. I am not idle. Hearing Yu Yuanwu's words, Yuxin's face brightened a little, but she still said unhappily, let's go to the ancestor. Hearing this, Yu Yuanwu's eyes lit up, could it be, Brother Yi is going to listen to the teachings of the ancestors? Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Take me! Take me, brother! Seeing that Yu Yuanwu almost rushed over to hug Lui, Uxin's face darkened, feeling that this kid was too embarrassing. But Uxin thought about it again, if Yu Yuanwu could really go to listen to the sermon, it would be a chance. He looked at Lui beside him, Year, if you open your mouth, the ancestor should give you this face. When Lui heard this, he was taken aback, and couldn't help touching his face. Did he already have such a big face? Looking at Yu Yuanyu, who was looking forward to it, Lu Yi looked at Uxin, who was also looking forward to it, and smiled. Since the ancestor can listen to my request, I am naturally willing to take Yuanyu to listen to the sermon. Yuxin showed a slight smile, and Yu Yuanyu beside him was even more pleasantly surprised. Brother Yi, you are really my good brother. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines, and his whole body felt cold. You boy, stay away from me. What a good brother, is this person disgusting? Uxin on the side also glared at Yu Yuanyu. In the future, Yi will become your brother-in-law. When Yu Yuanyu heard this, his eyes became brighter. So it's brother-in-law, that's really great. Listening to what the father and son said, Lu Yi's mouth twitched. Okay, let's go. Uxin rolled up her sleeve robe and disappeared in place with Lu Yi and Yu Yuanyu. In the valley where the ancestor of the Yu family lived, Yuxi sat cross-legged in front of the bamboo house, looking at the stream not far away. Her white-haired back looked a little older than before. Lu Yi could feel a trace of weakness in Yuxuan's body, and he froze for a moment, shocked in his heart. Is the ancestor injured? Uxin and Yu Yuanyu both looked at Lu Yi in surprise when they heard this. Yu Yuanyu's astonishment was unbelievable. Originally, he was a little nervous to see the ancestor, so he quickly pulled Lu Yi's hand. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? What kind of person is the ancestor? How could he be injured? But Yuxin was different, surprised. Year, you can actually notice that the ancestor is injured? Yu Yuanyu? He froze, his head was full of question marks, and he looked at Yuxin stiffly, in disbelief. In his heart, the invincible ancestor was injured? Yuxi in the distance also turned her head at this moment, looked at Lu Yi, with a smile on her face. Sure enough, the old man is right, the little guy who is so close to the Dao is extraordinary. The old man has already suppressed the Jiu in his body, the aura, you can actually see it. Lu Yi thought of the 9 nether qi on Yuxin before, and his heart sank. He didn't expect that even the ancestors of the Yu family were also tricked. He suggested, old ancestor, the boy may be able to help you eliminate the spirit of the netherworld. Uxin on the side also nodded. Yes, Patriarch, my 9 nether qi has been wiped out by this little guy. Hearing this, Yu Xian's expression was calm. When they came over, Yuxi felt that Yuxin was in excellent condition. With Yuxin's ability, it would take quite some time for her to wipe out the 9 nether qi, so naturally it was impossible to recover so quickly. The only explanation was Lu Yi. Although he was a little surprised at first, but after all, he is a fairy-level figure who has experienced ups and downs for hundreds of millions of years, and he quickly recovered. There was a kind smile on Yuxuan's old face. If you have this heart, I will be satisfied. As for the spirit of the 9 serenities, it won't have much effect on the old man. He raised his eyebrows, exuding an indescribable arrogance all over his body. This old man has dealt with the 9 nether demons for 83 million years, and he has killed countless 9 nether demons. This little 9 nether qi can, what can I do? On the contrary, it is you. If the qi of the 9 nethers hurts you, the loss outweighs the gain. Seeing that Yuxuan cared about him, Lu Yi felt warm in his heart. Seeing Yuxuan's firm attitude, he stopped talking. Yuxi glanced at the nervous Yu Yuanyu beside her, and said in a low voice, this little guy is Yuxin's child, right? Yuxin nodded and said with a smile, yes, Patriarch. Why is he here? Lu Yi smiled and said, old ancestor, I asked him to listen to the lecture with me. Hearing the words, Yuxi glanced at Yu Yuanyu, then nodded slightly. In that case, let's stay. However, whether you can understand it is your luck. Thank you, Patriarch. Yu Yuanyu smiled and glanced at Lu Yi gratefully. Yuxuan pointed to the open space in front of him. Sit down. Seeing this, Yuxin smiled and said, old ancestor, then I'll go first. Lu Yi and Yu Yuanwu sat opposite Yu Xian. Yuxuan didn't say much else, and started preaching directly. The masters at the level of immortal venerables naturally have extremely profound understanding of various cultivation methods. At the level of Xianzun, the inner world has been cultivated to the limit, and the understanding of the law has basically reached as much as 100%. At this point, it is only a matter of understanding the Dao, blending the inner world with the Dao, and realizing the original power of the Dao. Even Lu Yi's comprehension of laws and various powers is far inferior to the patriarch of the Yu family, who is at the level of a fairy. He was fascinated by the preaching of the ancestor of the Yu family. With the foundation formed by the supreme treasure of the great Dao and the supreme treasure of chaos, Lu Yi's talent is definitely a unique level in the universe. Even if the ancestor of the Yu family explained it very profoundly, he can still understand it. And Yu Yuanwu beside him became numb. Who am I, where am I, and why am I here? He listened, but could not understand it at all. Yu Yuanwu glanced at the thoughtful Lu Yi beside him, feeling a river of sadness in his heart. They are all angels, why is there such a big gap? Yu Yuanwu's mentality was a little bit broken. This sermon lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Yu Yuanwu felt like sitting on pins and needles, but Lu Yi felt deeply and was satisfied. Okay, let's stop here today, go back and understand it. Yuxi looked at Lu Yi with a satisfied smile on his face. As a boss at the level of Xianzun, he naturally understands that Lu Yi really has some insights, unlike Yu Yuanwu next to him, who has an expression on his face that I am a fool. Lu Yi nodded and said excitedly, "Thank you for your preaching." Yuxuan waved her hand, "You can be regarded as a member of my Yu family, and your talent is better than that of my Yu family's direct lineage. Even if it is for forming karma, it is worthwhile for me to be a preacher." Yuxi smiled and said, "Unfortunately, it is difficult to find immortal kings and immortal emperors in the world. Otherwise, with your talent, even immortal kings and emperors will be tempted and want to accept you as a disciple." Yu Yuanwu next to him was dumbfounded, and looked at Lu Yi with a godlike expression on his face. He knew that his brother-in-law was extremely talented, but he never expected that the ancestor would give such an exaggerated evaluation. Even the immortal emperor can rush to accept disciples, what kind of talent does this have? Is it too exaggerated? Lu Yi was also a little embarrassed by Yuxuan's praise, the ancestor is too much. Yuxuan just smiled, and then said, "By the way, if you need anything in Yuxing, just ask." Hearing this, Lu Yi suddenly realized that he did have some needs, and he said, "Old ancestor, I do need something." "Oh? What?" Yuxuan smiled. "Recently, I am deducing my own exercises. I need to read a lot of books to increase my own background, so I hope to read some fairy scriptures or special exercises. In addition, my understanding of the laws has reached a certain level. To the point, I have also practiced the Space Principle Golden Immortal Art, and I want to practice some other Golden Immortal Art." Lu Yi said with a smile. Yu Yuanwu next to him looked numb. Deduce the fairy scriptures? In order to increase the background, plan to comprehend other fairy scriptures? This is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that brother-in-law has already realized the golden fairy technique. What kind of monster is this? Golden immortal art, as a genius child of the Yu family, he naturally knows what it is, and it is an immortal art that only a strong person at the golden immortal level can comprehend and practice. The most basic condition is to reach 50% or even 60% or 70% of the law comprehension. Brother-in-law has already learned a golden fairy technique? And still not satisfied, planning to learn more? Yu Yuanwu always felt that the two of them cultivated different kinds of immortals. Even Yuxi felt a little turbulent when he heard Lu Yi's words. He has survived for hundreds of millions of years, and has never seen such a talented monk. But thinking of Lu Yi's Daoist aura, Yuxuan felt a little relieved. It is normal for a monk who can be admired by the Dao to deduce countless of his own fairy scriptures and master the golden immortal technique even if he is at the level of a fairy? Yuxuan murmured a little to herself without confidence. With a gentle smile on his face, I see. He took out a white jade token, and said, "This is my token, you can use it to go to most areas of the Yu family library, and you should be able to find what you want." Hearing this, Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. Originally, he just wanted the ancestor of the Yu family to find some fairy scriptures and golden fairy art for him. Didn't expect the ancestor of the Yu family to open all the book collection pavilions of the Yu family to him. You must know that whether it is a sect or an aristocratic family, the Kangsha pavilion, as the core of inheritance, will always be the top priority and will never be open to outsiders. Unexpectedly, the ancestor of the Yu family gave Liu Yi all the tokens without hesitation at all. Liu Yi's heart was very warm. The Yu family treated him so well, so naturally he would not disappoint the Yu family. If he becomes stronger in the future, becoming an immortal king or even an immortal emperor, he will also become stronger with the Yu family. He took the token and said earnestly, "Thank you, Patriarch, you're welcome." The ancestor of the Yu family chuckled lightly, "Go, practice hard." He had some worries in his heart. Liu Yi appeared on the battlefield of Jiu, and the aura of Dao had obviously alarmed Jiu. The next situation might be even more severe than now. The ancestor of the Yu family sighed slightly in his heart. Fortunately, the existence of the Nine Nether Passage prevents the strong among the Nine Nether demons from entering this universe. You know, the aura that the ancestor of the Yu family felt from the passage made even him despair. If that kind of existence came to this universe, then the entire universe might not be able to bear it. Liu Yi took the token and left the valley with Yu Yuanwu. Yu Yuanwu looked at Liu Yi with envy and hatred, and said bitterly, "Brother-in-law, the ancestor is too kind to you, right? The authority of the library is no lower than that of my father. You know, Yu Yuanwu's father is the head of the Yu family." Liu Yi was full of black lines. "Yuanwu, don't call me brother-in-law, we are still friends." "Why? I'm afraid that master will kill me when the time comes." "How is it possible? With your strength, brother-in-law, you will be able to suppress my sister in a short time. Be confident, brother-in-law." Yu Yuanwu patted Liu Yi on the shoulder and comforted him. Liu Yi's head is full of black lines. This kid is still comforting? He shook his head helplessly. "Where is the library pavilion? I'll take you there." Yu Yuanwu's eyes lit up, and he led Liu Yi to Zangsha pavilion. Yuxing is extremely huge, but fortunately Liu Yi's space law is not slow. Yu Yuanwu pointed the direction, Liu Yi took him, and the two came to a place in the sky not long after. Liu Yi looked at the large palace floating in the air in the distance, not even smaller than the Tianming Eastern region, with a numb expression. "The Zangsha pavilion you're talking about, isn't it?" "That's right." Yu Yuanwu took it for granted. "This is the library pavilion of my Yu family, brother-in-law, go in quickly." Liu Yi was numb and followed Yu Yuanwu into the Zangsha pavilion. He finally knew how many books a superpower at the level of an immortal venerable contained. An old man at the peak of Jingxian was stationed in the library. After seeing the token in Liu Yi's hand, he directly took out the magic weapon and transformed it into countless fairy scriptures for Liu Yi to read. The Yu family has been married for 4.6 billion years, and they have collected 300 billion volumes of fairy scriptures. "What do you want, little guy?" The old man named Yu Hangxiu introduced the situation to Liu Yi enthusiastically. 300 billion volumes? Immortal scriptures? Liu Yi's expression was numb, and his mind was full of question marks. "Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss." Chapter 299 The State of Enlightenment, the Great World is Coming. There are so many fairy scriptures, even if Liu Yi learns one book a year, it will take 300 billion years to finish it. His head grew bigger. But fortunately, his goal is not to learn all the fairy scriptures. Liu Yi's idea is very simple: learn more different fairy scriptures, master the essence of these fairy scriptures, and then integrate them into his own fairy scriptures to deduce a higher level of yin and yang fairy scriptures. Therefore, through the information of the fairy scriptures recorded in the magic treasure, Liu Yi chose 10 books with different laws, which are also the fairy scriptures of the laws that Liu Yi now masters. I plan to practice these fairy scriptures to the limit first. Seeing that Liu Yi chose the fairy scriptures with different rules, and there were 10 books in one selection, both Yu Hongxiu and Yu Yuanwu were a little surprised. Yu Hongxiu, as a monk who sits in Zhangshi Pavilion, is naturally not weak, but a strong man at the peak of Jingxian, well informed. He looked at Liu Yi, and said earnestly, "Little guy, you can get the token of the ancestor. I am afraid that no one can match the talent in the past and present, but the fairy scriptures with 10 different laws, isn't it a bit too big?" The old man suggested, "You can choose 2 or 3 books first. After all, none of the fairy scriptures is simple. The monks who can write scriptures are at least the strong ones of the golden immortal level. Extreme, and it is quite difficult to practice." Liu Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Senior Yu, I know in my heart that these fairy scriptures are the laws I have mastered. I have a certain understanding of these laws, and it will be of great help to understand the fairy scriptures." Yu Hongxiu? Yu Yuanwu? The two looked at Liu Yi, their minds full of question marks. What is this guy talking about? Doesn't this mean that this guy has mastered 10 laws? And it seems that the level of mastery is not weak? Even Yu Hongxiu looked dumbfounded. When he first saw the token in Liu Yi's hand, he still didn't understand why the ancestor gave such a great authority to a monk with a different surname. Even if this cultivator is amazingly talented and has an excellent relationship with the Yu family, it shouldn't be so. But now he found out what the old ancestor thought. This is no longer a question of amazing talent. What kind of perverted talent is this? Even the Yuhan school at the peak of Jingxian is hard to understand. It can only be said that the old ancestor's approach is indeed no problem. Facing such a Tianjiao level figure, forging a good relationship, the future rewards are absolutely unimaginable. Yu Hongxiu is also at the peak of Jingxian, with a wide range of knowledge, not as dull as Yu Yuanwu next to him. He quickly came back to his senses, and said with a smile, "Since you know that, little guy, then I won't persuade you much. I'll fetch you these fairy scriptures." "Thank you, Senior." After Yu Hongxiu left, Yu Yuanwu who was beside him came back to his senses. He looked at Liu Yi with a strange face. "Brother-in-law, have you really mastered so many laws?" Liu Yi nodded, "Yes." "Are you sure you didn't lie to me?" Liu Yi's head was full of black lines. "What's so easy to lie about this thing? Why should I lie to you?" Yu Yuanwu stopped talking. He found that he had nothing to say to this person. Soon, Yu Hongxiu took the fairy scriptures over. Afterwards, Liu Yi chose a golden immortal technique based on the law of strength, a golden immortal technique based on the law of kendo, and a golden immortal technique based on the law of yin and yang. I plan to practice these first, and then leave with satisfaction. Along the way, Yu Yuanwu was hit, depressed, and left after returning. Liu Yi also returned to his residence and began to practice. The various rewards for improving the level of the fairy scriptures obtained by doing missions in Juyu battlefield before have not been used up, and Liu Yi plans to use them up. With Liu Yi's comprehension ability now, it is natural that you can understand it after reading it a few times. When you reach the realm of transcending tribulation, it will take a little time to comprehend it to the limit level. However, Liu Yi didn't spend this time, and directly used the rewards for upgrading the level of the immortal scripture to quickly improve his perception. With the passage of time, Liu Yi has cultivated all the fairy scriptures to the limit level of the true fairy chapter, and has a deep understanding of the essence of the fairy scriptures of various laws, and has enough background. However, it will take a long time to deduce the Dao Yin Yang immortal scripture. Liu Yi also didn't slow down a little bit. After all, he had a chance to enlightenment in the reward of listening to the ancestor of the Yu family preaching. It was only after Liu Yi used it that he discovered that the enlightenment reward at the level of the immortal and the chance of epiphany rewarded by his own master are completely two concepts. The Dao enlightenment reward can even make Liu Yi have an epiphany about the Dao itself. Such an opportunity is extremely rare even for the current Liu Yi. This means that Liu Yi's understanding of Dao will increase at an extremely fast speed. After Liu Yi used the Dao enlightenment reward, even if he used the big array he had mastered to cover up his aura, the aura of Dao would escape. Even if it's just the escaping aura of the avenue, it's heart-wrenching. In the area thousands of kilometers above Yuxin Mansion, wisps of Dao Qi dissipated, the Dao runes faintly flashed in the void, and the rich Dao alarmed all the high-level people in Yuxing. In just a few moments, terrifying auras came here from all directions. Among them even the patriarch Yuxi of the Yu family. Yuxi looked at the surrounding Dao breath and the looming Dao pattern, and ecstasy appeared in his eyes. After hundreds of millions of years of polishing, Yuxuan seldom expresses his emotions truly, but this time, he really couldn't control it. Such a strong aura of Dao, this, a great opportunity. Yuxuan couldn't help muttering to herself, her pale hair fluttering slightly with excitement. All the people beside him were Jinxian-level powerhouses from the Yu family, and they were also extremely shocked and pleasantly surprised at this moment. Old ancestor, what's going on? Yes, Patriarch, could it be that Dao favored my Yu family? Such a Dao pattern, such a chance, unexpectedly appeared out of thin air? Yuxuan glanced over, and finally stopped in front of Liu Yi's practice room. His eyes flashed with shock, and with his cultivation base, he could naturally see through the large array arranged by Liu Yi. He could feel the stronger aura of Dao in the training room. Even he is a little unbelievable, this aura of the Great Way is too strong. It is simply that the power of the Great Way is scrambling to send his power to this place and to that person. Even with Yu Yuxuan's many years of experience, she can't help feeling a little jealous now. What the hell? None of the monks at the peak of Immortal Venerable received Dao's favor, but a little guy at the level of a fairy was so favored by Dao. This is simply unreasonable. However, he quickly calmed down. This was a great opportunity for Liu Yi, but why not for them? Their chance is Liu Yi. If there is no Liu Yi, without Liu Yi causing great waves, how can they feel such a strong spirit of the Great Way? It's almost impossible. His mood turned, and a smile appeared on his face. It is indeed a great opportunity. But this time, the opportunity is that child year. If the old man guessed correctly, he may have entered the Fairy King in ancient legends. It is extremely rare for an immortal emperor to enter the state of enlightenment. The state of enlightenment. Could it be the state of being able to directly comprehend the Dao and sort out the origin of the Dao? Who is not a well-informed Jinxian-level person next to him? Even so, all of them stared wide-eyed with disbelief. Ever since the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor disappeared, has there ever been such a state? Each of the Yujia Jinxians looked at each other in blank dismay. After a moment of silence, someone said, "The state of enlightenment reappears in the world. Isn't this the coming of the great world? The Immortal King and Emperor who disappeared for hundreds of millions of years will reappear in the world?" These words are also the thoughts in the hearts of other monks. They glanced over and finally stopped in the direction of Liu Yi's practice room, with indescribable expressions in their eyes. This little guy has entered the state of enlightenment. In this way, won't the road to the Immortal King level be smooth in the future? Everyone was silent again for a while. Even if it is at the level of a golden fairy, such a person can be regarded as an upper-level figure in the entire universe, and his heart is shocked at this moment. The Immortal King and Immortal Emperor, who disappeared for hundreds of millions of years, reappeared in the world. What does it mean? They know it better than anyone else. After being silent for a while, the beautiful woman who watched Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu's exchange before had a brilliant look in her eyes, looked at Liu Yi's practice room, and said with a smile, "When this little guy is out of the customs, I have to have a good time with him, get to know each other." The few monks beside them all had black lines on their heads, and they glanced at the woman who was speaking. "I'm talking about Bing Xian, you're getting old too, it's a bit inappropriate, I have a direct descendant." Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, he felt Yu Bingxuan's cold killing intent. She smiled and looked at the middle-aged man. "Oh? You think I'm older?" The monks beside him all looked gloating, and the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. Not too big, but still young. However, to be honest, the old man also has a direct descendant who is extremely handsome and talented. He will definitely be extraordinary in the future, and he is a perfect match for Liu Yi. I have one too. The eyes of the golden immortal cultivators sparkled, and they spoke one after another. And the monks who don't have any outstanding female descendants all have extremely dark faces, looking at the speaking monk with contempt, and sneering. "I have heard your abacus tens of thousands of light years away, but it's crackling. What do you mean? Third, you just envy us for having an outstanding direct line girl. You don't. You're an old bachelor. What did you say? Do you want to fight? Come, let the old man experience your Yuanling immortality art. Okay, I will let you see and see today." Seeing that these golden immortal monks were about to quarrel, Yuxuan beside him snorted softly. All the golden immortal cultivators shut up. Yuxi glanced at the crowd and said, "Look at you, do you still look like monks from my Yu family? You don't have to worry about Year. Ling Luo and Year have been together the longest, and they really want to be together, it must be Ling Luo." The expressions of some Jingxians with excellent direct descendants froze for a moment. And the other Jingxian laughed gloatingly. Yuxuan said coldly, "I don't know how many such opportunities there will be in the future, why don't you realize it soon?" Yuxin hasn't come out until now, so she must have already realized the Dao, so you can't seize the opportunity? Hearing this, the eyes of the golden immortal cultivators lit up, they found a place one after another, and began to understand. Even Yuxuan was no exception, he just sat cross-legged outside the small courtyard where Liu Yi lived, and began to understand. The avenue here is the strongest. After all, it is the closest to Liu Yi, and Yuxuan is very satisfied. When the other golden fairies tried to get closer, he stared away. However, Yuxuan couldn't help but smacked her lips when she thought of the big array arranged in Liu Yi's training room before. If there was no big array to cover it, the effect would be better, right? What a pity! Yu Xian didn't think too much about it anymore, and began to feel it. The chance of enlightenment is indeed very different from the epiphany, even the duration is different. The opportunity to enlightenment lasted for a full month before it stopped. As early as half a month ago, Liu Yi deduced the true immortal chapter of the Great Way of Yin and Yang, and even vaguely touched the mysterious immortal chapter. It's a pity that he doesn't know much about the Xianxian chapters of other fairy scriptures, and he lacks the essence of Suingxian's cultivation, and he has insufficient foundation, so he can only give up with regret. However, in the future, after he comprehends some of the immortal scriptures into the Xianxian chapter, it will be a matter of course if he wants to deduce the Xianxian chapter of the Dao Yuniang Jing. Even if it was a little bit short, there must still be such opportunities for enlightenment. After all, there are many opportunities to listen to the ancestors of the Yu family. After spending half a month deducing the true immortal chapter of the Great Way of Yin and Yang, Liu Yi realized something else. Such as the understanding of the Dao pattern, the understanding of one's own laws, the understanding of the array, and the alchemy. It can be said that the harvest is extremely rich. It was just an opportunity to realize the Tao, which allowed Liu Yi to systematically sort out what he had learned, to have a deeper understanding of himself, and to have a deeper understanding of the road to the future. The number of enlightenment times has been quite fruitful. Liu Yi strikes while the iron is hot, and without stopping, he simply begins to comprehend the Golden Immortal Art. The Golden Immortal Art that Liu Yi chose is, the Law of Strength King of the World. When he heard the name, he let Liu Yi choose it. After all, in his previous life, Liu Yi had watched a very popular anime. There is this boxing method, which is fierce. Of course, this Kai Wong Fist is not the same as the anime's Kai Wong Fist. It is an explosive one-time boxing method, which can exert extremely powerful power by using the power of Qi and blood. Theoretically, a golden immortal cultivator who has cultivated to perfection can destroy a star system with one punch. Consummation is not the limit for Liu Yi, and when he reaches the limit, the power will naturally be even greater. The only regret is that his cultivation base is only a celestial immortal, far less powerful than a golden immortal. Of course, for him now, it is almost enough. In addition to the golden fairy art based on the law of strength, there is also the golden fairy art based on the law of Kendo 9 elements killing sword, and the golden fairy art based on the law of yin and yang immortality Ju. The former is the killing sword technique, while the latter is the defensive golden immortal technique. Coupled with the air escape technique, Liu Yi has golden fairy level immortal skills in attack, defense, and speed, so he can be regarded as an all-round warrior. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 300 Mysterious Immortal Thunder Tribulation, Returning Heart Like an Arrow. In this way, Liu Yi spent every day comprehending the Golden Immortal Technique, practicing the Great Dao of Yin and Yang Immortal Sutra, comprehending the Dao of Alchemy, Dao of Formation and other Taoism. Time passed, and after 20 years, Liu Yi finally broke through to the second level of the Celestial Immortal. After another 100 years, Liu Yi broke through to the third level of the Celestial Immortal. During the period, Liu Yi went to the ancestor of the Yu family to listen to the sermon again, but this time Yu Yuan Yu did not go with Liu Yi. After all, he couldn't understand it at all, wasting time on the past, and it was a bit of a hindrance to the ancestors. It would be easier not to come directly. What makes Liu Yi a little regretful is that after using the number of times of enlightenment again, the ancestor of the Yu family announced that he had retreated. Liu Yi originally wanted to listen to the Dao a few more times, to gain the state of enlightenment, to sublimate all his kung fu and fairy arts, and to improve his understanding of the laws. Unexpectedly, the ancestor of the Yu family would retreat so soon, which made him very helpless. Not only the patriarch of the Yu family, but also Uxin and some high-level members of the Yu family have retreated one after another. Liu Yi was a little confused at first, and he didn't know why, but after asking, Liu Yi suddenly realized. It is his state of enlightenment that even the ancestors of Jingxian and Xianzun can benefit. Because of the great tide brought about by Liu Yi's state of enlightenment, they also had a very deep understanding, and they all made progress. Liu Yi was a little surprised, but also very happy. After all, the Yu family has a good relationship with him, and if the top management of the Yu family can become stronger, it is equivalent to a stronger backer for him. How can he not be happy about this? Liu Yi felt a little regretful. He knew that this would happen. When he was using the Dao enlightenment state, he should have revoked the Great Formation, so that the Dao tide would definitely be stronger. Pity. In fact, even the senior members of the Yu family, including Patriarch Yuxuan, did not expect that Liu Yi would be able to cause the second tide of the Great Dao in just 100 years. When the second avenue tide appeared, all senior members of the Yu family, including Yu Xian, were in a daze. What the hell, the tide on the second floor of the avenue has been caused in just 100 years. Is this the real son of the avenue? All the high-ranking members of the Yu family had tingling scalps. And Yuxuan also regretted it. He originally thought that Liu Yi could cause a great tide, which was a rare talent, and it should be impossible to continue to cause such visions in the future. Therefore, Yuxuan didn't mention the news about shielding the formation to Liu Yi. But who would have thought that it would happen again after only 100 years? When the Dao tide came for the second time, Yuxuan's intestines turned green with regret. If I had known earlier, I should have told Liu Yi about shielding the formation. Unfortunately, it was too late. It's impossible to affect Liu Yi's state of enlightenment, right? So Yuxuan could only enjoy the tidal impact of the avenue in pain and happiness. Then, Yuxuan had a feeling, and had a deeper understanding of the power of the Dao, so she went to retreat. 30 years later, Liu Yi, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt an incomparably rich surge of fairy energy, which came from the room next to him. He opened his eyes abruptly, with strands of light flashing in them. This is the aura of Xianxian level? Liu Yi disappeared in place, and when he came to the sky, he saw a stream of light flying towards the sky quickly. It was Lingluo Peak Lord. At this moment, Peak Master Lingluo's aura fluctuated violently, showing that he had just broken through to the Xianxian level. And in the sky, the coercion of the avenue is surging, it is the Immortal Thunder Calamity. Suingxian's breath fluctuated and escaped, and the scope of influence was very large. One by one monks rose into the air, including Lu Ningxuang who was practicing retreat. However, because the high-level bosses at the Golden Immortal level are all shutting down to realize the opportunity of the Dao, few people come out. A group of people flew to Yuxing, stopped in the distance, and watched Lingluo Peak Lord break through. The thunderclouds in the starry sky surged, and Liu Yi felt the power of law surging in these thunderclouds. Wisps of colorful streamers emerged from the depths of his eyes, and his vision changed. In his line of sight, the thunderclouds in the starry sky were condensed by countless avenue runes, and these avenue runes echoed the aura of Lingluo Peak Lord who was breaking through, and the avenue runes flickered, and finally turned into the power of the law that Lingluo Peak Master has comprehended and practiced. This is Immortal Thunder Tribulation, which corresponds to the power of law that monks perceive. Every thunder calamity is a thunder of laws, which is an extremely terrifying thunder calamity, which is completely composed of laws. In the same way, after passing through the tribulation of immortal thunder, the law will get feedback from the Dao, and the power of the law will be more or less improved. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Liu Yi looked at Peak Master Lingluo. The law Dao patterns around her were flickering and flickering, extremely rich and mysterious. As the arrogance of the Yu family, Peak Master Lingluo's grasp of the laws is naturally quite good, depending on the situation, it is almost 50%. Compared with ordinary monks who have just entered the Xianxian level, they are much stronger, and even some strong people who have just broken through to the Golden Immortal level are not bad. With the power of such laws, coupled with Peak Master Lingluo's own combat power, facing such a catastrophe of immortal thunder, naturally there will be no big surprises. The celestial thunder struck by the celestial thunder calamity contains dreamlike power, and when it falls, it is like an endless phantom falling, with terrifying power. After staying in Yu's family for so many years, Liu Yi naturally understood that the family heirloom of Yu's family is called Daemon Xianjing, which is a fairy scripture related to spiritual laws. Construct dreams with spiritual power, and then manifest dreams into reality, and even turn them into strange fairy tales in dream worlds. It can be said that the power is infinite. After Liu Yi mastered all the golden immortal art, he went to Zhangsha Pavilion to find the immortal scripture, and learned this immortal scripture by the way. For this reason, Liu Yi even mastered the spiritual law. It can be said that the harvest is quite rich. However, the strength of his spiritual law is not high, and now he sees the breakthrough of Lingluo Peak Lord through the eyes of the Great Way, and he has a deep feeling in his heart, and the spiritual law he mastered before has also improved. The fairy thunder kept falling, Lingluo Peak Master showed extremely powerful talent, various fairy arts emerged one after another, and various dream worlds unfolded, absorbing and merging one after another fairy thunder. Her black hair fluttered, and her aura became stronger and stronger. As the direct descendant of the Yu family, Peak Master Lingluo's strength and talent are top-notch in the entire Tianluo starfield, even including the Yu family. It was very easy to pass through Xianxian tribulation. After a long time, the cloud of immortal thunder calamity gradually dissipated, and the thunder calamity ended. Ling Luo Peak Lord's aura is a bit weak, even if he breaks through to Xianxian, facing such a fairy thunder, the consumption is quite huge. She let out a breath, then turned into a streamer, and came to Liu Yi and Lu Ningshuang. She raised her eyebrows, with a rather smug expression, "Stinky boy, how are you? You are not weak as a teacher, right?" Liu Yi nodded earnestly, "Master is worthy of being a master, he is extremely talented. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to Xianxian." "Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master." Lu Ningshuang and the others also smiled and congratulated. Yu Yuanwu on the side curled his lips, a little displeased with his second sister's proud appearance. "Thinking about it, I know that the second level has broken through to the Xianxian level, and the eldest brother is stronger. When the time comes for his father to leave the customs, he will definitely be scolded again." Thinking of this, Yu Yuanwu became even more upset. Afterwards, his eyes lit up, he thought of something, and said with a cheerful smile, "By the way, second sister, my father said that after you leave the customs, I will let you get engaged to your brother-in-law." Liu Yi, Lu Ningshuang and the others? Ling Luo Peak Master? Several people were taken aback for a moment, and looked at Yu Yuanwu in bewilderment. Liu Yi himself didn't know, when did he say he was going to get engaged? Not to mention Peak Lord Ling Luo, she has been retreating and breaking through. Ling Lufeng's pretty face twitched violently, her ears were a little red, she glanced at Liu Yi beside her, and then looked around guiltily, seeing if she saw Yuxin. She was relieved, and then he said, "Where's the old man?" "Oh, my father is still in retreat. Some time ago, my brother-in-law entered the legendary state of enlightenment twice in a row. Both father and ancestor had a deep understanding, and they both went to retreat. It is estimated that they will leave the retreat in a few hundred years." Hearing this, Ling Luo Peak Master widened his eyes in astonishment, looked at Liu Yi, and said in disbelief, "The state of enlightenment? Isn't that the state that only immortal kings and emperors are lucky enough to enter in legend? You kid actually entered the state of enlightenment? And twice?" Peak Master Ling Luo originally broke through to the level of Xianxian, and felt that he could maintain the majesty of the master a little bit, and he could teach his apprentices a good lesson. Because after Liu Yi showed his formidable strength, Ling Luo Peak Master didn't dare to touch Liu Yi's forehead anymore, for fear of being beaten up by Liu Yi in turn. If this was the case, she would have to die of anger, and she still wanted the face of the master. "Now I finally had a chance to flick my forehead again, but I heard the news just after I came out?" Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at Liu Yi incomprehensibly, "What kind of monster is this bastard?" Yu Yuanwu nodded, "That's right, whether it's the father or the ancestors, they all say that brother-in-law is the appearance of an immortal emperor. Originally, the ancestors of the Yu family and others expected Liu Yi to be at the level of an immortal king. However, in 100 years, the Great Avenue Tide was triggered twice in a row. They felt that the immortal king was nothing, and the immortal emperor was Liu Yi's limit." Hearing this, Peak Master Ling Luo who was beside him didn't know what to say for a while. Immortal emperor? With such talent, is this kid really his apprentice? No wonder the old man insisted on her marrying this kid, and even she herself felt that she would be inhumane if she didn't marry. Etc. "You Ling Luo, you are this kid's master. How can you have such an idea? What kind of master is letting his disciples bully him?" She thought of the exercises that Donggong Minjiu had said before, and the corners of her mouth twitched. All kinds of thoughts fluttered in Ling Lufeng's mind, then he shook his head and glared at Yu Yuanwu, "You boy, what do you call him? What brother-in-law? Don't bark, or I will kill you little bastard." Yu Yuanwu still wanted to speak, but Peak Master Ling Luo turned to look at Liu Yi and Lu Ningshuang, let's go back first." Liu Yi and Lu Ningshuang glanced at Yu Yuanwu who was crying, and nodded speechlessly, okay. Several people returned to the residence. Peak Master Ling Luo looked around, and finally took a look at Uxin's direction, feeling a little guilty, and then said to Liu Yi and the other 5 via voice transmission, let's go, pack up, let's leave Yu Xing. Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang were all taken aback. Donggong Minjia was a little hard to understand, Master, we stayed here well, why did we leave? The corner of Ling Luo Peak Master's mouth twitched. Of course, he was afraid that the old man would come out and tie her up, making her and Liu Yi enter the bridal chamber. Peak Lord Ling Luo didn't say anything, but just smiled, we have been out for a while, since the ancestors are in retreat, we stay here, Liu Yi will not get advice from the ancestors, there is no need, it is better to go back to Tianming Go. Why? After you come out, you don't want to go back to Tianming. Hearing this, the eyes of Liu Yi and the other 5 lit up. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Although Yuxing is very good, after all, Tianming is the place where they were born and grew up, and it is their root. It has been almost 200 years since it came out, and it is indeed time to go back and have a look. Liu Yi thought of his parents in his heart, and wondered how they were doing now. Has the cultivation base improved? Thinking of the Baiyun sect, I don't know if the sect is doing well now. Is there any development? Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 on the side were also caught in memories. Their families and relatives were also in dawn. For a time, several people returned home like an arrow. Okay then, let's go back. Liu Yi smiled. Lu Ningxuang and the others also nodded. Really? It would be great to return to dawn, to be free. Peak Master Ling Luo smiled. She also breathed a sigh of relief. At dawn, no one cares about her. In all fairness, it's not that she doesn't like Liu Yi, the two have been together for so long, Liu Yi's talent is extremely high, and his personality is good, even she thinks Liu Yi is a rare candidate for a Taoist partner. However, after all, the two are in a master-student relationship, and Peak Master Ling Luo really cannot overcome this hurdle. There is a strange feeling. Peak Master Ling Luo planned to go back to Tianming first, so if it could be delayed for a day, it would be a day. A group of people went back to pack their things, and then, Liu Yi took out the Xiang boat, intending to leave. At this time, Yu Yuanwu rushed over suddenly, his eyes widened, second sister. You want to escape? I want to tell my father. Yu Yuanwu was ordered by Uxin to watch over Yu Ling Luo. It has to be said that Uxin, as Yu Ling Luo's father, knows Yu Ling Luo's temperament best. Yu Yuanwu really wanted to see how his second sister was suppressed by her brother-in-law. How could he give up such a good show? He did his part and said that he must do this job well. Peak Master Ling Luo's face changed when he heard Yu Yuanwu's words, and without thinking, he just waved his hand, and the endless fairy power surged, turning into a dream world, and swallowing Yu Yuanwu directly. Yu Yuanwu didn't even have time to squeak. Peak Master Ling Luo retracted his sleeves, with a calm expression, let's go. Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang? They glanced at Peak Master Ling Luo's sleeve with strange expressions. Yuanwu. Liu Yi considered his tone, and was about to speak when he saw the gloomy eyes of Ling Luo Peak Master. He grinned and said, Good master, let's go. He silently mourned for Yu Yuanwu for a few seconds. This kid is too miserable. Afterwards, a group of people boarded the Xiang boat, turned into a streamer, left Yuxing, and flew towards Tianming. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.